Texas Race Ranch. And we will get you started here with feature race action. They're already getting racy out there right now as they hot lapping around. A little bit of contact there in turn number 3. We'll get them all back in line and get you set. Those B-mains at 6 o'clock. It's going to be 15-lap B-mains for the factory stocks, 15-lap B-mains for the limited modifieds, and then we will roll right in with late model qualifying, late model heat races, and then, of course, all of the money on the line. All of that coming up here this evening at the Race Ranch in Corpus Christi. Take a look right there on Race on Texas. That is the beautiful skyline of Corpus Christi, Texas. Checking out downtown right there. We are probably about 10 minutes away, right down SPID. And that right there is the backdrop that we have tonight for the action happening here at the South Texas Race Ranch. Jeff Christensen up on the top side, as that is the man that will be bringing you all the great shots happening here this evening on Race on Texas. Pure stocks on the racetrack for their hot laps as they make their way around, and we have a loaded field of these pure stocks that have made their way to Corpus this weekend. One of the great stock classes right here around the state of Texas. You see these at Texana, and of course right here at the Race Ranch. And this will be one of the great races that we'll showcase here tonight, with the pure stocks are getting all tied up out of turn number 4. So I'll tell you, that's one thing that we're going to be watching throughout the evening as they continue to kind of race themselves here a little bit in hot laps. You check out the aerial view on Race on Texas. That is high above South Texas Race Ranch. Beautiful spot right here off of Old Brownsboro Road. And that'll be some of the multiple views that we'll be bringing you throughout the night. We'll have multiple cameras on the racetrack, aerial views, we'll do drone video, all of that happening this evening as we get set on Race on Texas, all access, and of course all of our great race fans checking in on property here tonight. You've got plenty of time as we work up to 6 o'clock. You got time to head down to the bar, you got time to get some of that great food down at the concession stand, all of that happening. And we do invite you as well, support all of our sponsors here at the South Texas Race Ranch. A lot of folks that have put a lot of money into making it a great 2022, and folks that have come aboard here for the South Texas Shootout to make this the premier racing event to capitalize and finalize a great 2022 on the dirt tracks here in South Texas. B-mains and late model qualifying, all of that happening at the 6 o'clock hour. We'll start the main event racing at 7 o'clock, just as close to that 7 o'clock timeline as possible. Everything kind of moving up about an hour tonight because we have a pit full of pits, or pit full of cars, so we want to make this just as conducive as possible to keep it entertaining for everyone checking in at home and, of course, right here at the Speedway. Race fans here at the racetrack, of course, you got now what we did not have last night. You got a big screen sitting right there at the entrance of turn number 1, so you can check out the full Race on Texas broadcast there as well. So if there's something that you may have missed, you can catch it right there. We'll have replays going throughout the night as incidents may happen on the Speedway. So check it out right there. You see it sitting right under the light pole at the entrance of turn number 1. Nice big screen there to help you out if you are here on site. First B main out onto the racetrack in the factory stocks. We get set to go. Top 4 will go to the big show. On the point, Cody Leonard in car number 12 out of Sinton on the outside. Hector Aguirre, row 2 on the inside. Brian Rye, Eric Ramos, row 3 on the inside. Nathan Oakes on the outside out of Victoria's. Johnny Westfall, Curtis Twiderski out of Huntsville. Outside of him, it's Casey Jimerson and Ryan Carlucci. 15 laps, top 4 cars go to the show as we get set to go. For this first B main, 8 cars are locked in, but now this alphabet soup, everything starts to count right now. As I welcome in my broadcast partner, it is KR Kevin Rogers. This is when it all comes down to it, buddy.
Rodney, these guys got 15 laps for the rest of the 2022 season, so they're going to be hunting hard, folks. You're going to want to watch that 4th, 5th, 6th place battle all night long in these B mains because that's going to be the important ones. You got to get top 4 to move on to the big money, and it ought to be a good show tonight.
Here they come out of turn number 4. Green flag up in the air, and we are off and racing, and it'll be Leonard taking them down into turn number 1. And off they go. Leonard trying to hang on right there. Again, remember, the top 4 spots are going to be the ones that transfer their way into that A main with the top 8 cars already in on passing points. Here they come out of the corner. This is lap number 1. Cody Leonard hanging on. He's got company right there, right behind him, the 154, Brian Rye. Brian Rye riding in the 2nd spot. You got to wonder at this point, KR, how content are you going to be? Now you got Johnny Westfall coming down on the inside. That is in the transfer spot right there.
Rodney, no contentment tonight. They're going to be pushing hard. You're going to see 15 laps. It's going to be Elzos up. They're going to be on the wheel all night long. There's not going to be sitting and waiting like last night and try to be methodical. But how tough is this field? Cody Leonard had 2 great heat races last night. Started on the pole of the V main.
Absolutely. He just missed on passing points. He leads right now, making his way out of corner number 4. Ryan Ryan taking a peek down on the inside. And the whole thing about this is you can hang in that transfer spot, but the better off you get, the more spots you get, that's going to only help your starting position in that main event.
You are correct. Once you get to 4th, you're going to want to get 3rd. You want to keep that dog hunting. But I'm curious, what do you think these guys with this big screen? They can see this screen coming out of the corners, coming out of 4. Do you think that's any strategy going forward tonight?
I got to tell you, that's going to be a real curious thing right there as you dive in. I know a lot of racetracks have a scoreboard and everything that you may have right there, but you go driving in right there to take a look right there and see exactly where they're coming, because there's not mirrors, there's none of that. You don't have spotters, and here we go. But I'll tell you one thing right now, if there was a mirror in the 12 car, he would have a mirror full of Brian Rye right behind him. Onto the backstretch they go. Rye hanging on in that second spot. Now starting to heat up for that third spot. It is Eric Ramos hanging on down on the inside. Here comes Johnny Westfall as Westfall goes down to the inside. That is a battle for third and fourth. You check in right there. We welcome you in on All Access RaceOnTexas.com. That's your transfer spot, racing down the back straightaway. Third, fourth, and fifth, making their way down into turn number 3. 21 car, Ramos trying to push his way in. Here we go. We are halfway home this time by.
Back to what you were talking about earlier, Rodney. Mr. Rye there, he's putting some heat on the 12 car. He's kind of backed up a little bit, halfway to go. He knows he's still got 7 laps to go. But I'm telling you, the 54 is not going to sit there and run bridesmaid. He's going to give everything he's got to try to get around the 12 of Cody Leonard to try to get up, like I say, one more row in that feature tonight.
Absolutely. Here they go down into turn number 1. Top 4 cars, trouble right there, and Johnny Westfall in turn number 4. He sits in between the 2 tractor tires, and the most frustrating part about that, KR, he was in a transfer spot.
He was in a good transfer spot there, unfortunately. Didn't see what happened there. It looked like he just kind of maybe got turned around there. So he'll have to go tail back and see if he can run back up and to get to that top 4. But that is heartbreaking for him and his team because they worked hard all weekend in a good, comfortable transfer to go chase the money tonight. And then he's got his work cut out. We're probably going to have about 5 laps left when he gets going, and he's going to have to make up a lot of real estate in a short amount of time.
So Johnny Westfall sits there at turn number 4. He will get a push from the South Texas Race Ranch safety crew to get him pushed around and hopefully back into the action. It is up on the point, the 12 of Cody Leonard sitting on the point right behind him, Brian Rye. In car number 154, they had kind of separated themselves from the field. Got a couple of 21s right there behind him with Ramos and Oaks as they ride, and that's going to be heartbreak right there. Let's see if Westfall is going to get it turned around, and he will rejoin the fray as he sits down on the inside of turn number 3 to get back in line. So this is a very good break for the guys running outside of the top 5 as they'll have another opportunity on the re-rack and restack to try to get back in line.
Well, and also they've been sitting there watching a few cars in front of them that are in the transfer spot, seeing kind of what lines they're running, what maybe their tendencies have been this first part of the race. So they're calculating in their head where their car might be a little better, where they might get an advantage to try to get locked into that top 4 to keep the 2022 season alive for them.
Here they go sitting back in line. This is your first B main. Again, the top 4 cars will transfer into that feature race coming up. 30-lap main event. Limited modifieds will run 50 laps to finish this thing off this evening. Now they go single file as we get ready for a Texas 2-step restart. Sole car out on the point all by himself. That is Cody Leonard as he makes his way around. Mike Riley up on the bird cage, and he shows them one right here as they make their way around. Let's see if Leonard can hang on to that spot.
You know, they always said you want to be leading on a lot of things. I'm going to tell you, I think I'd rather be in that second row right now because those guys, in my opinion, have the advantage. Cody's a set and duck because he's got 2 hard chargers that are going to try to get around him here. He's got to figure out the best line for that 12 machine to preserve that top spot because, again, he's in a qualifier, but he wants to start as close to them top 8 as he can.
Here we go, making their way down into turn number 3. Lights are out around the speedway here at the Race Ranch. We get set to go. B main number 1, Cody Leonard dragging the field around into the restart zone. Green flag in the air. We're off and racing here in Corpus Christi. Cody Leonard down into turn number 1. Brian Rye down on the bottom side. They stay double stacked behind him. Onto the back straightaway we go. Look at those 21s going down to the inside. Good move down to the inside as you've got the 121 making a drastic move, or the 21 of Oaks, and now he sits in third, but there's contact there coming out of turn number 3. Carlucci now into the transfer spot. Now is car number 34. Rides in the 4th position. Onto the back straightaway we go. We are side by side. Carlucci going down to the bottom side. Synonymous name here with racing in Corpus Christi. That Carlucci last name. And here is Carlucci. Little bit of contact. Whole lot of contact there out of turn number 4. And around goes one car in turn number 4. So let's take a look and see if we stay clean and green. Here we are onto the backstretch. It continues to be Leonard driving away, and that car is going to try to make its way up right up in front of the pack. Here we go. That is Ramos in the 21R, and it will draw the caution. So Eric Ramos right there. I'll tell you, that was scary as that field was coming around.
Well, I'll tell you what, too. Go back that previous lap.
Synonymous name here with racing in Corpus Christi. That Carlucci last name, and here is Carlucci.
Whole lot of contact there out at turn number 4. And around goes one car in turn number 4.
We are going to see a little bit of sheet metal get wadded up tonight. It's go time. There's money on the line. And like I say, last night of the season for most of the guys here tonight.
That's right. That's the most important thing right there that you talk about, KR. This is it for a lot of these guys. If you don't transfer in out of this B main, you are done for the season, as this is the final big race happening right here in South Texas. We get them back in line once again. Texas two-step restart coming up one more time. And it'll be Cody Leonard on the point. He's had the whole shot each and every time. He takes the field down into turn number 3. We get set to go once again. He is out by his lonesome. Let's watch Rye down on the inside as they make their way around. Carlucci on the outside of row number 2. Green flag in the air. We're off and racing one more time here in B main. Number 1, top 4 cars going in. Great whole shot move, Leonard. Takes the field down the back straightaway, side by side. It's Carlucci hung up on the outside. Look at this right here. You can tell, KR, their season is on the line as they race around. You got one spinning over in turn number 4. 27 Tia Curtis Toderski goes around. He sits on the apron in corner number 4.
Yeah, Rodney, that's just a testament to these guys trying to get to that transfer. But let's talk about that 12 machine. Watch Cody Leonard on these restarts.
Look at this right here. You can tell, KR, their season is on the line as they race around. You got one spinning. Over in turn number 4, 27 Tia Curtis Toderski goes around. He sits on the apron in corner number 5.
Of making that car go where he needs to go.
And you saw it right there on the Race on Texas replay, that contact going into turn number 4 as the field was clambering their way in. Let's take a look at it one more time. They make their way. Look at this right here. You can tell, KR, their season is on the line as they race around. You got one spinning. Over in turn number 4. 27 Tia Curtis Toderski goes around. He sits on the apron in corner number 4.
7-8 guys out there trying to get them top 4, and they're racing hard and close. And, you know, Cody's ready to see it go single file. You know what I mean? That 12 machine, he's ready to go see it single file, but the rest of the field wants to keep that double stack. But I tell you, we're gonna have us a dogfight here. I'm gonna predict right now the top 4 that we got right now may not be the top 4 when the checker flag waves.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. I think with what we're looking at right here, the way this continues to shake itself out, they are getting awful aggressive, and we lay the cone out on the front straightaway. Remember, they have to stay on the outside of that cone as they make their way around. It's Cody Leonard once again into turn number 3, bringing the field. We will go single file. Here is Rye getting in line behind him. Carlucci rides in the 3rd spot. Caution lights still out on the racetrack. This is the first of the B mains happening here for your factory stocks. We've got 3 of these. And you're only going to have 12 cars that make their way in.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of guys, unfortunately, going to get an early night on the trailer, going to get to watch some good racing. But I tell you what, Cody Leonard had just probably pulled that visor up, flipped it back down, took a deep breath. This single file is his best friend right now, because now he's got to just focus on keeping the 54 behind him instead of having both of them double stacked. So he's in a lot more comfort now than he was the previous 3 restarts.
All you got to do is gun that restart. Here we go. Green flag up in the air. We are racing once again in the first B main here at the South Texas Race Ranch. Into turn number 1, they sail it off. It is Leonard hanging on once again. Right behind him is Rye, followed by Carlucci. To the back straightaway we go. Oaks in the 31, or 21. You got a lot of 21s in this race. We got a whole lot of 21s. Here they come making their way around. Cody Leonard continuing to hang on. Nice steady race right there as they race single file. You got side by side at the back of the pack with Toderski and the 21R of Eric Ramos. To the back straightaway we go. Leonard is about a half a car length up on Rye in the 54. But that right there is all you got to do. You got to be in that top 4. You're halfway home this time by, and that's got to be, if you're a driver in the top 4 right here, KR, you're like, okay, take a deep breath. We're halfway into this thing.
That's right. You want to get as far as you can to start that feature, but you got to get to that feature as well. So there's kind of 2 mindsets in all these cars right now. Cody Leonard wants to get up there where he's going to start in that 9th position.
And pardon me, that was 2 sticks in the air, white flag. One more time around. I tell you what, they've got this thing illuminated over there. I like that flag stand. I like the lights over there. Onto the back stretch we go. It is 5 car lengths for Cody Leonard. Up on the point, he'll make his way around. Here we go, checkered flag in the air. Cody Leonard, car number 12. Rye in the 154, Carlucci, and the 21 of Oaks will make themselves available for the A main in that fantastic race.
Rodney, I'm just going to tell you, if B-Main #1 is an indication of what the rest of the night's going to be, we got a heck of a show shaping up for us. The racetrack's beautiful. We was down pre-race doing a little quick show for Race on Texas, and racetrack's going to be phenomenal. I'm just going to tell you, I think we're going to have multi-grooves. I think it's going to maybe slick off a little bit better tonight to kind of get a little bit more of the driver maybe back in the seat, so I'm looking forward to that. But if that one was any indication, we got a great night of racing ahead of us.
There he is right there, Cody Leonard, car number 12 into the A-Main. As he wins B-Main #1, we get set for B feature #2 making their way out. Let's set that lineup. On the point, out of Winona in the 1T, it'll be Jason Tyner on the outside. Out of Kuntz, it'll be Jason Lovell in car number 83. Row 2 on the inside. Joshua Sewell out of Kingsville, row 2 outside. Right here out of Corpus, it's Nathan Rahi. Row 3 on the inside. Mason Castaneda on the outside, Rodney Twerderski. Row 4 on the inside, Megan Dodson on the outside, Will Spears, and Daniel DeRiso. Set to go 15 laps. Top 4 cars lock into the A-Main as we get set for B-Main #2. What a field we have tonight. 7 cars, or 8 cars, that are locked in for the factory stocks. Off they go side by side, double stacked, and making their way into turn number 3. Carlucci still making his way on the racetrack. We don't care. Green flag, off we go. And here we go into turn number 1. It's Tyner with the hole shot. He'll take the field. Here goes Carlucci down to the inside. That was kind of weird. Tyner hanging on. Look at Rahi right there. A little bit of contact. Here's Sewell down to the inside. That is your transfer spot. Side by side as they make their way around. It is Sewell and Rahi into the race as they run right now. They don't want to get too aggressive right there because both of those guys, you got to get yourself in to be a player.
That's right, Rodney. You want to advance as many positions as you can, but obviously the ultimate goal is to lock into that top 4 to get to the feature. But, man, look at this, 2 and 3 wide in this B-Main already. Race fans, this track's going to be phenomenal tonight. It's going to be a great show.
One goes around there. It's Castaneda. A little bit of contact there with the 68 car. You were on board on Race on Texas as you check it out, making their way out of corner number 2. You got 2 cars sitting down on the inside, but there's your onboard camera. You can check it out on the big screen if you were here at the racetrack. And take a look at that right there. You get the wave, and that means slow it down. Hum that thing down as they make their way down. But contact out of turn number 4. It's funny tonight, when it comes to transfers, these cars don't start quite as well when they spin out.
Yeah, probably didn't put enough charge on the batteries, what I'm going to go with. I'm going to give these guys a benefit of the doubt. You know, just give a bit of a, but, hey, there is a little strategy being played tonight. You know, again, we'll overemphasize this part tonight, but this is it. 15 laps, top 4, that's the mission. That's it, or season's over.
It is Tyner up on the point as he leads in the 1T. Randy Lovell rides in the 2nd spot. Good drive there for Nathan Rahi as he is in the 3rd spot. Texas 2-step restart coming up as they will go side by side. Lights are out around the racetrack. We started about an hour earlier tonight because we had so many cars in the pits. Efficient show is what is the mode tonight. Green flag in the air. And we are off and racing into turn number 1. It's Tyner taking the field down. Watch that 83 car down on the inside. Randy Lovell trying to find something right there, but it's Rahi up on the outside. They race side by side. Here's Sewell down on the bottom. He's got Twerderski on the outside. That is the transfer spot right there. Oh, my goodness. They're awful sideways, and the 68 car goes around once again. DeRiso spins in turn number 4. This time he gets it fired off and rolling. Off we go to the back straightaway, and we stay clean and green. Here we go, racing down into turn number 3. Continues to be Tyner out on the point. He leads by 2.5 car lengths as he races out of corner number 4. Now they go single file all the way back to the transfer spot. It's Twerderski in the 9X, but flanking him down on the inside. Here comes Joshua Sewell. That is the transfer spot. That intensity right there, KR. Man, win, get 4th, or go home. Man, that's what it's all about.
That's a tough heartbreak for that 5th place car, and that's where you're seeing the racing. That's where you're seeing a little bump and rubbing, and you're going to see a little more of that tonight, race fans. But they've been clean pretty good so far, but the intensity's fixing to pick up.
Take a look at this right here, the battle for the 3rd spot. 83 car hanging on of Randy Lovell, but man, he's got all kinds of company right there. Twerderski all over the back bumper, but here comes Sewell in the 38 as he tries to make his way there. The 777 of Will Spears. Now he comes to the party. He is in a spot where he could transfer. That right there that you were watching on Race on Texas, that is 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. That is your transfer spots, and you got folks that are checking in right there. We are halfway home as they race this thing in. This is B-Main number 2 for the factory stocks. Continues to be that 1 car up on the front side, the 1T out of Winona. Tyner Tyner says, you guys have at it, man. I'm going to check out from the field.
Best place to be. As long as he can stay green, he ought to be in good shape unless he has any mechanical issues. But, I mean, that's where he wants to be out there, navigating this lap traffic, just get back to clean air, and just keep hitting your marks, keep making it go, get the tech, get back to the pits, and get ready to start the A here in a little bit.
Also in a good spot is Rahi as he rides in the second spot. He's about 10 car licks behind Tyner. The 83 car free and clear riding in the third spot. That is Lovell. He rides here in the third spot. But, man, take a look at that. Twiderski in the 9X along with Joshua Sewell. That is the transfer spot, and here they come. They start to mix it up out of corner number 4 to the back straightaway we go. Sewell trying to set him up. Taking a peek down on the inside. We are past the halfway point. Let's see what Josh does right here. He takes it way down deep into the corner. And here we go side by side into turn number 1. Transfer on the line right there, KR.
Yeah, that 38 car, he is working that Ute tire line really well. You know, he is committed to that. He knows that's the 9's giving him that, so he's going to keep trying to make that work. It'll be interesting to see if he can make it work or if he's going to set him up and maybe try to diamond down and cut him off coming out of 4 to the checkers. But right now he looks pretty good on the bottom.
Here we go down into the corner once again as now they have caught the backside of that second place car to the back straightaway we go. Twiderski hanging on. Here is Sewell going to take a peek down on the bottom once again. Out of corner number 4, continuing to hang on. It is Tyner. Out of Winona, he leads here in this B main. He is transferred in. But all of the action right now, all of the focus is right there on the transfer spot. Joshua Sewell down to the inside. Twiderski up on the top side in the 9X. 2 sticks in the air this time by. And the focus is definitely on the transfer spot. Here's Sewell going down to the bottom. He has it momentarily. Twiderski at the line. Next time around, it's going to be the white flag. One more time around. Here we go. This is what it's all about. This is alphabet soup. This is B-Main racing right here. As now Sewell begins to drop back just a bit.
Yeah, he's going to stay committed to that bottom. Oh, the 9 just pushed up a little bit. So did Sewell. We got a little puff of smoke out of one of them there. This is going to be a race to the checkers. 3rd, 4th, and 5th may shake up here coming down to the checkers.
Here we go into turn number 3. Your leader guides the field down. Top 2 are good. It looks like 3rd place is good, but that 4th place is the one we're going to focus on. Here's Sewell. Bonsai move down to the bottom, trying to check himself in. Out of corner number 4, Josh Sewell into the feature race with a big-time move down at the bottom of the racetrack.
Phenomenal job. He stayed committed to that Ute tire line. That's a hard line to run down there. Patience and throttle control. He made it work. He committed.
I'm trying to check himself in. Into the feature race with a big-time move down at the bottom of the racetrack.
Phenomenal job. He stayed committed to that Ute tire line. That's a hard line to run down.
In the 1T that's able to get away from the pack, Nathan Rahi rides in the second spot, followed by the 83 car of Randy Lovell, and by a nose, Joshua Sewell. Man, this is intense.
I'm telling you, I said it a while ago, Rodney, you're going to hear it all night long. The race in action tonight's going to be stellar. I mean, we're 2 for 2 with quality races. I'm going to go on a limb and say B-Main number 3 is going to be just as good, if not better.
And here they come out onto the racetrack on the point out of Victoria. It's Shannon Marr on the outside out of Ennis, Bobby McCool, row 2 on the inside out of Huffman, Dylan Nolasco on the outside out of San Antone. It's Dylan Gaither. Next row down on the inside out of Victoria, Michaela Trimble on the outside, Chuck Perry. Following row out of Corpus, Michael Villarreal. Also out of Corpus, it is Dennis Folkerts. 8 cars, 4 cars to the big show as they make their way around. Here they go into the start zone. It's Marr in the 0-2. We are off and rolling. Green flag off in the air. B-Main number 3, 4 more cars going to the show, and boy, they stack it up right there. You saw Gaither kind of drop back just a little bit. Marr back on the gas. Alasko immediately gets down to the inside. I like that move.
Well, I'm going to tell you, they're sitting in the staging lane, not sure what all they could see. Maybe saw it on the big screen what the 38 machine did on that bottom. The bottom looks pretty good right now, but somebody will start moving that middle and that top up here because intensity is going to dictate what's going to happen because desperation will kick in when you're out of that transfer.
I tell you what, you got all kinds of action happening right there. You're riding on board on Race on Texas. You are live right here at the South Texas Race Ranch. This is what the drivers are watching. Here is Trimble down on the bottom side. Up on the top side, a little bit of a wiggle right there. That is the transfer spot. The 115 of Chuck Perry. Perry trying to hang on. Here we go, racing down into the corner. We stay with the onboard camera. And once again, with that onboard camera, you can see, KR, it's a pretty smooth racetrack at this point.
Extremely smooth racetrack. Owen and his crew did a phenomenal job last night, doing another job tonight. But how cool is that in-car look there for race fans and at home and in the stands, being able to see what these drivers are doing inside these machines?
Yeah, you got to love that look right there. Now we go back up on the top side. Dylan Alasko has taken over the lead of the race. Mara goes back to the second spot. Chuck Perry and Michaela Trimble. So Trimble trying to hang on, but she's got them coming right behind him. Alasko checks off another lap right there. Mara kind of slipping back a little bit. But this is the point right now where you cannot sit back. You can't just wait for the race to come to you. One caution flag right now, and that's it. That's it.
The whole demographics of this race changed with one caution flag, and it could be a debris caution, but, you know, hopefully Dylan's wanting to see this thing go green to checker to get back to his team, start getting ready for the feature, but everybody else is hoping that something might happen. They just don't want to be the caution.
Here we go on to the backstretch. Alasko beginning to stretch this thing out. He leads by almost a straightaway as they make their way around. The green flag continues to wave. Trouble at turn number 2. You got one car around, and it looks like that may draw a caution. It looks like it's stuck down on the inside. Leaders making their way out of turn number 2, but off and rolling right there. Just going to go around on the outside. Got to love that. We stay clean and green.
Anytime you can run green, it's a perfect deal. We got them mixed up down here in 1 and 2 as well. So that may bring out a caution. He's not moving. The white car is not moving. Here comes the old yellow hanky. He's going to get thrown on the field, and we're going to slow down and restack them.
Inside, leaders making their way out of turn number 2, but off and rolling right there. Just going to go around on the outside. Clean and green.
Anytime you can run green, it's a perfect deal. We got them mixed up down here in 1 and 2.
Get you in a direction you probably didn't go. But, hey, Rodney, I want to talk to you a little bit about this. Natalie and Kane Buckmeyer. Kane called me about 2 hours ago, said, man, we watched the show last night. Phenomenal. We want to put a little money and reward these guys for putting on a great show. So they've added 500 tonight. Limited modifieds, 10th. In 15th place, going to get an extra $100. 20th, going to get an extra $50. Factory stock's the same. 10th will be $100, 15th $100, 20th $50. Extra $500, folks, courtesy of Natalie and Kane Buckmeyer. What's cool about them, they do a lot for racing, but this is not so cool. Natalie's had some cancer, and she's been going through that. She's doing really well, so we want to let everyone know that she's doing well. We want to keep them in our thoughts and prayers. Good folks, been great for racing since they got in it. So Natalie and Kane, we appreciate everything, and Natalie, we love you, and we're awesome that you're doing better, and it don't get much better. It puts this racing in perspective when you see something like that.
It really does, and that's so much about, you know, why we do this. I mean, lots of folks, it's like, why do you race? I mean, you get out there, you want to have a good time. You're in whatever role you may be at the racetrack, but that family part right there, that is what it's all about each and every time.
Man, it seems like every year something in racing comes up that puts everything we do in perspective, and that was one of them that hit us close to home. But the good thing is doing really well, going through everything, doing really well. Super good people, do a lot for a lot of racetracks, a lot of drivers. So Natalie and Kane, thank y'all very much for supporting the South Texas Race Ranch and the South Texas Shootout.
So let's talk about this, KR. Obviously, these cars trying to make their way in. You've got Cameron Starry, Franco Krulik, Memphis Villarreal, Jared Maupin, Cody Tesh, Dalton Faulkner, Triton Temple, and Alan Torres. Those guys are already in. So what are they thinking right now? They're just sitting back here trying to relax, getting ready to race this big race tonight.
They're all back there trying to figure out what the racetrack's going to do. They're going to watch races all night long, but I'm going to tell you, these guys here, they got an uphill battle all night long. They got to get in, and then the names you just listed, them 8 names, it's going to be a tough go, but we're going back green flag racing.
Here we go. Green flag in the air. Alasko brings them down. Mara rides in the second spot. Perry going to the top side. In the transfer spot is Michaela Trimble at this point. To the back straightaway, they begin to stack it up just a little bit. Look at Chuck Perry going to the top side by side into turn number 3. Great drive into the corner, working up on the top shelf. He'll try to make that stick as Mara rides on the bottom side, halfway home that time by Perry. Now to the second spot, a little bit of breathing room right there for car number 115. Mara in the 0-2, Michaela Trimble. Trimble is right there, but look at those folks dicing it up behind her. That has to be a spot right there. She has no idea what's going on. Oh, a little bit of contact. Around goes Villarreal in the 79. He'll spin, so that's one less, and it's down to the 39. And the 139 now, Folkerts is the one on the charge trying to transfer into the B main or to the A main.
Yeah, it's a tough situation. You're sitting there running 5th. You know you got to get at least one more spot. I'm going to tell you the big screen. I think some of these racers may be taking a gamble at. They're looking up at there. It's kind of like having an unofficial spotter, if you will.
Absolutely, sitting right there at the entrance of turn number 1. To the back straightaway we go. It's Dylan Alasko in car number 41. He has made his way away from the pack. Chuck Perry rides in the second spot. Here they come, making their way out of turn number 4. Alasko down into turn number 1 in firm control. here of this B main. This is the third B main. Top 4 cars making their way into the big show. $2,000 to win tonight for the factory stocks. And you're watching Mara there in the 02. Transfer spot getting hot and heavy. Here comes the 139. A Folkert's down to the inside. Oh, little contact. And around goes Folkert's in the 139. Michaela Trimble. A lot of breathing room right there for Michaela. She's able to get away from that.
Yeah, she was glad to see that happen. The 139 was not. But, you know, kudos to him. He went in there. He went in. He was committed. He had to get the spot. He did what he had to do. Unfortunately, the car just didn't stick for him.
That's right. Your season on the line right there, and that's exactly what you saw from Folkerts as he dove it in the 139. Now we go back. This time by. Here they come. Your race leader, Dylan Nolasco, in car number 41. He's got 2 sticks in the air, and he's got 2 more laps, and he'll put himself in the B main as the field makes their way around. Chuck Perry riding in the second spot in the 115. Free and clear there, the top 4 all sitting kind of nice right now, and that's got to be a little bit of an easy feeling, but they have no idea. They have no idea what's going on.
No, and even though they're in the transfer, they still, like I said earlier, they want to move up in the starting grid on this 8 feature, so there's still some desire to compete and push the car the best they can, but it's a fine line between overdoing it and getting in the show at this point as well.
Alasco down into turn number 3. He will ease his way in as he cruises out of corner number 4. Dylan Nolasco, car number 41, into the A main. He will be there along with the 115 of Chuck Perry. Now the third place car, Shannon Marr in the 02, and Michaela Trimble will transfer into the A main here out of B feature number 3. These factory stocks, they are going to go hot and heavy this evening, KR.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, Rodney, I cannot wait till that feature starts. $2,000 on the line. You done ran through the top 8. Look at the 12 that just moved out of these B mains. We've got from 1st to 20th, we got 20 potential winners tonight for that $2,000 here.
And now we get set as those top 4 sit in the infield. Coming up next, limited modifieds. They will race 50 laps tonight. 50 laps on the dirt here at the South Texas Race Ranch, and we got B features coming up for them as well, and they will transfer in as well. 4 cars out of each one of these B features, and you thought that intensity was something pretty good, KR. This is really going to be something.
Yeah, a lot of money on the line tonight. $5,000 to win's a lot of money. You want to get in there. Again, that top 8, you know, Whitaker, Cody Smith, all those guys are already locked in, so you already got a star-studded front 4 rows. We're fixing to put in another 6 rows of talent. I mean, looking at this, I mean, just real quick, Johnny Torres, Cody Badeau, he looked strong last night. Edward Oaks always good. Austin Storm had a good run last night. They're all in B main number 1. So, folks, what you're getting tonight, you're getting a pretty cool opportunity to watch a lot of A mains and a lot of A main quality B mains.
Looks like we've got a little bit of hot laps coming up right here. Here come your late models. Actually, late models out onto the racetrack. They will be doing their qualifying. So we'll do that right now. Here is Denby on the track for lap number 1. Late model qualifying happening. We got 16 cars out on the racetrack tonight. Last night they raced for $1,000 to win. Tonight they raced for $2,000, kind of amping it up just a little bit.
Yeah, give them a little more incentive to get going and get things rolling. When I come through today, I was looking at some of them, and those guys, you could tell they was out here at 9 o'clock this morning. They are working on those cars, trying to get dialed into this South Texas Race Ranch dirt.
Here comes Denby out of corner number 4. He is going top shelf, making his way down. We'll get those times for you. Next car out on the racetrack right here out of Salado. It is the 717. This is G.W. Egbert. Egbert on time for lap number 1 as he makes his way down into corner number 1. On to the back straightaway we go. And Egbert, I tell you, we talked about it last night. That Egbert last name, that means nothing but racing.
Whole family of racers, whole quality of good racers there. And I think I just figured out that one has a T. That's Trevor in this one.
Okay, I got you.
Trevor's got the orange side, GW's got the yellow sides. I think we might get it right tonight, buddy.
All right, man. It's about damn time. We got it all figured out. Here we go on to the racetrack car number 78, the 78H. On to the racetrack. Making his way down, man. You got to love these late models. These are so smooth to watch him out on the speedway. The way they make their way around, slinging that thing down into the corner. So cool to see that we actually have a real tried and true late model series happening here in South Texas.
It is cool. Late models are cool. I'm glad to see them getting stronger and stronger down here in South Texas. We got a good group up in the Arklatex region, DFW, so maybe one of these days we do a little border wars, get them all together, one racetrack, pay some good money.
There you go. This is Wyatt Wilkerson on the racetrack out of Sweet Lake, Louisiana. Out of corner number 4, he will flash by to complete his qualifying lap. And the next car will get set to make his way out. As you got 2 cars down here in qualifying for the late models. They will run qualifying heat races as well coming up here in just a few minutes. But this is single car qualifying for your all-star late models. We have checked in 12 more cars into the factory stock. So our factory stock lineup is complete. We've still got limited modified B mains coming up. We'll take 12 more cars into that one as we got 8 cars in, 12 more to go. And I think really the story is, like we've been talking about, Kevin, it's a lot of the people that are not in the race. That is the big story with the limited modifieds and the factories.
Man, just looking through them B-mains, man, we're fixing to be some great limited mod B-mains. Like I say, they're worth the price of admission alone. Now, can you imagine when we take those 12 qualified drivers, put them with that top 8, 50 laps, 5,000 to win? I'm going to let you pick the winners again tonight, buddy. I'm going to stay out of the game.
Once again, here we go. Out onto the racetrack, car number 9. We saw him last night. He makes his way here to South Texas, out of Scott, Louisiana. This is Shane Hebert. Hebert on the gas as we are green flag and qualifying here in your late models. Hebert, it is amazing to hear when these guys get on the gas. You hear the horsepower, and these cars respond so quick when they stab that gas.
I'm going to tell you, Rodney, he had no luck last night in either division. Race fans, whether you're here at the racetrack or at your home watching on Race on Day, Shane Hebert is going to be a fun one to watch all night long. He's here for redemption, and now we got money on the line tonight.
Absolutely. Here is Hebert down into turn number 3, making his way around. He'll complete his final qualifying lap. Checkered flag in the air from Mike Riley. And it is Shane Hebert out of Louisiana completing his lap. Now out onto the racetrack out of Victoria, famous racing last name right here when it comes to late model racing in the state of Texas. It is the senior. Here is Eddie Hardage. Eddie Hardage on the back straightaway, and the 78H will dive into turn number 3 as he'll take his white flag. And boy, they click these laps off. I'll tell you, the track, we call it a short track, but man, they maneuver this thing so quick.
Man, they do get around this place in a hurry. But last night, you know, I was talking to Cody downstairs at the bar last night. He said, man, he didn't think he was going to make all 20 laps last night. It was so juiced up, just wide open, and hang on for all you got. So it looks like it's going to slow down a little bit tonight. I think we're going to see a little bit better racing because of it.
Let's take a look and see what happens right here. Next car out on the racetrack from right down I-37. Out of Elmendorf, it is car number 1X. It's Andrew Hessler. Hessler under time right here, lap number 1. As he makes his way out of corner number 2 to the back straightaway we go. All-star late model qualifying here at the South Texas Shootout at the South Texas Race Ranch. Around he goes in corner number 4. He drove that thing deep into the corner. Doesn't matter. Got to get back on the gas. Still under time. He'll gather it back in and jam it back into gear and into turn number 1. So a little bit of a handicap right there. He's got to get going. Just got to stand on the gas.
He just got to keep making laps. And the best thing he can do right now is just make sure he's figured out his car. Make sure he's doing a little testing, making sure he's responding to the changes they made from last night. And chips are going to fall where they, you know, they're going to fall where they fall now. And this is going to be what it is. But the good thing is you got 16 quality late models here. We're going to have a heck of a show with them.
On to the racetrack now, car number 75 out of White House, Texas. I like that red, white, and blue. That's 75. I talked about it last night. Kind of looks like that old Corpus Christi, Johnny Unitas Corpus Christi racing livery. Here he comes out of corner number 4. It's Anthony Boatman. Boatman under time here for his first lap. Down into the corner to the back straightaway we go, and you just love hearing that motor wound up. And shaking it down into turn number 3. White flag in the air. It'll be one more time around for Boatman in car number 75.
Yeah, Anthony don't have near as many laps in the late models as most guys do, but you can sell right now. He's getting the hang of this division really well. He's getting more competitive every night. Talked to him last night. Little down, but he blamed it on me because I told him he was going to have a good run, so I took the heat.
There you go. Boatman will complete his qualifying effort right here. Single car qualifying for your all-star late models as they get set for their main event coming up. And here comes the next car out onto the racetrack, the 717. And now here is G.W. Egbert. G.W. Egbert out of Salado, and G.W., that's another guy right there with G-Dub, KR. This guy will drive a mule if you lit him.
I've seen these guys hop in and out of cars all night long, look like a carousel ride, and win all night long. The whole family's good folks and a bunch of talented racers and third generations coming up in there. I'm going to say they're going to be better than Dad and Grandpa. What I'm going to go.
No doubt about it. I'll tell you what, you got a fleet of them, and you've got some youngsters coming up. Here's G-Dub up to the top side. You check it out right there. You are riding on board on Race on Texas with G.W. Egbert. You can check it out on the big screen if you are here at the racetrack. You are out of turn number 2. On board camera with G.W. Egbert diving it down into corner number 3 and making his way around to the checkered flag to complete his qualifying effort. Man, I love that onboard view. That gives you a whole different perspective.
It looks like they're driving into those trees. When you look off to the right, you can see the trees off the back straightaway. And that's got to mess with you a little bit. Hope you don't get in the trees at some point tonight.
On the racetrack now, car number 104, another name that you know synonymous with late model racing in the state of Texas, out of Lavernia. This is Brandon Brzezowski. Brzezowski under time, and the white flag in the air. One more time around for car number 104. Looking like a good line, diving down to the bottom of the speedway. He'll snake it out of corner number 4, or no, corner number 2, pardon me, and back on the gas once again, diving down into the corner. I like this line right here. This is going to be a quick lap. Brzezowski in the 104 will complete his qualifying effort. On to the racetrack now. Also from right down the road, right down I-37, maybe a little bit over to 35 South. In car number 19, out of Shirts, this is Barry Quaid. Quaid in car number 19, white flag in the air. One more time around for car number 19 as he powers back on the gas. To the back straightaway we go. Remember, this is single car qualifying. They will run heat races coming up, and then the heat races, that's when they slice and dice.
Yeah, that's when it's going to get a little racy. $2,000 on the line tonight. They want to go home and make a paycheck and try to get ready for the good off season, the short off season, so they can start getting ready for the 23 campaign.
So Quaid, final lap right there. Next car out onto the racetrack, also from right down the road. I say right down the road. We'll call that about 120 miles in car number 5. This is the car number 5 of Ryan McDonald. McDonald on the gas as he works his first lap qualifying right there. McDonald out of Floresville. To the back straightaway we go. That black and blue race car keeping a good line right there. He'll dive it into turn number 3. Checkered flag coming out this time as he works his way to the middle of the speedway. And McDonald will finish his qualifying time. And we bring out onto the racetrack, out of the hill country. This is one of the long tow awards, all the way from Kerrville, car number 53X. This is the Fox, Matt Fox, on the racetrack in car number 53X. White flag in the air, one more time around as Matt Fox dives it in. I love that you see these guys. They're all over the racetrack. Tells us we got a really good speedway tonight.
You're going to have a great race. You see it starting to slick off a little bit getting in. You're watching these guys get that right rear up in that fluff a little bit, try to get a cushion built, maybe get up there in a little moisture, see if they can't find it. We're talking hundredths of a second here, might be first to 10th, so they're going to do everything they can to try to get their car in the right position.
Fox finishes up his qualifying effort. Green flag in the air. Here's going to be a busy man right here. We talked about him last night. He had an eventful night last night out of Danbury, Texas, in car number 08 in a borrowed race car. Here is Ray Allen Koholnik. Koholnik will take the white flag right here, and Ray Allen, little sideways there out of the corner, but Ray Allen's going to give it everything he has in this race car.
Oh, he's going to get everything that car's got to offer and then try to get a little more. He's been doing it a long time in a lot of different cars. His second lap's already looking better than his first one.
You check it out right there out of turn number 4. Ray Allen Koholnik will flash past the start-finish line. Now onto the racetrack. We talked to him last night. You mentioned that, KR. Here he comes out of turn number 4. This right here is car number 12. It is Cody Hardage. Hardage in car number 12. And this is one of the guys instrumental keeping late model racing alive here in South Texas.
100% late models in this area. A lot goes to Cody. Last night it was kind of fun. He's not going to be doing that going forward. He's going to actually get to race a lot more. He seemed pretty excited about that. He just said he's going to have to get in a little bit better shape if we're going to get on these juiced up tracks very often.
Very much more subdued Cody than we have seen for the longest time. Not all of that concerned about running the operation. Here he is, lap number 2, and he makes his way down, and that is a strong-looking car, number 12. Let's see if he's able to bounce back tonight. On the racetrack, this guy was right at the front of the pack last night, all the way from Baytown, Texas. This is one of those names when you come to late model racing. He's going to be a good one in the state of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi. Here he is. It's Kevin Sitton into turn number 3.
He was good all night long last night. Just racetrack was good, and it was kind of where you were at. But I expect that the one machine will be in there battling for this $2,000. Now, it looked like he's putting a pretty good lap together here, and I just think he's been doing it long enough. He's going to know what to adjust to get there tonight.
Second place run last night, and here he is coming out of turn number 4, checkered flag up in the air. And Kevin Sitton will finish his qualifying effort now on the racetrack. The man that took home $1,000 last night. He'll try to take $2,000 home tonight and sweep the weekend. In car number 32, here he is. It is Bo Beckno. Beckno behind the wheel of car number 32. Beckno out of Spring, Texas, so he makes his way out of the Houston area, diving down into the corner. And this young guy last night, he put on a show. He was so good last night.
Man, he fired on those restarts every time, the same every time. Like consistency got that deal done for him last night. Drove a great race.
Beckno takes his checkered flag, and there you go. Single car qualifying. It'll be 16 late models. They'll come out. 4 heat races coming up here in just a few minutes. And that will set the balance of their lineup for their big main event coming out tonight. $2,000 to win for the late models.
32 just set fast time, folks. He is your fast time qualifier tonight. Big round of applause for that young man of Spring, Texas. Took home the 1,000 last night. He must have heard me say that Sinton may be coming for him tonight because he just put down the fast lap. He's like, I'm going to go ahead and just double down, try to take 3 home to Spring.
Beckno trying to sweep the night tonight, and he does it in fine fashion right there. Final car coming out, but you got to watch Sinton, and that is a loaded field of late models this evening.
Yeah, I think the times are going to be kind of telling our story how competitive this division is. The times aren't going to vary a whole lot, and qualifying's one thing. Heat race is one thing. That A-main's a whole other animal.
And this racetrack will continue to change throughout the night. I mean, we're seeing multiple grooves already. And we got to give a lot of love once again to Owen and the staff right here because they have put together a phenomenal racetrack all weekend.
Phenomenal. I'll be honest with you. When he was telling me a few weeks ago how much rain they've had this year, I'm amazed at how well this track is because this track could be rough, it could be heavy, it could be a mess. He's got it figured out. He's got it looking good. I'm liking to see this slick. You know, getting into one here, it's starting to kind of slick off. We're fixing to see some good quality racing. There's going to be a couple of grooves come out, good side-by-side racing in the slick, hopefully. And when it's time, what's that old saying when the dough's on the line or the slicks, the show, whatever, I don't know what it is, but, folks, you're going to set in and you're going to watch it. I'd make sure I had my popcorn ready to come that limited mod feature tonight.
That's exactly right. A lot of folks say when the green flag drops, the you-know-what stops, and that's really going to be the case tonight as we get set to go. It is the South Texas Shootout happening at the South Texas Race Ranch in Corpus Christi, Texas tonight. Lots of money on the line, lots of big hitters from all around the state of Texas and beyond here this evening as we get set to go. Main event racing coming up here in just a little bit. But we got to punch in 12 more cars into the limited modifieds. Here comes B feature number 1, and take a look at this lineup. On the point out of San Antonio, it's Johnny Torres. On the outside, Gilbert Perez. Row 2 on the inside. Cody Beto on the outside. Out of Cuero, it's Edward Oaks. Row 3 on the inside. Austin Storm on the outside. Jared Maupin. Garrett Gregory inside of row number 4. Tanner Whitmire on the outside. Row 5 on the inside. Mason Castaneda out of Orange Grove on the outside. Chris Rye out of Corpus. Abel Arredondo out of Kingsville inside of row number 6. Oliver Billingsley out of Manchac. And James Nicholson out of Salado. We show them on this time by KR. The names on this list. This is a feature race anywhere else.
A-main anywhere in the country. 13 cars right here battling for 4 spots. I'm not going to pick winners anymore. I'm not going to put you on the spot anymore because I don't know how you're going to pick one. But I'm going to tell you, what's that 17 of Austin Storm was good last night. He's 1 spot out on this start. I think he's going to try to make a move quick to get into that transfer position as fast as he can.
Top 4 cars go to the show right here. They make their way out of corner number 4. Johnny Torres brings them around. Green flag up in the air. And off we go down into turn number 1. Perez on the outside. Johnny Torres working down on the bottom. Torres to the back straightaway. Perez up on the top side. Look at Oaks. Here we go. Perez with a big-time move as he'll go top shelf racing down into the corner. Torres working on the bottom. Perez, that is a big cojones move right there. And Perez, trouble for North. Oh, my goodness. Or for Storm in trouble in turn number 4.
I'm not going to predict nothing no more. I may be the jinx here. He may be mad at me. But, Rodney, one thing to notice here, the B-mains in the factories, a lot of guys running the Ute tires, kind of committed. Look what we got going. We're starting to see that middle to top starting to come in. That's where that one machine, he got up around Johnny around there. He found a little bit of moisture, a little meat, got his car rotated, and took off. So Johnny just learned from that. Johnny's going to get stuck on the inside. He's going to get the choice. He's going to probably choose to go up top, but he may want to stay at the bottom. It looks like he is going to stay at the bottom, but I'm going to tell you that's going to be a gift to the car starting outside him, because I think the top's going to be the place to go to get through the rest of these B-mains.
And how about that move right there, Perez? That is a youngster up on the outside. Gilbert Pettis the third, as he takes that hole shot right there from Johnny Torres. Johnny Torres, Johnny T, Sweet T, Texas T as we call him on the Revved Up Sports Show. That is one of the most seasoned veterans that you're going to find in the state of Texas. Comes from that Torres racing family in the state of Texas. You check in on the big screen. Once again, you are on board right there, riding around. But now let's take a look, because Austin Storm has one hell of a chore to try to get himself all the way back up into a transfer spot.
Long way to go in a short time to get there. You know, he was in a great spot on that original start. Unfortunately, he got to go tailback. He's got to pass a few cars to get up there. And, man, it's such a tough field of cars here. You know, it's going to be interesting to see if the inside guy, the second-place guy, which lane he picks going forward. If I was out there and I had any talent, I'm going to probably go and take that outside just to try to get up there where there's still some pretty good meat up there and see if that car can rotate through the center a little better to get that good drive coming off the corner to try to gain a position.
Here they come, making their way around once again as we get set for a restart. This is your first B-main with the limited modifieds. 8 cars are punched into the field. You've got 8 of the best in the area, and you've got a bunch of the best in the area sitting right here as they run single file around the racetrack. Some of the most synonymous names in the state of Texas and this Texas Gulf Coast region are sitting here in this B-main, and this is the first of 3. 12 more cars are going to make their way in as we go aerial once again on Race on Texas. That is your bird's eye view from high above the South Texas Race Ranch in Corpus Christi, right off of good old Brownsboro Road. We go restacked and re-racked. We're doing it one more time. Torres down on the inside. It's Perez on the top. Let's see if he can pull that hole shot once again out of corner number 4. Oh, my goodness. I'm too excited. The yellow light's still on. Oh, my goodness.
That was a good job, though. Good practice.
Calm me down.
It's going to be interesting to watch Johnny Torres' strategy here. You know, he got rolled around the top a while ago. I kind of think he's going to force the issue to kind of move his car up a little bit to try to push that up maybe where it's not in the best groove around there. So Johnny's a seasoned veteran. You know, last night he was kidding about just kind of picking this ride up, but it's like riding a bike. He's going to be fine. But I think he's going to try to push that car up a little bit on this start to kind of get him in a better spot and maybe get the opponent in a little bit worse spot.
Already into the feature, you got Stevie Whitaker, you got Eric Sagilski, you got Cody Smith, Tracy Denby, Marcus Miklicek, Brian Rye, Ben Miklicek, and Chuck Perry. They have already punched their ticket from last night on passing points. Now we go to this alphabet soup right here in the B-mains as we take 4 out of each one of these next 3 races. Double stack going down into the corner. Texas two-step restart behind him. Green flag in the air. We are off and racing. Perez brings the field down. And they make their way down into corner number 1. Perez up on the top side to the back straightaway we go. They stack it up behind him. Look at Edward Oaks. Big time move right there for the 53. Side by side, Beto down on the inside. Cody Beto, you got 1 car off the racetrack. Boy, I tell you got all kinds of stuff happening right there behind him. Diving down into turn number 2. Here we go, making their way out of the corner. Torres going down to the bottom side. Edward Oaks up on the top side. Cody Beto is right there. All kinds of trouble out at corner number 2. They got 2 of them all tangled up, but I think we're going to stay clean and green. Green flag stays out, and you're riding on board once again there momentarily. Up at the front of the pack, it is Gilbert Pettis the third at the front. He leads by 4 car lengths going down into corner number 3. Edward Oaks right behind him. Here is Torres. There is your caution flag. Caution flag waves afterwards. There may be some debris over there with all that action that was happening back there.
Well, when I was analyzing that restart, blew every bit of it out. I thought we was going to complete restart, and then it's a tough deal sometimes, and when you're not good, it's just you're not good. But I'm going to tell you that 53 car is circling around there. I will be surprised if he doesn't pick the outside groove on here because he looks like he's very smooth around there. Johnny's doing a great job there. a good quality of field here. You know, Austin Storm obviously wasn't his deal there. Just kind of got collected, just kind of rough B main. But good thing is he's probably still got 10, 12 laps. Maybe he can get up there and try to get in the spot to get in the transfer.
Up on the point, it is Gilbert Bettis III. He is your race leader as he's been able to get away on each and every restart. Now we go Texas two-step one more time. Inside of row number 2, Johnny Torres is right there. Let's see if the veteran out of San Antonio can make a move right there. Top 4 going to punch their way into the A main, coming up for $5,000 to win this evening. Green flag in the air. We are off and racing once again here at the race ranch. Edward Oaks up on the top side. Side by side, the battle happening right there behind him. That is the transfer spot. Momentarily, it is Cody Beto. Here we go, 3 wide to the backstretch. Oaks goes down to the inside. Here's Johnny Torres. Torres trying to thread the needle out of corner number 4. Hanging on, it is Pettis. We got trouble over on the backside. Trouble turn number 2. You got 2 of them turned sideways once again. Man, that ruined a nice battle up at the front of the pack.
That was fixing to get a whole lot of fun. That was going to get a whole lot of fun. I'm going to tell you, Johnny Torres is going to prove me wrong. He is going to stay committed to that bottom. He is going to make that bottom work. You know, Catfish down there is going to get after it, but I'm going to tell you that 53 is pretty stout. But one thing I'm impressed with the 53 cars, he's run the top, he's run the middle, and he's bottom, and he's been equally good on all of them. That's going to make him a player, I think, in the closing laps of this B main.
Edward Oaks is at car number 53. Edward Oaks in car number 53 riding a good spot there on the outside. Cody Beto able to hold on to that spot momentarily, but Garrett Gregory now really starting to flirt right there as he will start on the outside of row number 3, that transfer spot. Looks like we're off and rolling once again. It's Pettis up at the front of the pack in the BD1. And he's been so great on the starts and the restarts.
Absolutely. He's been phenomenal on these starts. So it's going to get areas. Looks like the cone's coming out. I guess we're going to go single file here. So that's going to change a little bit of the demographics. But it will make getting into turn 1 pretty interesting because you're going to see guys dive low, dive high, and just kind of get where they can. And again, I'm wrong. Here comes the cone back off the racetrack. So right now, I'm just going to be quiet and just watch this one.
There you go, riding aboard once again on Race on Texas. You are on the racetrack here at the South Texas Race Ranch here with the limited modifieds. This is B main qualifier number 1, top 4 going to the show. Here they come around. Perez is your leader. Getting set to go. Green flag in the air. We are off and racing once again here at the South Texas Race Ranch into turn number 1. Alan Torres big time down on the bottom. Pardon me, Johnny Torres back on the gas once again side by side. Here's Torres down on the bottom. Edward Oaks right behind him. Side by side into corner number 1, now out of corner number 4. Torres digging down on the bottom, pushes Perez up just a little bit right there. And here you got a dogfight going down into the corner. Johnny Torres, let's see if he can make it stick right there. Pettis trying to come back up on the top side to the back straight. Away we go. Free and clear up on the top side now is Perez, but he's not able to do anything. Johnny Torres to the lead in car number 99.
Johnny's on a mission in this one there, buddy. He wants to get there. He wants to start as best he can because he knows what the front 4 rows looks like up there. So what a phenomenal B main for these guys so far.
Take a look at that transfer spot right now. Garrett Gregory has it, but he's got lots of stuff happening behind him. Remember the top 4 making their way in. Let's go to that transfer spot. Here's Tanner Whitmire in the 101. Whitmire trying to find some room right there to the back straightaway. Now single file racing all the way throughout the field. Up the front, 4.5 car lengths for your race leader. Johnny Torres in car number 99. We are halfway home this time by Gilbert Pettis rides in the 2nd spot, followed by the car number 53, Edward Oaks, Garrett Gregory, but the transfer spot, here comes Tanner Whitmire. One of these Corpus guys really starting to put the heat on.
Heck of a racer, too. It's crazy to see a guy like that caliber at a B main, but he's right there in the spot. You know, he's just, looks like Cody broke. The 1 car's broke, rolling up top 1 and 2, unfortunately, in a qualifier and broke. Dadgummit.
Oh, my goodness, right there in the top. 4 transfer spots, and that'll be the end for the youngster, Gilbert Pettis, as he comes to a stop up at turn number 2. All right, race fans, attention in the grandstands. We are looking for Walter Green. Walter Green, driver of a black Chevrolet. If you could please move your vehicle out in the spot that you were parked at. You're blocking a race car that is trying to get out on the racetrack. So Walter Green, if you can hear my voice, if you would please Make your way out to the parking lot. Get your vehicle moved out of the way. We've got to get a race car out onto the racetrack. That's a helpless feeling right there. Time to go racing. Just run him over.
Yeah, it's a great problem for Owen to have, though. We run out of pit room, got to put them out in the general admission parking lot, so it's a great problem. It's good to see that problem in our sport.
Green flag in the air. We're off and racing once again. It is Torres back on the gas. Edward Oaks rides in the second spot. Single file to the back straightaway we go. Here's Gregory going down to the inside. Out of nowhere, here comes Austin Storm into a transfer spot. And you got a battle right there. Tanner Whitmire up on the top side. Oh, my goodness. Take a look at that right there. Transfer spot, KR, and you got two of the best in Texas going at it right there.
What I love to see is we got two and a half, almost, oh, no.
And there you have it out of turn number 2. We were talking about transfer spots, and oh my goodness, this main event has just taken a drastic change as you got two of the cars that were transferred in sitting sideways, sitting backwards on the back straightaway.
Man, tough break, hard racing, just looks like they got together.
KR, and you got two of the best in Texas going at it right there.
What I love to see is we got
Two and a half almost. No.
And there you have it out of turn. Another look at it on Race on Texas as they make their way out of corner.
KR, and you got two of the best in Texas. Two and a half almost.
And there you have it out of right there to watch at.
Hard racing, man, hard racing. $5,000 is just dangling in front of them, and that's the aftermath, unfortunately. But what a great B-main so far to this point. Phenomenal racing.
And there you take a look at Austin Storm as he makes his way down the front straightaway. He's got the whole right side of that race car peeled off. You can see everything inside of that race car as he makes his way around after that massive contact out of turn number 2. So I'll tell you, this has been one uphill battle for Austin Storm. And the fact that he got himself back into the transfer spot, and he's there once again. That'll be the story of the night, KR, if he makes his way into the feature.
That's right. I mean, he's racing hard. I guess he didn't like just the roof off. He's going to go ahead and take the right side off. It'll make the off-season teardown a little quicker when he gets back home. But what a run, man. Just persevering and trying to hang in there. A lot of respect for guys doing that tonight.
And we'll have to take a look and see what the race officials are going to deem right here, because you've got – it seriously does look like the old can of Spam where you take the key and just kind of rip that metal off. They're going to let him go. It is flapping in the wind right here as we get set to go. Here they come around, single file. Johnny Torres brings him down. Green flag in the air. We are off and racing once again in your B feature. Tanner Whitmire rides in the second spot. And once again, Storm down on the inside. Storm trying to make the move right there. That is the transfer spot. Look at Austin Storm right there. That is the car that will not quit as he makes his way down to the inside. Watch car number 17. This is B main number 1. Alan Torres, Tanner Whitmire, Cody Beto, but now he drops back just a little bit. Storm kind of slipping up a little bit right there. He continues to run in the transfer spot, but you got them all locked up behind him. Look at Garrett Gregory there bringing a pack full of race cars. They run double file. Here's Storm on the inside. Gregory going down to the bottom. Castaneda in the 14C. He's had all kinds of problems in this race as well, but he's right there as well. Garrett Gregory going down to the inside. All of the focus right here on Race on Texas, All Access. Garrett Gregory for the transfer spot as they make their way around. We are deep into this B main. This is intensity right here, KR. It does not get better than this.
No, I'll tell you what I'm enjoying too, Rodney. Watch these cars go around here. We're seeing the bottom, middle, and the tops, and we're getting ourselves set up for a great championship night here at the race ranch. But phenomenal racing action all the way around this bull ring.
Gregory able to make the pass, and he will now sit in the transfer spot. 2 sticks in the air that time by you. Check in high above. Here is Johnny Torres hanging on. Tanner Whitmire trying to reel him in. He rides about a 1.5 car lengths behind. White flag in the air. One more time around for Johnny Torres trying to punch that ticket. Out of corner number 2, here we go. Let's see Whitmire. He's going to sit right there behind him. He'll carry about 4 car lengths down into turn number 1. Cody Beto hanging on to 3rd. Garrett Gregory, checkered flag in the air, coming out this time by a very eventful B main number 1. Johnny Torres, Tanner Whitmire, Cody Beto, and Garrett Gregory will transfer into the A main, joining the other 8 cars. Now we got 12.
What a show, man. What a show. That was a great job. Johnny Torres, I'm sure he's glad to see that one over and survive that one. But, going back to Austin there in the 17 machine, heck of a run. A lot of adversity on that deal. I'm sure there's some stuff probably got bent up, not just sheet metal in that run, so heck of a job. But what about the 48 car? Got charged for the caution, went tailback, runner back up to the 4th position, and he made the race.
And that's so much about that when you get down to the end of the season and it's time to go racing. That's exactly what you saw right there. And here comes B main number 2 as they make their way out. Your starting lineup on the point out of China Grove. In the 14, it's Trent Beaver on the outside. Out of Anderson, David Leger Jr. Row 2 on the inside. Out of Corpus, it's Daniel Preston. On the outside, Ray Allen Kaholnick out of Danbury. Next row down on the inside, Boone Evans out of Bullard on the outside. Out of Onalaska, it's Zane Goff. Following row on the inside, Jason Downey out of Pearland on the outside. Out of Seguin, Joe Armentia. Out of Scott, Louisiana, inside position number 9, it is Shane Hebert. Rolly Rodriguez from down in the coastal area, down in the valley. Out of Edinburgh, final row, Rookie Smith and Sasha Hopp. Here we go. 4 more go to the show right here, KR.
I expect we're going to see similar to what we just saw in that last one there, just a lot of side-by-side racing. Race fans, the racetrack's widening out. We've got distinct grooves. We got opportunities to pass race cars. This ought to be a good one.
Here they go as they double stack them, making their way into turn number 1. Lights are off around the racetrack. Trent Beaver out of China Grove brings them around. Green flag in the air for Mike Riley. We are off and racing. Down into turn number 1 we go. It's Leger up on the top side. Leger trying to get the drive. Out of corner number 2, Beaver is there. Leger gets back in line. Kaholnick settles into the 3rd spot. Side by side is the battle for the transfer spot. Now they double stack it right there, slinging it out of corner number 4. Beaver will continue to hang on. Side by side, this is it right here. The BD2 of Daniel Preston. Preston rides down on the inside. That's a transfer spot. Preston trying to nose his way into the 4th spot, but working up on the top side. I love the multiple grooves right here.
Phenomenal job on this racetrack. You just saw it there, slide job. Guy cut back under him, cut across him. Like this is what the race fans at home and here at the race ranch paid to see. But
side by side, there is your battle for the 2nd spot. Ray Allen Kaholnick will take that spot. Here's Leger trying to cross it down to the bottom. He'll try to take that spot back, but Kaholnick way too much momentum up on the top side. Goff will now go to the transfer spot. Zane Goff has made his way into the show right now as they run, but we are way early on. Daniel Preston, but working up to the top side. Watch that for JR of Boone Evans. That's a name right there that you're going to watch. Boone Evans trying to chase down the transfer spot. That's going to be the one to watch because Boone Evans is a man on a mission.
Boone is a gasser. I've seen him in a lot of different race cars. The kid, no fear on the throttle. He will do everything he can to get in that transfer spot, Rodney. And it looks like an old race car is working a lot better for him tonight.
Race on Texas, you check in. Once again, you're riding aboard the limited modifieds here in B main number 1. You can check it out on the big screen if you are here on property. Off to the back straightaway we go. Beaver in firm command, followed by Ray Allen Kaholnick. But that transfer spot is the one that's about to get good. Here is Goff trying to hang on. Boone Evans, the wheelman, working right behind him. Goff trying to do everything that he can right there, but Boone Evans' car looks a lot quicker to the inside. Here comes Boone Evans as they race down the back straightaway.
He's going to throw the kitchen sink at it, Rodney. He is going to try every line he can. They're all running around the top. It looks like the momentum's up there, but Boone knows he's not going to pass the guy if he's in his way, so he's going to move around. Young fellow, but a cagey veteran when it comes to laps in a race car. But folks, that transfer spot, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, fixing to get really good with about 2 to go right here. It's fixing to get real good.
That is my man Boone Evans right there. He likes to drink those natty lights just like I do. Here we come out of corner number 4. Evans into the transfer spot, and he sets his sights there on Goff as we race down the back straightaway. Here we are off and racing. Sorry, no, he's still 1 spot out. He's still 1 spot out. So it's Goff able to hang on to the 4th spot. This is going to get really tricky right now because Goff, it looks like he's doing everything Leger is. So let's see what Evans is going to do at this point.
Yeah, he's going to have to make a move, try to find something else. It's just too good for everybody up there right now, but this is going to be good. Watch going down the back straightaway. I think Boone's probably picked to throw a haymaker and see what'll stick.
Here we go, diving down into the corner. All of the focus on that transfer spot. Top 4 cars are going to check themselves in. back on board once again, riding live here on Race on Texas on All Access. We are diving into the car and take a look at this. That is a fine ride right there. You are riding with the 4th place car. That is the 4th place car that you were live with. So here we go onto the back stretch once again. The field making their way out of corner number 4. It continues to be up at the front of the pack. Trent Beaver followed by Ray Allen Kahonic, the 3rd place car of David Leger Jr. And here we go, Zane Goff hanging on, but here comes Boone Evans. Boone Evans is head hunting up on the top side. Let's see what he does here, coming out of turn number 4.
Yeah, he went ahead and put a little bumper to bumper, just let him know he's back there. I thought it was 2 to go while it goes halfway. I'm so in tune watching these battles, I'm not paying attention to anything, but look at it right there, the 4 car going down the back straightaway, going into turn 3, got the bottom side on. Let's see if it sticks. Yellow car's got to run and make a little contact. Oh.
Around goes Boone Evans out of turn number 4, and he sits on the front straightaway. You're watching it live on Race on Texas. A little contact right there as they dove into the corner. Man, I got to tell you, KR, that's one of those racing deals right there. Those guys were just driving for that spot.
Well, here's the thing. 5th.
Going in turn 3, got the bottom side on. Let's see if it sticks. Yellow car's got to run, make a little contact.
Around goes Boone Evans out of turn number 4, and he sits on the front straightaway.
Bright future with this kid.
Absolutely. Let's take a look on the race.
Going in turn 3, got the bottom side on. Let's see if it sticks. Yellow car's got to run, make a little contact.
Around goes Boone Evans out of turn number 4, and he sits on the front straightaway. You're watching.
4th and 5th place. You know, 5th place season's over. 4th place, you move on. That's just that's the easiest way to summarize that move right there.
Here they come around. This will be a green-white checkered finish coming up right here. Trent Beaver on the point, able to get away from the field. Ray Allen Kahonic rides in the 2nd spot in car number 33. David Leger Jr. firmly in that 3rd transfer spot until that caution flag comes out. And now that's when the gloves come off, because you re-rack, you restack, and it's a brand new race.
Green, white, checkered, Delaware, double file. We got a whole new race right here, Rodney. Everything we saw that first 12, 13 laps, throw it out the window. We've got a whole new event right here to finish off this B-main number 2.
Here they come, Texas 2-step restart on the gas. Trent Beaver, green flag in the air. We're racing here in the B-main. Off we go into turn number 1. Beaver takes the field. They race side by side. Down into turn number 1. Back straight away we go. Kahonic up on the top side. Leger side by side. It is up on the top side. Daniel Preston momentarily in the transfer spot. Look at the 14 working down on the bottom. Big time contact there out of corner number 4. White flag in the air. That's going to take out the 14 car. Oh my goodness, that's not the break right there that 14 needed. To the back stretch we go. Here they come into turn number 3. Out of corner number 4. 4 cars going to the show. It's Trent Beaver, car number 14. Ray Allen Kahonic, the 18 of Leger, and the BD2 of Daniel Preston onto the show.
What a race. Rodney, what a race, man. Just hard racing there, trying to get to the spots, trying to get where they need to be, and it's just man, it's just, that's what's great about the sport, man. You got a bunch of...
It is up on the top side. Daniel Preston momentarily in the transfer spot. Look at the 14 working down on the bottom. Big time contact there. Out of corner number 4. White flag in the air. That's going to...
But it's all for naught. And that was one heck of a run right there as Armandia gives it everything he has right there. Just going for it. And that's all you have to do right there. You just dive in and do what you can do.
Well, you know, I'm sure these guys strategize, think about how their day's going to go. You get a green, white checker, throw it all out the window. It's tighten them belts up a little bit tighter and just get after it. You know what you got to do. You got to move up. And so that's just the mindset. Get there however you can get there.
4 more cars going in right here out of B feature number 3. On the point out of Farmersville, it's Matt Rust in the 4T. On the outside, car number 199 out of Crosby, it's Ryan Harris. Row 2 on the inside, Shane Heffling out of Myersville. On the outside, out of Sinton, Cody Leonard. Row 3 on the inside out of Corpus, it's J.J. Jennings. On the outside out of Edna, it's G.W. Hessong. Next row down on the inside, the youngster out of Corpus, Nathan Titzman. On the outside out of Robstown, it's Jared Barber. Following row down on the inside out of Corpus, Derek Gonzalez. On the outside also out of of Corpus, it's Zach Courtney. And rounding out the pack, Huntsville driver down on the inside, Charles Riley. And on the outside out of Floresville, Lupe Gomez. 4 more seats at the table, my friend.
And 12 guys and gals trying to get 4 spots. It ought to be interesting. I think you're going to see very similar in this B main. Tops looks pretty good. The middle to the bottom's racy as well, though, so it's going to be interesting to see where everybody goes. I think the guys, when they get out front, are going to start to say that middle to the top. But, you know, if you're out of the transfer, you're going to go wherever you got to go to get there.
Here we go. We're double stacked going into turn number 3. Lights are out around the racetrack, and we are going. 4 more spots right here to lock into $5,000 to win 50 laps. Here they come out of corner number 4. Green flag in the air. We are off and rolling. Down into turn number 1 we go. They stay side by side. Now they go 3 stacked coming out of the corner to the backstretch. Up on the point, it is the 4T of Matt Rust hanging on, but working on the top side. Look at this. This looks like a trophy dash. Trouble down on the inside. Able to keep it straight and going. Here comes Cody Leonard, GW Hessong right behind him. My goodness, these guys are not stretching out whatsoever.
No, these guys are racing hard and clean here. You know what amazed me? How many of these guys are running double and triple duty this weekend, man. Hats off to those guys. But what a race we got going here, folks.
Here they come out of the corner. Continues to be Rust, or pardon me, the 199 now is your leader, Ryan Harris. Harris up on the point as we go high above on Race on Texas All Access. High above the South Texas Race Ranch onto the back straightaway. Single file now. The transfer spot starting to heat up once again. J.J. Jennings all over the backside of GW Hessong. Oh, Hessong able to hold on. The 63 car right there as well. That's Shane Heffling. You got 3 great wheelmen right there battling for that final spot. Hessong up on the top side. Jennings in the middle, the meat of the sandwich. Here comes Jennings going down to the bottom. Heffling sitting right behind him. Here comes Jennings. Look at that move right there. GW doing a good job up on the top side.
Phenomenal job, man. Roddy, 2 and 3 wide racing all around this place tonight. It's phenomenal. I love every minute of it. Look at these races, man. These guys, they know how important one spot is come time for the money.
Ryan Harris is your race leader, but they shake it up right behind him. Remember, these guys, the better you can do, the better off you're going to be. We're high above on the Skycam once again here with Race on Texas. Side by side, you got dual vision on Race on Texas. To the back straightaway we go. My goodness, that is a cluster back there, KR.
Got the 30 machine setting sideways. Didn't see what happened there. Not sure what happened, but unfortunate in a transfer like that. We'll have to watch the Race on Texas replay.
And that's one of our local favorites right there. Cody Leonard runs into trouble. Let's take a look.
On the Skycam once again here with Race on Texas. Side by side, you got dual vision on Race on Texas. To the back straightaway we go. My goodness, that is a cluster back there, KR.
Got the 30 machines. Back to that kind of action. You know, when you're sitting there nose to tail like that, it's just hard to get around.
On the Skycam once again here with Race on Texas. Side by side, you got dual vision on Race on Texas. To the back straightaway we go. My goodness, that is a cluster back there, KR.
Got the 30 machines set
here. So here we go. They get him back in line, awaiting the call. The 199 was out on the point there. Ryan Harris out of Crosby as he was able to get away from the pack. And this is going to be an interesting call right there because it looked like to me Leonard, as he sailed it into the corners, one of those things, just kind of trying to do the right thing.
Yeah, it looks like he might have checked up a little bit and just close quarters race, and the guy behind him got into him. So just man, Rodney, when it's this close, there's pressure, there's intensity, there's big money. This is the kind of racing you're going to get. It's going to be close quarters. Nothing intentional is being done. It's just hard racing, man. It's just part of the sport.
And I'll tell you, the coolest part about this, KR, is that we have so many grooves to race on right now. You don't have a lot of catfish. It's not everything up at the top. You can spread this racetrack out.
Race car go where you want it to tonight. I'm just telling you, it's going to be a great one.
Here they come around. Harris with the Texas two-step restart. Now GW Hessong riding on the inside of row number 2. Green flag in the air. We are off and rolling once again here at the race ranch. Rust up on the top side. 3 wide down into the corner. J.J. Jennings in the 26. Hessong will power to the top side. 3 wide out of the corner. It's Rust, the 63. And now the 14 car up in the middle of all of this as well. Or the 19 of Jared Barber. How about this battle right here? Making their way onto the front straightaway. Kevin, this transfer spot right here, totally up in the air. We've got another one that's about to get really, really cool.
Yeah, I mean, they're swapping. You can see it. They're going 4th to 7th, 7th to 3rd. It's great racing back there all the way around the field.
Here they come around. Heffling hanging on. He has that transfer spot right now as we continue on. Halfway home that time by. This is your final B made. 4 more seats at the table. $5,000 to win. 50-lap main event tonight for the Jude Allgaier Limited Modifieds. They race topless here at the South Texas Shootout. Top 4 cars, they run single file, trying to get themselves into the show. The action getting good behind them there with the 18 car and Jared Barber down on the inside. In car number 19, they make their way around. You got to think right now, if you're one of those top 4 cars, you're just wondering what in the hell is happening behind me.
Yeah, it's a cluster. If they want to know, I'll tell them it's a cluster, but you just got to keep digging, keep hitting your marks. It looks like everybody's kind of moved up to the top of the racetrack, try to get up in that moisture a little bit and keep it rolling. So got a caution on the racetrack, got the 4 cars stuffed down here in turn 3 and 4.
And I'll tell you what, it looks like that is one of the cars that was in the transfer spot. That is Matt Rust. Matt Rust comes to a stop right there between turns 3 and 4. Now this shakes up all again as Ryan Harris rides number 1, GW Hessong, JJ Jennings, and Shane Heffling. That is your top 4. As they make their way around, it's going to be curious to watch the progress of Cody Leonard. He's able to pass about 3 cars during that segment right there, but Leonard is running out of time if he wants to put himself in contention for that $5,000. Little bit of ground to make up. He's going to have to get really, really aggressive right here as we get ready to shake this one out. Here in your 3rd B main for 4 spots.
Well, I can tell you the 30 ride of Cody Leonard, he wants to see a couple of green laps, caution, green laps, caution. Nobody else in front of him wants to see that, but he's going to need a little help there. There's just, when you get in this kind of field, when you start 12, 14 of these guys, 15 laps, not a lot of time, and there's just too much talent front to back anymore. These cars are so competitive, so cool looking without the roofs on there, but I'd be honest with you, it's I would hate to get shuffled down on the inside of these rows. You know, Mr. Jennings down there is going to start inside. I think right now the top's just a little bit better, so we're going to see some shuffling in that qualifying spot, in my opinion, on this restart.
Here we go. We got them all in line once again. Texas two-step restart coming up here in this final B main for your limited modifieds. Getting ready to turn that light off and get them set to sail. Once again, the 199 car sitting on the point. Jennings down on the bottom. GW Hessong on the outside of row number 2. Row 3 down on the inside. It is the 63 of Shane Heffling. He has the most prized possession on the racetrack right now, that final transfer spot. Derek Gonzalez on the outside in car number 703. As we wheel him around right here under caution one more time, getting set to get that light turned off and getting set to roll once again and fill the table. It's Thanksgiving dinner coming up, and it's happening. $5,000, 50 laps coming up. Final 4 combatants coming right here. Texas two-step restart into the corner. We're locked and loaded, ready to go. The 199 of Ryan Harris brings him around. Green flag in the air. We are off and rolling. Into turn number 1, down to the bottom goes J.J. Jennings. Up on the top side, Hessong. Here's Jennings to the bottom side. Look at that run by Jennings. Good jump right there for 26.
He must have heard me. Totally motivated him because he proved me 100% wrong there. He's liable to try to win this race there. He is rolling good around that bottom. Matter of fact, well, that's a dead heat. Looks like he might have took the lead on that lap right there.
There they go down into the corner, down to the bottom. J.J. Jennings side by side to the back straightaway. Up on the top side, it is Harrison, the 199. Doesn't matter about transfer spots right now. You're racing for the win. These guys right here, it's a better spot no matter where you are. One spot makes you a better spot into that race. Down into turn number 1 we go, side by side. To the bottom, Jennings, Harris up on the top side, back straightaway. You check in on Race on Texas, all access. Jennings working down on the bottom. Here they come, making their way around. That transfer spot's getting bottlenecked. Here comes Cody Leonard. Cody Leonard out of nowhere has found his way to the back of Derek Gonzalez, and this is really going to get real good right here.
Yeah, we're going to have as a shootout here, man. What a phenomenal racetrack these guys are putting on a show for us, man. 2 and 3 wide racing transfers. But like we said earlier, every car you can pass in the B is one less car you're going to have to pass in that feature tonight.
2 sticks in the air that time by. It is GW Hessong. He sits in that final transfer spot. To the back straightaway we go. As now they go single file. Derek Gonzalez rides in 5th. 6th place car side by side. Barber down on the bottom. Cody Leonard up on the top side. White flag one more time around here at the race ranch down into turn number 1. Off we go. The 199 of Harris. Free and clear. Trying to get away from the pack. It is the 2nd place car of Jennings hanging on, followed by Heffling and GW Hessong down into turn number 3, out of corner number 4. Final 4 cars into the big show. It'll be the 199 of Harris punching the ticket right there, and all the action happening right behind him. J.J. Jennings, Shane Heffling, and G.W. Hessong will race for $5,000 to win tonight in the Jude Allgaier Limited Modifieds.
What a B-main, Rodney. What a B-main, man. Great job from all these guys and gals out there on the racetrack. I'm telling you what I'm loving. Top to bottom, we got grooves. We're seeing passes. I keep saying the bottom's not as good. J.J. Jennings just showed me on that restart. It's still there, folks. So I'm telling you, we are set up for a great – I don't even know what to say anymore. I'm excited to see these late model heats. That's what I'm going to say here in a minute.
So getting set to go right there after your B features. We get set. Lots of racing happening here tonight at the South Texas Race Ranch. All right, race fans, how about that? That was just a prelude right there of what we have tonight. It is the South Texas Shootout happening here at the South Texas Race Ranch. It is time to go main event racing for this fantastic finale of dirt track racing in the state of Texas. Our opening ceremonies ready to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you, as you are able, to please rise to your feet for opening ceremonies. Please remove your caps as you are able to for our opening invocation. And then we will go down to the bar with Riptide as they will have our national anthem. We're going to our Lord in prayer as we begin this evening. Father God, we thank you for another beautiful evening here at the Race Ranch. Father God, we thank you for the day that you have given us. We thank you for every blessing that you have placed in front of us. We ask that you watch over each driver, team, spectator, everyone that is here tonight enjoying this great sport of racing that we so much enjoy. Father God, we ask that you place your loving hand on each and every one of our country's leaders as we continue to move forward. And we ask that you put us in the place that you intend for us to be. We know that there are places that we wish that we could be, but in the big picture, we know, Father God, that it is all about you and all about the placement of where you're going to put us. Father God, we ask at the end of the night that you will guide us all to our final destination and that everyone will get to that place safely, and that we can honor you tomorrow on your day. We ask these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. All right, race fans, it is time for the season finale right here at the South Texas Race Ranch. It is the South Texas Shootout. Limited modifieds will race for $5,000 to win. Factory stocks racing for $2,000 to win. But before all of that, late model heat races making their way out onto the racetrack.
Rodney, I don't know about you, but I feel like I've already gotten my $20 worth tonight. It feels like we've had a feature quality racing since we started the program. Guess what? Late model heats, 5 features. We still got a whole show to go, buddy.
Here we go. Late models making their way out. All-Star Late Model Series on the point. Winner last night. Fast time here this evening. Out of Spring in car number 32, it's Bo Beckno on the outside. Out of Danbury, car number 08, it's Ray Allen Kaholnick, row 2 on the inside. Out of Salado, G.W. Egbert on the outside. Barry Quaid out of Shirts. And rounding out the pack on the back row, third row. Out of Salado, Trevor Egbert and Andrew Hessler. Getting set to go 8 laps, 8 cars for our late models. Something cool about a season finale and seeing late models. You check in on Race on Texas, you check in on the big board right there at turn number 1. You're riding on board with a late model right there. That is a bird's eye view of what the race drivers are looking at. Green flag in the air, we are off and rolling. Into turn number 1, it's Beckno and Ray Allen Kaholnick. That's 2 of the best that we've seen all weekend. And here they go, wheel to wheel down the back straightaway. Beckno will take the point, and he'll dive them in down into turn number 3. Kaholnick up on the top side, Egbert right there. My goodness, that's some good stuff happening right there. Right behind him. Now they'll get it back in line and race down into turn number 2. Check it out. Your onboard access from Race on Texas. Take a look at that, KR. We're up here just kind of chilling in the press box. That right there is the best seat in the house.
Absolutely the best seat in the house. And I love how it gives an average race fan that may have never sat in a car an opportunity to see the view. And that coming out of turn 2 with that tree background is kind of cool to see coming out of the cockpit as well.
Here we go as we race in Corpus Christi, Texas. Bo Beckno is your race leader. He has been the man to beat all weekend. He's up at the front of the pack. He continues to hold on. The 717 riding into second spot. Ray Allen Kaholnick now shuffle back to third. Then you got Egbert back and forth, so you got an Egbert in second. You got an Egbert in fourth right there as we get ready to set this lineup. I'm just saying, KR, it looks like to me, halfway home this time by, looks like to me Beckno is going to be a hard pill to beat this weekend.
He come down to the South Texas Race Ranch to win $3,000. Let's put it out there. Look what I'm noticing here. Look at them. They're on the top shelf. They're just circling around this place. They're going to help use that top line up. I think it's going to equal out the racetrack going forward. But right now, that top shelf, these guys are just wide open, just burping the throttle and just ripping the lip.
So they continue to race onto the back straightaway. Beckno stretching this thing out. He leads by about a straightaway as they make their way down the front stretch one more time. 2 sticks in the air right there for Bo Beckno. Egbert rides in the second spot, followed by Ray Allen Kaholnick. G.W. Egbert is the 4th place car. So G.W. in the orange one. So for you guys following at home, the body of the car, the orange one is G.W. Trevor rides in the second spot in the yellow one, I think. Is that right? I think that's right.
I think it's the other way.
Oh, the other way.
Yeah.
Okay, so GW rides in the second spot.
Yeah, the orange one's got the T, right?
Okay, there we go. Okay, trying to find the T. Here we go. Too many Egberts.
We'll get it right tomorrow, bud.
Absolutely, tomorrow. There you go. Bo Beckno wins. GW Egbert comes home second. Ray Allen Kaholnick and Trevor Egbert will come home in the 4th spot. Heat race number 1 for your all-star late models here at the Race Ranch. So there you go, 8 laps right there, getting set for the main event. Heat race number 2 coming up, 8 laps as we'll roll them out. Late model action here at the Race Ranch. That starting lineup will be on the point out of Baytown. Kevin Sitton on the outside. Tracy Denby Sr. out of Ider. Row 2 on the inside out of White House. Anthony Boatman on the outside. Car number 78 out of Sweet Lake, Louisiana. It'll be Wyatt Wilkerson and Matt Fox out of Kerrville. These are some stacked heat races.
Very stacked heat race. I just now realized something, Ronnie. It's 70 degrees. It's December 10th. We're watching late models, and we're going to get to witness over $50,000 paid out tonight right here at the South Texas Race Ranch.
This right here is the place to be. If you're a race fan checking in, Corpus Christi is the spot. You check in on Race on Texas. You check in out on the big board right there, and there you are high above this beautiful facility right here. Owen Pittman and the fantastic staff. And this is the racing. Wait till we get done. There's all kind of stuff happening afterwards.
We got live music and dollar Dos Equis all night long, buddy.
Nothing wrong with that. Green flag up in the air, and we are off and racing. Kevin Sitton in car number 1 guides the field down into the corner. He'll work down on the bottom. Denby up on the top side. Watch that 78. That Wilkerson car has been silently all weekend a fast runner.
Extremely fast car. Kevin Sitton's actually rolling the bottom a little bit. Looks like he's got it pinned down to run more of that bottom line to the middle. So it's kind of an interesting move. But that 78, you're right, he was super fast last night. I think he's going to be a player when we get to 30 laps later.
Here we go. Wilkerson right there as he gets to the backside of Tracy Denby Sr. out of corner number 4. It continues to be Kevin Sitton leading the field as they race down into turn number 1. We look in high above. There is the 75 car, the red, white, and blue car of Anthony Boatman. Here onto the back straightaway. Up the track goes Sitton. Here comes a 78 down to the bottom. Doesn't need a lot of room. Wyatt Wilkerson found his spot. He's catfishing down there, but he has found something on the bottom of the racetrack.
Yeah, totally different heat race from the one we just saw. They was all up on the top shelf. These guys are all on the bottom to the middle, just kind of making it work. That's what I'm saying. A testament to what Owen's done at this racetrack. We've got multiple grooves to race on tonight.
Absolutely. Lots of racing room halfway home this time by. That is lap number 4. Kevin Sitton is your race leader in car number 1. As he's gotten away from the pack, he leads by about 25 car lengths onto the back straightaway. Tracy Denby Sr. rides into second place, and Wilkerson in car number 78. A little bit of space back to Boatman in car number 75, and the 53 car of Fox, the 53X. Here in heat race number 2, they stretch this one out just a little bit. 30 laps coming up for the late models tonight as they will race for $2,000 to win. It was $1,000 on the line last night, and it's Bo Beckno that took that home, and Bo Beckno appears to be the man to beat tonight. But I got to tell you something right here. This guy up at the front of the pack, Kevin Sitton, seems to be a guy that's ready to make that charge and ready to take that win. Here they come out of the corner. White flag in the air. One more time around here in late model heat race number 2. Sitton down into turn number 2. Denby hanging on right there, and the 78 car, Wyatt Wilkerson onto the back straightaway we go. It's going to be a wire-to-wire win, diving down into turn number 3. He'll take it up to the top shelf and bring it down. Kevin Sitton, the winner in heat race number 2.
Rodney, interesting. Tell of 2 different heat races right there, though, bud. Like the first heat race, right around the lip. Everybody just getting it. Kevin, I like what he did there. Seeing what the bottom looked like, had a good starting spot. Probably going to get a good spot in the feature that made the bottom work. Stay committed to the bottom. Everybody else kind of moving around. So I tell you, what's the benefit of this? Those E-Mods first feature up, they're going to have a good multi-groove racetrack, and it's just going to keep progressing throughout the night.
That really is going to be very curious right there, because we've seen the heavier cars out on the racetrack. They're packing this thing in, and it really looks good. Here we go, heat race number 3. As they make their way out, you got 5 cars making their way out on the racetrack, and this thing is stacked as well. On the point out of Seguin, car number 12, it's Cody Hardage on the outside. Scott, Louisiana's Shane Hebert. Row 2 on the inside, Ryan McDonald out of Floresville on the outside. Brandon Brzezowski out of Lavernia. Eddie Hardage in the 78H will round out the pack. 5 cars, 8 laps, heat race number 3 in your all-star late models here at the Shootout.
We got a father and son in this one. This one might get interesting if they get together.
This ought to make Christmas just a little interesting. Let's watch Shane Hebert. Hadn't had the weekend that he's wanted. This is his chance to make it all happen right here. Diving down into turn number 1. Off they go side by side. Hebert up on the top side, cranks that thing down, powers it out of turn number 2. Shane Hebert, the invader out of Louisiana, takes him down into turn number 3. Watch a 12 car down on the bottom side. Cody Hardage, stress-free, but it's Hebert that's going to take him into turn number 1.
You'll notice, watch that 9 and that 12, man. Both running different lines there, both equally pretty quick. I think Shane's just able to carry a little more momentum, but watch Cody. Now, Cody going to move up there with him and see if he can kind of get in the good, too. So, looks pretty good there, but that 104 car is getting a little race there with him, too. That's what's exciting to me as a race fan, up here watching the multiple grooves that you got to race on, Rodney. That's what making this show so fantastic.
Absolutely, KR, and that's Brandon Brzezowski. He is right there working down at the bottom of the racetrack. You see him floating right down there, but there's a lot of momentum up on the top side for Cody Hardage as he tries to work up on the top side. Shane Hebert, he is off and cruising down the back straightaway as he leads by about half a straightaway. The battle happening right there behind him. They are running the dual line right there. They crank down to the bottom side, halfway home, 4 down, 4 to go. Cody Hardage riding in the second spot. Brandon Brzezowski is your third place car, followed by car number 5, Ryan McDonald, rounding out the top 4. But this right here, KR, I think this is the race that Shane Hebert's been looking for all weekend.
it's not good for his competitors. He's going to get a lot of confidence here. His car is working flawlessly. The guy's a gasser. He's going to be tough to beat. But his redemption day today. You know, he come down to win 3,000. He's going to at least try to take 2 of it back to Louisiana with him.
Absolutely, and he is running on a rail right here as he works up on the top side, working that top shelf, 2 sticks in the air that time by. You check in on All Access. Here is that second place battle. Now we go back up to the front once again. That is Shane Hebert out of Louisiana, diving down into turn number 3, side-by-side battle. Brzezowski's going down to the bottom, up on the top side. Cody Hardage out of turn number 2. These guys don't care. White flag, Kevin, here we go. These are a couple of Texans about to make it really Western right here.
They're getting after it pretty good. Cody slipped off the lap before, a little bit coming out of 2, and gave the 104 an opportunity to get to him, but it looked like he rebounded pretty good. Probably going to be okay to take that second spot home, but Rodney, that feature is going to be lights out here in a little bit.
There they go, 1, 2, 3 across the start-finish line. It is the 9 of Shane Hebert. Out of Scott, Louisiana, the winner, followed by Cody Hardage. And rounding out the top 3, the 104 of Brandon Brzezowski. All-star late models. 30 laps coming up a little bit later on this evening.
I'm looking forward to that, Rodney. You can see there we had 3 different kind of heat races there. Top dominant, bottom dominant, all over the place in that one. So race fans, it's going to be a good one. The E-Mod's fixing to put on a show. This is going to be a great lineup. We're down to features now, if I'm correct. Is that right, Rodney?
It's about time. All of that, everything, all of last night into this morning, and here we go. It is go time. Money, time to go to the pay window.
I was fixing to say 5 races for over $50,000 is fixing to be on the line right here at the South Texas Race Ranch, man. I'm going to talk to Owen. I understand what it's like putting on these races. Like, Owen Pittman, kudos for the racetrack, man. Like, that's always a big fear. You want to give your customer base an opportunity to race and put on a show for people. So the fact that he has done that tonight's phenomenal.
It really has been. We thank all the great race fans from right here in Corpus that have been making their way out. Not only Corpus Christi, all the folks from all around. We've talked to folks from all around the country that have converged right here to the Texas Gulf Coast for this massive race weekend, for the shootout happening right here, the South Texas Shootout, and all the great folks checking in on Race on Texas. What an asset right there.
I guarantee you, wonderful to have Race on Texas involved in this sport. I'm getting people texting me from all over the country, Arkansas, Mississippi, up in Iowa, watching tonight's show, so we appreciate everybody tuning in and watching, and appreciate Owen and these drivers for putting on the show that they're doing for us tonight.
He is KR, Kevin Rogers. I'm Rodney Rodriguez. We look forward to bringing you all this A main event action as we get set to go. A weekend that has been one of the best in the history of Corpus Christi racing, and it culminates right now as we commence with our A mains happening here at the South Texas Race Ranch. As Kevin mentioned, so much money on the line, and that's the whole driving factor for these guys.
These guys doing it for a hobby, having a good time with it. At the end of the day, they want the big check, they want the big trophy, and they want that money to help seed a little bit of the projects in the off-season. So it's here. Off-season's right around the corner for a couple of weeks, and we get started in 2023.
Here's your starting lineup for the E-Mods as they make their way around. On the point out of Corpus, it's Daniel Preston. On the outside out of McAllen, it's Jeff Johnson. Row 2 on the inside, Brad Warmups out of Corpus. Gilbert Pettis on the outside out of Corpus. Row 3 on the inside, Tyler Gilpin out of Corpus Christi. On the outside out of Orange Grove, it's David Sheffield. Following row 4 down on the inside out of Corpus, Brianna Witchy. On the outside, Isaac Hernandez out of Corpus. Following row down on the inside, also out of Corpus, Charlie York. Thomas Rye on the outside. Position 11 out of Victoria, it's Caden Valenta on the outside, Dustin Witchy out of Corpus Christi. Final row, Zyler Bryant out of Corpus, Kyler Ross out of Corpus Christi. Homegrown class. You got to love that.
Love this class car. Great rules package, good racing. I expect nothing but outstanding quality event right here. So I'm looking forward to it, Rodney. They just brought up, and I was looking at my race pass, the feature lineups for the Limited is the factory stocks. Holy cow, son.
Yeah, business is about to pick up. Like Owen Pittman says, I said a while ago, it's going to get Western. It's going to get Western, real Western.
We're going to watch some sheet metal. We're going to need some new bumpers. We're going to have maybe some tempers flare, but I'm just telling you, 5,000 reasons for a guy to give it everything he's got to end the 2022 campaign on a strong note. Because believe it or not, it's just like football or any other sports play. You have a good run at the end of the year, it springboards to the next year and kind of gets you in some of that money at the beginning of next season as well. Odd race fans coming around, final time. Green flags out. Daniel Preston, oh, got one spun out already. I bet that's going to cause a yellow right there. Nope, I was wrong. They're going to, maybe. All right, race fans, that was a trial run just to see how it was. We got the bugs worked out. We're going to start.
Daniel Preston, oh, got one spun out already. I bet that's going to cause a yellow right there. Nope, I was wrong. They're going to.
Race Ranch, man, make a little noise here. Let the folks at home hear how good this crowd is, how rowdy this crowd is. It's okay. We're not in Sunday school. If you want to stand up, you want to holler, you want to have a good time, enjoy yourself. That's what it's all about. It's a great crowd here tonight. Love seeing everybody out supporting the end of the season here at South Texas Race Ranch. Want to thank the great folks at Race On Texas for doing this, Harry and Chris and their whole families for putting all this together for us, man. Great production team here tonight. Owen Pittman and his staff, top notch. Folks, if you haven't been here before, and I'm talking to the TV audience, destination place right down here at South Texas Race Ranch. You need to put it on a bucket list. You will not be disappointed down here. Great town, great environment. Go hang out at the beach. Come watch some racing. It ought to be a great show. All right, folks, we're going to stack them back up, see what we can do. Maybe we can go green to checkered. Who knows? 20 laps here for a little bit of money for these guys. Red flag's out. We got one upside down, turn one, one upside down, turn one. Red flag's out. We got one upside down. All right, driver of the 92D, Isaac.
Red flag's out. We got one upside down.
So we're so glad that he's able to walk away from that ride. And great job on the medical staff getting there. See Owen Pittman getting the guys stopped around here on the front straightaway. Good chance to take a look at these cars while we get turn one. Make sure drivers are completely ready to go. Get the car hooked up. Get it back to the pit. So thankful Mr. Hernandez is okay in the 92D machine down there in turn one. Race fan, one cool element that Owen has brought to this event tonight, you see the big screen on the infield. You don't get to see that all the time. It's pretty cool watching instant replays, seeing live timing and scoring up there on the charts, watching in-car cameras. You don't always get that experience. Very rarely will you get that experience in person. Kudos South Texas Race Ranch working that partnership to get that board out here tonight. So it's a fun element to see. What about the drone guy? What about the camera guys? What about the production team here with Race on Texas? Phenomenal job all weekend long. I'm having a ball up here. I'll be glad when Rodney gets back. He had to run to the boys' room. He's way better at this than me, but I'm having a blast up here working. Love racing, love everything about this sport, but you people in these stands are what make this stuff possible. We want to thank you all for coming out tonight, coming out and checking the show. Beautiful town you folks live in, beautiful facility you got here, man. Something to be proud of, and it's an honor to be up here. So, man, what an event. Love coming down to South Texas every time, this time of year, and doing this with them. So thankful Owen has let us come back all these years. Rodney, you're back. You're so back. I'm getting blown up on the old messenger here. They're so happy to see you back here. You are my hero. Rodney, I'm going to turn it on to you, and I'm going to go do what you just finished doing, buddy.
Absolutely. Just checking out the atmosphere down there, seeing what's going on. So here we are, red flag condition as we wait here. 92D Hernandez upside down right there. They work over at turn number one. Main concern right there, driver all good as we get him back in line. These are your E-Mods. First main event of the evening on a stacked night of action happening right here at South Texas Race Ranch. We do remind you, race fans, you can follow everything happening here at the Race Ranch on Facebook. All you got to do is search South Texas Race Ranch And that's your spot right there where you can go check out all the off-season proceedings, everything that's going to be going on as we look forward to a little bit of a break. And as we've been talking about throughout the weekend there with KR and I, season really never stops. This is just kind of a little bit of a break right here with this season finale. It looks like we're going to get them rolling on the racetrack, get the cars back under power once again. And they will make their way down into turn number 1 as we've got everything cleared out there with that incident in the first corner. Still 20 laps remaining as that car goes off on the hook there on the back straightaway. And a big thanks, of course, our first responders, everybody that is a part of that. We talk about that at each and every racetrack that at least that I'm able to go to. You got the first responders. You always appreciate them. You hope you never need them. But they are right there, Johnny, on the spot, set to go. We've got them all in line, and we're going to try it once again with Daniel Preston up on the point out of Corpus Christi in the 6-inch as he brings them around right here. Still pacing under the caution, coming out of the red flag. Outside of row number 1, it is Jet Johnson. Warmups on the inside, follow with Perez. Gilpin, Sheffield, Witchy, York, Rye, Valenta, Witchy, Dustin Witchy, Zyler Bryant, and Kyler Ross. That is your starting lineup here for 20 laps of action for the E-Mods here in the South Texas Shootout at the South Texas Race Ranch as they work their way into corner number 3. Here they come making their way around. Still not showing them one at this point. Still pacing double stacked right there down into corner number 1. These are the E-Mods. It's going to be a $2,000 win $2,000 to win tonight for the late models. You got $5,000 on the line for the factory stocks. How about that right there? That is going to be one of the biggest paydays that you're going to find in the state of Texas. Big thanks to Colin Bell checking in on Facebook as he checks in from Jacksonville, Texas. Checking in on Race on Texas All Access. Thank you, Colin, for the great words right there. We appreciate you being a part of the show this evening. We're showing them one this time by, showing them one right there as they make their way down into the corner. We'll try it one more time as we get set to go. On to the backstretch, it is Preston. 44V, that is Caden Valenta. Able to get back on the racetrack right there, riding shotgun on the field. Here they come, making their way down in. Lights are out around the speedway. We are set to go. Daniel Preston brings the field around. Mike Riley checks him out. Green flag in the air. We are off and rolling. Into turn number 1 we go. Preston with the whole shot down into the first turn. Daniel Preston will try to guide it down to the bottom. The bottom happening right there behind him. What-ups in the 34W is right there up on the top side. The 13 of Jet Johnson. That is 1, 2, 3. They get away from the pack. They stack it up right there behind him. But everybody free and clear. There is your caution flag. Caution flag over at turn number 2. As the 3 car at Gilbert Perez goes around, and he will get that rolling and off once again. So a very inauspicious start right here to this E-Mod feature race. Trying to run 20 laps, still no laps in the books. As that caution flag waves once again. So we'll get them all in line once again. There should be, have to take a gander here to race control and see if we go double stacked or if we may go single file at this point, as we not having a lot of luck here with the E-Mods getting them fired off. So we are trying once again. 4 starts, 0 laps complete out of 20. Here they come around, showing him one this time by for Daniel Preston out on the point. Single file start. To the back straightaway we go. They are nose to tail, diving down into the corner. 20 laps to go, trying it one more time. Third start. Green flag in the air. We are off and racing here at the race ranch. Oh my goodness. Oh, a little bit of trouble right there. Preston in the 6-inch comes to a stop, and he stops right here on the front stretch. So to the back straightaway we go. You got 2 cars stopped here on the front straightaway. 23 car Dustin Witchy also coming to a stop. Very disorganized start right there as they made their way around. Single file restart right here once again with our ill-fated effort at our double file restart, so that's why we go single file right here. So we're gonna get them all single file and try it once again. Up on the point, it is Jet Johnson. Single file restart coming up here after a couple of attempts at a double file that have not worked. Here they come around. There's a push right there for Daniel Preston, so that not a good thing right there when you're leading the pack around and your car just kind of goes away. Here we go, green flag up in the air. And it's Johnson down into turn number 1. Off we go, single file racing all the way around. Here's Warmups going down to the inside, trying to get to the quarter panel, racing into turn number 1. The 34W, they race hot and heavy. Pettis rides in the 3rd spot. Out of corner number 4, Brad Warmups in the 34W will go to the top spot. Now trying to get away from the pack. He leads by about 5 car lengths as they race into turn number 3.
Rodney, I'm back, but one thing I want to talk about these E-mods real quick. Look how evenly spaced out they are. Like the racing is phenomenal. The rules package is great. Side-to-side racing all the way around front to back, and you can't be any happier than that if you're Owen Pittman right now.
Great division right here for the youngsters trying to get started here in this. What a better way than to learn how to drive one of these limited modifieds. And the great thing is you can take this car and move right on up.
That's what I love about these kind of classes. You don't have to reinvent the wheel, sell out, start over. You can just take what you got, take a few minor upgrades, and you're back on the racetrack.
To the back straightaway we go. You got a side-by-side battle happening. Trouble out of turn. To the back straight. Here we go as they gather it all in. Boy, look at this battle right here coming out of turn number 4. Jet Johnson hanging on. Witchy there in the 59B. Brianna Witchy down on the bottom side. There's Pettis right behind her. Man, they are stacking it up right there. That is some kind of racing happening for that 2nd spot.
Yeah, they're battling all over. You even go back to that back here. Look at the back. Oh, we got one a little bit loose spun out there, but they're racing 3 and 4 wide back there in the back as well. Great show so far.
Trouble back there, but we are off and racing. We stay clean and green. It continues to be Brad Warmups up on the point in the 34W hanging on. But the action happening right behind him. Brianna Witchy in the 59B hanging on. Jet Johnson, Gilbert Pettis, Dustin Witchy in car number 23. You've got a pack of race cars right there as they make their way onto the back straightaway, working up on the top side as it is Sheffield in the 4K up on the top side. Sheffield now rides in the 5th spot inside the top 5 and headhunting up on the top side. Side-by-side battle down into turn number 1. As here's Pettis going down to the inside. He had a little bit of trouble earlier in the race, but this Perez right here That's a young wheelman.
Absolutely, definitely a young wheelman. But look at him. You know what I've noticed, man? A lot of good hard racing, good clean passing. They're moving around a little bit. The class is working. They're getting laps. They're getting better. They're getting faster. They're learning race car 101, if you will. And it's phenomenal to come to a place, see this good a field, a caliber of young men and women driving these cars. And our future looks good when you see stuff like this, buddy.
Absolutely. And there's a lot of lap traffic right there for What-Ups in the 34W. Kind of gets hung up a little bit right there, but making his way down to the inside. To the back straightaway we go. Had to get on the binders, but able to keep it hanging on and still working down to the bottom. This is your E-Mod feature race here to start our A-Mains. Halfway home this time by. Halfway home in what promises to be a great night of racing tonight, KR. This right here, this is just the icing on the cake.
Yeah, this is just the prelude of what's left to come. I mean, racetrack's still good, racing top to bottom, multiple grooves, good competition, and I keep looking back at some of these feature lineups, Rodney, and I'm going to tell you, holy cow, that's about all you can say, man. We got some hitters down here in South Texas this weekend.
I'll tell you what, in this class right here, as we watch What-Ups continue to work, you as a race promoter, as a racetrack operator, how important is a class like this, an entry level, a beginner class? I mean, you got to have that. It sets your foundation.
Absolutely, got to have it. You know, these young folks attract a big crowd. They bring a lot of people with them. But also you're building, as you get a retired racer, you got somebody to fill their shoes. And it's that old George Jones song, who's going to fill their shoes? You're seeing it right here tonight, folks.
Here we go, caution flag on the racetrack. He got one stopped right here on the front straightaway. 21T comes to a stop. That is Tyler Gilpin right here out of Corpus Christi. He'll get a push, and here we go. It had been What-Ups able to get away from the pack, but now we're going to re-rack and restack and get them all back in line once again. And this is where you test the savviness of a young racer. This is where you get a little bit antsy.
Well, you do. You know, the 34 machine is setting a good pace, kind of running his own race and doing it. Well, now we're back to kind of the start of race again here. He's got some hungry racers behind him. He's going to have to make that car good and wide because, like I say, Rodney, Owen and them have got this track where you can move around on it. So he's going to have to be real methodical how he gets into turn one. And I think turn 1 and 2 is going to give us a good indication. If it was to stay green to the checkered, I think 1 and 2 is fixing to be very pivotal to the outcome of this event.
So here we go. We get them all back in line once again, and we will try it one more time. Had a little bit of trouble there on the start, but we've been able to get to the halfway point, and here we are racing along with Brad What-Ups in car number 34W out on the point. And we'll pace them around here under the caution. KR, I would like to talk to you. So with your new venture there at Arklatex, talk about some of the stuff that you guys are working on. Oh, wait a minute. We'll have to wait. The lights are out. Dang it. I thought we were going another car. Here we go. Thought we had more time. We'll continue that conversation. Here they come around. Green flag in the air. We are off and rolling here at the race ranch. Nothing wrong with a short caution. I'll take that.
Absolutely.
Here we go down into the corner. What-Ups able to get away once again. Witchy there in the 59. Riding in the second spot, you got the Witchies racing nose to tail and getting awful racy there for the 4th spot. Here they come around past the halfway point. And after that caution, you got a lot of folks getting awful racy out there.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of go time, Rodney. We're less than half the feature, or a little over halfway through the feature, excuse me, and money's on the line. Last race of the year, big trophy, big check back there. They're going to put it all out there if they can. What about that drone shot? You know, you don't get to see that much sitting in the stands. That TV is so cool in the infield to see that drone work.
I love that right there. Brianna Witchy down to the inside. Here we go to the back straightaway. Brianna down on the inside. What-Ups on the top side. Here they come around. Getting awful racy up at the front of the pack. Brianna Witchy trying to take the point. She will go to the top. Brianna Witchy, car number 59B, sitting right behind the 34W, and she seizes the opportunity and just waits and pounces right on it.
You know, they have an advantage. They've been running behind the leader all night long, kind of seeing where he's going, kind of picking up on tendencies, maybe some patterns he's doing, and it gives them an opportunity to move around and see if they can get it, and that young lady got it done.
Here we go down into turn number 1. Brianna Witchy up on the point, but now clean air right in front of her. Nobody sitting, and she's got 4.5 car lengths on the second place cars. They make their way out of corner number 4. These are your E-Mods here at the South Texas Race Ranch, the South Texas Shootout. Brianna Witchy, I'll tell you what right there, that is a name synonymous with racing here along the Gulf Coast, and here she is riding up on the point, making her way out of corner number 4 once again, continuing to hang on. It is Brianna Witchie bringing the field down, making their way to the back straightaway once again. These laps are starting to run out. He had 2 sticks in the air that time by. Here she comes, working down at the bottom. What a drive. White flag in the air. One more time around. Brianna Witchie out of turn number 4. Down into turn number 1. We'll head to the back stretch. She sat there for a while behind warmups, coming off of the caution flag, pounces up on the top side, and here she is. Biggest race of the year. Going to victory lane, Brianna Witchie. What a drive for the driver of the 59B.
What a performance right there, that young lady. I tell you what, Rodney, this is it's been a fun night of racing, fun weekend of racing, but you know that's a textbook move right there. Watch and just kind of like a predator, just watched it, and took advantage of a spot there. So congratulations, that young lady, and heck of a drive there. Rodney will be making his way down the front straightaway for a little trophy presentation, victory lane interview. Race fans, this young lady comes around, makes some noise. She's waving the checkered flag. Picked up the season finale right here at the South Texas Race Ranch. All right, race fans, Rodney's making his way through the crossover gate, be heading to victory lane. That young driver's getting the helmet and the safety gear off, steering wheel's off. When she crawls out of that car, there's no need to be silent. Let's make some noise for this young lady as she climbs out of that car. We'll let Rodney do a quick interview with her. We'll get rolling the rest of the night.
How about that drive right there for Brianna Witchie as she sits right there and waits on the opportunity and finds it and makes the pass. As she's getting ready to dive out of that race car after a nice drive. Here's Brad Warmups coming over. Second place car. He's got a flat left front tire there. About to jump out of the car. Here she is. Brianna Witchie is your winner in the E-Mods here tonight. South Texas Speedway. How about that drive? And a big hug right there. So cool. I'll tell you, I love that. That's what it's all about. I'll tell you, Brianna, take me through that one, because you sat there coming out of the caution, and I see the front kind of boogered up there a little bit. Get you out of that thing. But walk me through that restart, because that's when you made the move.
Well, yesterday I didn't get any passing points, so I got stuck where I was at. And I'm normally pretty much like 98% good on the top side. Unfortunately, on that turn, the top side wasn't that good. So I found something on the bottom, and I noticed Brad would get sideways on this turn, so I thought that that'd be my move.
How cool is this for you? Biggest race of the year, and you come home and you're in victory lane.
I honestly didn't think that I was going to do it, so.
There she is. Big round of applause. Brianna Witchie is your winner here tonight at the South Texas Race Ranch.
All right, Rodney, appreciate you going down there. Congratulations, young lady. We're going to get a few pictures. Proud moment, man. An awesome sight right on the front straightaway. That's the goal for the weekend. That's where you want to end up, folks. Look at that pretty moon coming up over turn 1 and 2 down there. Beautiful city, man. It's an honor to be down here. Pure Stocks will be rolling out next 25-lap feature. If what we saw last night in the double heat race action for those guys, it's going to be a heck of a race tonight in that Pure Stock feature. But race fan, it's okay, man. The weather's beautiful. You can make noise anytime you want. Get to know your neighbor. Have some fun with them. Do me this. Next season when you come out to the South Texas Race Ranch, bring somebody with you. If they've never been, that's a bonus point. Bring people out every weekend you can. Great venue. The fan experience at this joint is unreal. You know, you got the infield board, Rodney. They set the projector up in the bar. I mean, they've got it all going on. You can catch live racing via Race on Texas here at the South Texas Race Ranch, even when you're at the South Texas Race Ranch. So I'm going to let you catch your breath for a minute. I know the cardio's been lacking a little bit, buddy, but, man, I tell you what, we're going from the E-Mods here. I believe we're going Pure Stock A main racing. What do you think about that, buddy?
I'll tell you what, the Pure Stocks, man, you cannot beat that class. I mean, that is something right there where you get those old stock cars out there. You know, you talk about the old bombers, the old real-style street stocks. That's what they are. This right here may be the best race of the night.
It very well could be. It's grassroots racing 101. That's what I love about this class. You know, May not be 2022 cars, maybe a 2010, 2000. Doesn't matter. They got a rules package that works, and we're getting everybody there. So, man, what a weekend so far, Rodney. I don't even know how to put it into words at this moment.
It's been a great night. We're getting ready. Your pure stocks getting set to come out as they will race 20 laps. We'll get that starting lineup set for you. But how about that for the Witchies? That, you know, when you talk about so many names in Corpus Christi, there are so many last names synonymous right there, the Witchies. I've raced with the Witchies for a lot of years, but when they come in and they start winning races at a race like this, and then you've got the next generation right there, and a girl. I mean, it's not about boys and girls, but that right there was super cool.
Well, I'm going to tell you, she put on a clinic, man. I'm talking. To me, she showed a lot of racer IQ is what I like to call it. She understood her car. She understood the situation. She saw the guys in front of her. She moved around. She made it work. She adapted her race car and her driving ability to put a pass on the driver in front of her. And, man, I got a lot of respect for people that can do that because I never could. So it's really cool to see it happening. But, man, what an impressive drive for that young lady. And I bet you'll see a lot of big things coming up in the next years with her.
There's your Sames Ford pace truck as they make their way out your starting lineup for 20 laps. In your pure stocks on the point, car number 355. It's a Tony's Mobile Home Services special, the Leaf Spring Nova. It is G.W. Hessong out of Edna. On the outside, out of Corpus, E.J. Gilpin. Row 2 on the inside, out of Sandia. It's Bobby Jack on the outside, out of Corpus, James Deere. Row 3 on the inside, Donald Kane Jr. out of Willis. Outside, Hudson Miklacek out of Corpus. Following row down on the inside, out of Victoria, car number 35. It's Mickey Helms on the outside. J.C. Paul Jr. out of Corpus. Next row down on the inside, position number 9, John Drexler out of Victoria. On the outside, Stevie Whitaker III in car number 88. Position number 11 out of Corpus, the 42 of Curtis King. On the outside, out of San Antonio, it is Lance Gaither. Following row on the inside, Jerry Walters out of Corpus. Also out of Corpus, Alexis Hendricks on the outside. Position 15 down on the inside, it's Parker Titzman out of Corpus. On the outside, also out of Corpus, it's TJ Sullivan. Following row inside, out of the Houston area, out of Spring, Grant Whitney Jr. On the outside, Joe Riojas in the Uno 29, or whatever we called it. Position number 19 out of Houston in the 911, Nathan Renfro on the outside. Out of Bonneview, Texas, the 42K of Kevin Foss. Position 21 is David Carroll. On the outside, it's out of New Waverly, Cody Wade. And the final 2 spots, position 23 out of Robstown, Chuck Barber. On the outside, Bruce Barber out of Corpus Christi. A couple of old goats on shotgun on the field right there as we get set to go.
Rodney, look at this field rolling around here. 24 cars. It's fixing to be a show. Folks, if you're in the stands, you're probably going to need the whole place to sit down. It's okay to stand up, make sure your neighbors can see behind you. But you're fixing to see some fireworks in this one, Rodney. This is a big paying race for these guys, you know. And not just about the money, it's bragging rights. They're going to get to brag all winter long that they put a bookmark on the season. So you're fixing to see a heck of a show here with these cars.
Check it out right there on Race on Texas, also out on the big screen. You are riding in a pure stock right here. On the back straightaway, that is the 8S car. Ride along with TJ Sullivan. Around they come, double stack, green flag in the air. Off we go. Big time dog pile coming out of turn number 4, as it was a great hole shot happening right there from Hessong. They pile it in right there at the end.
Yeah, pretty good contact down there, Rodney. Pretty good hit on a couple of them cars. So
on the bottom. Tough break right there for Whitaker. We talked about him last night. He had a great run last night, and there he is as they get all mangled up there down at the bottom. So here we go. Obviously no laps complete, so riding on board once again there was Sullivan in the 8S. As he worked his way around there, you get a cockpit view of what these drivers are looking at here this evening. I got to tell you, KR, I do love that back straightaway view. I love those trees and all that. That does look really nice. You're just out there cruising along, right? You know, nothing to it.
riding through the forest, it looks like, yeah, when I first saw it, I was like, I see the trees across the back straightaway, but when you look them in the car, they're just kind of going right beside you there. But that in-car work, man, you know, in that angle there, you can see on the big screen there, you're going to be able to watch his feet. You're going to see his hands. You're going to get to see everything that's going through the motions being a driver of Pure Stock here tonight. So pretty cool.
I think next year we need to tell Owen, need to put some Christmas lights out there, all of that, decorate those trees out there, make it very festive. Maybe some red and green lights. You know, like he doesn't have anything else to do.
Well, he's liable to do it, man. The guy's innovative. You know, he's always doing something. I mean, big screen, infield, enough said. You know what I mean? He's always looking for that advantage to be the best he can be. And from the promoter side, that's what's kind of cool. You know, you get to come to places, see this, take some ideas back to your home places and share ideas. And Owen's one of the best in the business, in my opinion, about bouncing ideas and working on things with.
So let's talk about that now while we have a couple of minutes. Sorry about that. But so you with your new thing with Arklatex, I mean, very successful with everything you did at Rocket, you and Kevin. But the new thing right there, that is a great spot, and I think you have found a spot that is going to be mega successful. Man,
we're sure open. We're putting the work in up there at Arklatex Speedway, Vivian, Louisiana. Conveniently located to everybody is what I tell them. There's no reason not to come check it out, but you know, Donnie Powers gave me the opportunity to go over there and kind of take the reins of that place, and Rollo Pinkerton will still be helping me doing a lot of the promoting duties. So really excited about that schedule. I was going to post it before we came down, but we're waiting on a couple more dates. We got some pretty exciting news. Hopefully we'll get those booked in. But, man, we're already getting 2023 laid out. We've already got some dates for 2024. I'm going to tell you, if the stars line up right, like we got some things in the work, Rodney, by the end of January of 2023. If we get to announce those, I'm demanding right now to be on the show. I want to be on the show.
Absolutely, yeah, no doubt.
We got some big deals in the work, but no, man, I'm super blessed to be there. Arklatex Speedway's got a great tradition. Gene Boarder built a phenomenal facility. So much upside to that place, and you know, it worked with Kevin so long, so stare at Rocket and RPM and stuff. It's a little, wouldn't say sad. It'll be a little different, kind of going our own ways, but we'll be back at Rocket in February for the Eiffel Tower Classic, and we're going to help when we can. But focus will be the Arklatex Speedway, man. We got a lot of cool stuff coming up. So, and I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. You're going to make a trip up there, road tripping with Rodney or something. We're going to get you up there, man.
No doubt. And I think a lot of folks don't understand. You know, we talk about Owen with everything that he does here, along with Texana, and I mean, you can really relate to this. I mean, a lot of folks think, you know, we're so often to criticize the promoter, criticize the manager, whatever it is, but it is so much more than turning the lights on. I mean, there's a lot that goes into. I would assume so. Like you, for a Saturday show, you're probably working the Sunday before just to start getting that thing in line.
Yeah, you actually start working the Saturday night after the races. Start with trash and start getting things picked up and getting inventory done on Sunday, so you can start putting all your orders in Monday. You know, track prep. You know, never fails a rig ruts up the pit lane or something. There's so many things you don't think about. You got to mow. You know, you got all the elements there of that. So it's a labor of love, man. You got to love doing it, but it's a full-time commitment. You know, I've said it for years. You know, me and Kevin could never be full-time, so that's why we partnered. It made it simple. We kind of full-time together. I'm able to go full-time with it now, so that's kind of the right opportunity for me. But it is a lot of work. It is a lot of work, but, man, it's rewarding. I tell you, you know, and race fans, I want them to listen to this. One of the most rewarding things is when the place is standing room only. That's what, to me, is a cool thing. I've got to experience that a couple of times, not near enough, so I'm hoping we can get some of that going. But, you know, we've got some great events that are staples of that facility. We're adding some new things, bringing a little bit of variety in there. Got a couple of wing sprint car shows coming into Arklatex, the Land of 3 Wide this year, so some crate late model action. We got it going on. Look at this, man. Look at this great group of race fans here at the race ranch tonight, man, on the big screen, Rodney. It's just, I love this sport. I love it. I could talk about it for days. May talk about it too much some days, but absolutely love this place, love this sport, and excited to be Arklatex Speedway. We got a new website. I'm gonna give them a little cheap plug. ArklatexSpeedway.com's in the process. Hopefully it'll be up, but you can follow us on all the socials, keep track of things, and we appreciate everybody's support.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That right there is Kevin Rogers, KR, as we like to talk to him. Really good stuff happening with, I mean, just everything that he does. I mean, there's a lot of diehard folks that are part of this sport, and we got to come back to what we're seeing right here at the race ranch. I think talking about stars aligning and everything, we have really seen that this weekend as we You got a lot of cars in the pits, and the great thing about it is a lot of times when you get to these December races where it gets so tough is you're always dealing with weather in Texas. I mean, it may be raining, it may be drizzling, it may be cold. I mean, whatever the case may be. That has not been the case this weekend. This is Chamber of Commerce stuff here this weekend.
I guarantee that video needs to be made for this. This is a destination place, Rodney. Like last year I come down here, I had to run to Academy to buy a jacket. I didn't bring a jacket. It got real cold. This year, I brought everything and just needed shorts, so it's been great. So love this town, love this environment, man. A lot of fun coming down.
Great place to be right here in Corpus Christi. I've said it for a lot of years. To me, Corpus Christi is the capital of racing in the state of Texas. Back when you had asphalt and dirt running simultaneously, night in and night out. It happened right here in CC. And I'm glad to be back here myself. Here we go. The pure stocks out on the racetrack. GW Hessong on the point in car number 355. As we'll try it once again on the outside, the 21B of EJ Gilpin. Still no laps complete. You're riding on board once again right there with the 8S. You are on board with Sullivan as they make their way onto the back straightaway. Getting set for the start. They go double stack. Lights are out around the racetrack. 20 laps remaining here for the pure stocks. We're trying it once again. They make their way down into turn number 3. Here they come. Watch Hessong on the point in the 355. They make their way around. Green and corn. We are off and rolling at the race ranch. Down into turn number 1, it's Gilpin up on the top side. Gilpin into turn number 1, trying to make it happen right there. Donald Kane down on the bottom, 3 wide down the back straightaway, right down the middle. It is GW Hessong, the 15 car strung up on the top side. Here comes Donald Kane down on the bottom, making it work down on the bottom. Let's see if he can hold it down there. Gilpin will take the field down into turn number 1. Hessong goes to the 3rd spot. Single file racing up at the front of the pack, but now they double stack it behind him. Trouble. Looks like Hessong up the top of the racetrack. Here comes Mickey Helms in the 35. The 15 car of James Deere, the 15D, up on the top side. Another Nova down on the bottom. That is Mickey Helms. Here's Helms on the gas. They make their way down the straightaway down into turn number 1. This right here, my friend, this is stock car racing.
This is absolutely stock car racing at its finest, man. You got battles all up and down the racetrack. Something going on with GW, the 355 car. There's something going on. He looks like he's lost a little power along the way, but, man, what about these cats up front, Rodney? They just kind of setting a pace getting around here, but we have got some racing all over this racetrack tonight.
Here they go into turn number 3. It's Gilpin up on the point in the 21J. You watch side by side on Race on Texas. That is the Tony Blankenship cars. 2 Novas, the Leaf Spring cars right there. It's on the bottom side. GW Hessong, Mickey Helms, a little bit of contact right there. Don't tell me about any teammate stuff. That does not matter right there as they make their way down into turn number 1. That's a little bit further back in the pack as they run for the 4th spot. They stack it up back there. The 42 car now becoming a factor into all of this. That is King down on the bottom. And this is a little odd right here because we're watching KR, a lot of these cars going down to the bottom of the racetrack, these big old heavy cars.
Yeah, they're going to get down there and try to catfish a little bit, but I'll tell you what's cool, and I've said it 100 times, I'm going to say it another 100, Rodney, but you can move all over this racetrack tonight. There is an opportunity to move your race car wherever you need to, and, man, what a show. What a show.
Here we go up to the front of the pack as it's getting awful racy right there. EJ Gilpin in the 21 trying to hang on. Donald Kane Jr. in the 129 rides in the 2nd spot. We go to the back straightaway. They got about 4 car lengths in between them. Kane's going to go down to the bottom. Gilpin working up on the top side. Trouble turn number 4. You got one turn sideways down there. The 32 car. The 32 car goes around. That is Miklacek. So Hudson Miklacek, who started in the 6th spot, loses the grip and he goes around in turn number 4. And that will bring out the caution flag. So up at the front, it is EJ Gilpin in car number 21B trying to get away from the pack, but he's got a big hunter right behind him there with Donald Kane Jr. in the 179. And it is Kane all over the backside of that machine. James Deere rides in the 3rd spot, followed by GW Hessong and the 35 car of Mickey Helms. But that was the one thing to watch right there is Hessong with a really good push on the actual start of that race. But on the restart, as KR mentioned, it was GW just could not get on the pace.
It looked like we got a few more green laps in, it looks like he was getting there going. So, may just stumbled on the deal. You never know, carburetor might not have cleared out, whatever. But Man, I tell you, Rodney, this is a good one right here. I love these pure stocks. I love these classes that have a good common core set of rules. You know what I mean? Like, this is what I remember growing up watching when I was a young man. So, like, it's fun to see these guys get out here and race these cars. Love seeing Novas and stuff that you don't typically see. I like having a class of cars where you fit in, and everybody can compete.
And you can watch in this race. We saw in that first caution flag, we talked about Stevie Whitaker III. He had some problems, but here he is back into the top 10. He rides right there behind the 42 car of King. And we are set to go. Lights are out around the speedway, single file, and we are green and going. Cone out on the racetrack, and off we go. E.J. Gilpin down into turn number 1. Off we go. Let's see what happens here on the back straightaway to the bottom side. Donald Kane Jr. Here comes James Deere down on the bottom side. They're going to try to freight train the Gilpin car. Here comes Kane. Kane with a nose ahead right there coming out of corner number 4. He will take the spot as he slides right across the top. But it is Gilpin. He will not give in. Gilpin going to try to work. Maybe he'll try to cross it down to the bottom of the racetrack. Off we go back straightaway. 1, 2, 3 trying to get away. G.W. Hessong rides in the 4th spot, followed by Mickey Helms. You got some room back to King and Whitaker right there, but they make their way around. It continues to be now the lead car of Donald Kane Jr., and that's going to be a chore right there to get around the 179. You get Donald Kane up at the front of the pack, and he is a tough pill to pass. Here they go into lap traffic. They're going to work up on the top side. Gilpin all over the back bumper there of the 179 right here. This is getting awful racy coming out of 4.
Man, this is going to be a good one right here. Those 2 cars out front are putting on a show. And you're going to see a little bit of that. You're going to see a little shot in the shorts, Rodney. These guys, they know what they're racing for. They're not going to give it up without a fight, you know. So it's going to be interesting, especially when we get about that 5 to go. I think it's going to get real exciting.
Trouble turn number 4. You got one around. The 88 car loses the grip, and we go caution once again as the 188 there of Hendricks will spin around out of turn number 4. So the caution flag flies once again. And it is Donald Kane trying to get away from the pack, but he's not having a lot of luck with that as Gilpin is able to hook right up to the back bumper and just kind of trail him all the way around. The 188 will get back in line. And I'm curious to see right here what we're going to see out of the 355 and the 35. I think there with Hessong and Mickey Helms, they're going to try to work together to try to get up to the front.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're going to try to move around a little bit. But, you know, first and second, they almost look like they're attached by a tow bar. Like they're just in each other's footprint. So I think 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th have been seen that. I think you're going to see on this restart, and it should be a double stack restart, I'm thinking. But if that's what you see, you're going to see some of these guys move around a little bit. The racetrack's going to work for them if they can get their cars to work up there. But what about little Whitaker there? You know, got involved in that early wreck, a lot of damage to his car, wheeling on that thing best he can. Impressive drive for that young man tonight.
Really has been one heck of a drive right there as he has made his way back. He rides in position number 7. Here we go. Lights are out around the racetrack. Donald Kane Jr. brings him around. E.J. Gilpin in the 2nd spot. Green flag up in the air. We're racing once again here at the South Texas Race Ranch. 1.5 car lengths down into turn number 1 for Donald Kane Jr. in the car. By side the team. Mickey Helms taking a peek there in the 35. Here he goes driving to the bottom, way up to the top. Goes the 355. Now you're starting to watch him. Oh, and we jinxed him. Announcer jinx. Around goes Whitaker out of turn number 4. And the caution flag will wave once again.
Yeah, I'm going to have to quit talking about people, Rodney, every time.
Announcer jinx.
Earlier. I'm telling you, that's maybe some of the best fajitas I've had in a long time.
I totally agree, and the nice thing is we still have them over here, so that's when people hear us not talking, we're kind of nibbling over here. It's like finger food. This is good stuff.
It's the best finger food I've had in a long time. I tell you what, you know, that's what's cool about this sport, Rodney. You got so much talent, you know, behind the wheel, working on the cars. We got some gourmet chefs in the pits tonight. Like, it's an awesome environment to be in here.
Absolutely. So here we go. As they make their way around. Another caution flag right here in your Pure Stocks, $1,000 to win. And the Pure Stocks have shown up in force. There was a $1,000 to win race at Texana for the Pure Stocks, and I actually raced in back in May or June, whenever it was. And we had about this many. So You got to love it. I mean, these guys are chasing that money. $1,000 is a lot to win in a pure stock race.
Absolutely. Did you win it, Rodney? That's the only question I
did
got.
I did not. Depends on what day you ask me.
I was pulling for you, if that matters. I was at the house, but I was pulling for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. They come around. Green flag up in the air once again. Donald Kane Jr. is your race leader. We are green and going here in the pure stocks at the race ranch. Into turn number 1, single file restart. James Deere going down to the inside once again. E.J. Gilpin up on the top side. Side by side, they race into corner number 3. Here's Hessong up on the top side. GW Hessong getting racy. Mickey Helms down on the bottom. Top 5 cars trying to get away from the pack here in the pure stocks. Into turn number 1. Off they go. Caution flag waves once again. Caution flag on the backstretch. The 911 having some trouble right back there. So we go yellow once again. That is Renfro in the 911. Let's see if Renfro will stay on the racetrack. Looks like he will. But there is the yellow, so to the back of the pack, but one more caution here in the pure stocks.
Yeah, Rodney, this racetrack's starting to slick up a little bit more, and every lap they make going to get a little slicker, and it's going to bode well for the other features coming up, I think. But, it changes the dynamics of your car. You're sitting there running these races, a lot of caution laps. You're building up air pressure in your car. You got a little fuel burn off. No, it's substantial by any means, but there's a lot of things moving the dynamics of these cars. Limited suspension to begin with, so what a phenomenal job these guys and gals are doing out here tonight. And I'll tell you what, I'm still interested in that 355. I know he's been running 4th, but I don't think he showed his cards yet, if you want to know the truth.
I totally agree. And right there on that restart, he made a good push going up to the top side. He was kind of on the right elbow right there of James Deere. So let's take a look and see what Hessong does right there in the 355. I totally agree. I think he's about to flex something as they continue to race along here. So back in line once again, they run single file. Here are your pure stocks, still working towards that halfway point. Now they go nose to tail on the backstretch. Here they come making their way around. Set to go, lights are out around the speedway. We are locked and loaded. Donald Kane Jr. in the 179. Green flag in the air. We are off and racing into turn number 1. Here with the pure stocks, 1.5 car lengths down into the first turn. Gilpin rides in the second spot. James Deere is your 3rd place car. Here we go. Look at Hessong right there. Exactly what you were talking about, KR. Look at Hessong. Way up to the top side. That 355 is about to show it off right now.
Yeah, he didn't come to run 4th, Rodney. He did not come to run 4th. He was good all night long last night, moving around. But I'm going to tell you, he's got 3 tough competitors in front of him. It's not going to be a cakewalk to get to victory lane here in just a second.
Here we go to the back straightaway. They run single file up at the front of the pack. It continues to be Donald Kane, followed by Gilpin, the 3rd place car of James Deere. Here's GW Hessong taking a peek down on the inside. They'll slam it down into turn number 1. You got a jam session happening right here up at the front of the pack. 4 cars trying to get away from the pack here in your pure stock feature race. $1,000 on the line. You got a couple of good ones up on the point, and now here's where it's starting to change up. Now you got the top 2 cars. They're floating to the top side, KR.
Yeah, again, you can move around on this racetrack. You're going to see more of this as the race wears on. Guys and gals, they want to get to the front, so they're going to move around the best they can. But and then you're going to start maybe catch some lap traffic, and that's going to change the whole dynamic potentially of the race. So it's like we're halfway through it anyway right now. So, yeah, you're going to see some things changing. If guys have been holding their cards close, they're fixing to start showing us what they got in their hand.
Absolutely. Here we go. 10 down, 10 to go. You got 2 separate races happening on the racetrack right now. Up at the front, Donald Kane Jr. and E.J. Gilpin, they run for the lead. The second place, or the second pack of cars right there, is a 15 of James Deere, the 355 of GW Hessong. Onto the back straightaway we go, and they continue to slice it and dice it up right behind them as we go to the back straightaway, taking a wide angle view there on Race on Texas. Trouble out of turn number 4. 2 cars get turned around, and the caution flag will come out once again just past the halfway point.
Yeah, that's the leader might like to see the caution as we're getting some lap traffic, but I don't even know if they want to see it really. I mean, they were setting a good pace there. Everybody was kind of moving around really well. So as you start getting these cautions late in the race like this, Owen, that's what, to me, changed the whole dynamics of the event. We're going to see some moves, and you're going to see some haymakers and some Hail Marys here with about 2 to go, in my honest opinion, because, again, nobody remembers usually who ran second. the trophy don't go home to third. You know what I mean? So everybody wants to win this race, bragging rights through the winter. And have you seen the trophy? Well, I know you saw it. You was down victory. Outstanding trophies once again by 317 Awards.
It is Hendricks and Rioja's a little bit of trouble right there. Here they are on the backstretch as we get set to re-rack and restack and try it one more time. Lights are out around the speedway. Donald Kane is your leader. E.J. Gilpin right there. James Deere, G.W. Hessong, Mickey Helms, your top five. Green flag. We are off and racing here at the race ranch once again into corner number 1, and off we go. Here is Deere. Deere down to the quarter panel. He's going to try to make a move right there. Let's see what Hessong does. Hessong has been going to the top side, and he will do it right there, way up to the top side. Mickey Helms floating way down to the bottom. Out of corner number 4, Hessong all over the backside of the car number 15 as they race down into turn number 1 to the back straightaway we go. G.W. Hessong, you said it, KR. I think he is definitely ready to rock and roll right now as he's about to dive in and try to float it to the bottom.
Yeah, it's the time, though. You got to go. You can't wait any longer. You got to put all the cards on the table and see what happens, but it is definitely go time here as we're getting to the closing laps of this feature.
Back straightaway they go, nose to tail. Your race leader is the 129. Donald Kane Jr. E.J. Gilpin is right there all over the back bumper, but he has not found the place where he can make a move. Maybe it's right there. Out of corner number 4 down into turn number 1. You saw our speed shot. Off we go, trying to hang on. Is Donald Kane to the back straightaway we go, and now that top 5 is all lumped up as they race down into turn number 3.
Yeah, they're not going to stay lumped up like that. I guarantee you, Rodney, we're fixing to start seeing some moving here. That they know we're running out of laps. They don't want to run second. They don't want to run fifth. You're going to see some movement. We got a few lap cars coming into play, and you're going to see some bumper-to-bumper contact going forward.
Here we go. Donald Kane trying to hang on as they make their way into turn number 3. Top 5 cars, they float up to the top of the racetrack. 2 sticks in the air. 2 more times around. Donald Kane Jr. hanging on. E.J. Gilpin riding in the second spot. Top 5 cars have separated themselves from the pack. To the back straightaway we go. A lap and a half right here around the South Texas Race Ranch, and teammates getting racy there on the backside. It is a 355 of G.W. Hessong, Mickey Helms. Here we go. White flag in the air. One more time around. Gilpin will go down to the bottom. He's trying to find something right there. Throwing a block down at the bottom of the racetrack is Donald Kane. Here comes James Deere. Deere's going down to the bottom. Back straightaway we go. They're bumper to bumper. They lock it up. It looks like Crosstown Expressway. Here we go. To the bottom goes G.W. Hessong. Out of the corner at the line. It is the 179 of Donald Kane over G.W. Hessong. You said it. Hessong was waiting till the end.
Holy cow. When he showed his cards, he laid them all on the table. He went all in. Folks, he come up about 6 feet too short on that one. Race fans, when all these drivers get out of their cars, when they come around here, give them a big round of applause. So what a race, folks. What a race, folks. So Rodney's going to make his way down to the front straightaway and visit with our winner tonight, Donald Kane Jr. But, man, what a race. That is what you buy. .355 there, running 4th going into turn 3, had 2nd coming off 4 and was racing for the win to the checker. That's you can't ride him any better that way. You know, he was good last night, high point guy coming in tonight. But folks, we're going to keep practicing this, but when this driver, the 179 Donald Kane Jr., climbs out of that car, let's make sure we all let him know how much we appreciate his time and effort in putting on a show tonight here at the South Texas Race Ranch. Rodney, I'll turn it over to you, buddy.
Thank you, KR. We are trackside, jumping out of the car. Donald Jr. is your winner here tonight in the Pure Stocks, and he does it in fantastic fashion. In a photo finish, G.W. Hessong trying to make his way over. Here comes E.J. Gilpin in the 21 as he makes his way by. And we get set to go. Here he is, Donald Kane Jr. What a drive, dude. Let's talk about those. I just heard you say it. It looked like the last 3 laps, this car just kind of gave up on you a little bit.
Yeah, the old motor's from 2006. It's a crate motor. No telling how many nights on her. It's got 3 enduro races, Lone Star 600 races on it. And it just started letting go the last 3 laps, so I just made the track really wide.
So what are you thinking out of turn number 4? Hessong, he came with a head of steam right there, and you're just holding on, man. What a drive.
I just said, please just last this little bit left.
There he is right there, your winner in the Pure Stocks, Donald Kane Jr., $1,000.
Thank everybody. Hey, thanks everybody for coming out. Thanks to Owen for putting the Pure Stocks on, and my family, Grant, Tommy, Triton, and Bob's Race Car Shop.
Good job, dude.
Rodney, it's cool to be down there in Victory Lane. I'm sure the excitement on that young driver's face, you could hear it in his voice, man. He knows what he just accomplished, taking home the hardware, the big money. South Texas Shootout here at the South Texas Race Ranch. Folks, we got coming up next, we're going to have the All-Star Late Model Series 30 laps. I'm looking at this lineup here. We'll get it out here in just a second. But, folks, you're fixing to be standing room only for 30 laps. We're going to have 16 of these late models battling the quarter-mile bull ring here for 30 laps. And I'm going to give you a little heads up. The 032, Mr. Bo Begnot, he will start on the pole tonight. He's been fast all weekend long. He's going to try to close the deal. But I'm going to tell you, Rodney, I'll let you do the official lineup when you get in here, but I want you to look at the pole setter and who's sitting second row inside when you get here and tell me that these race fans ain't fixing to be entertained.
That right there, my friends, is a stacked lineup. Stacked lineup. I'll tell you, this is we talk about main event quality. I mean, the B mains we had tonight. I mean, that's a feature race anywhere around the country.
The racing's been exceptional. And I'm going to tell you, a lot of credit goes to these drivers and their crews for getting their cars ready and being out here and the dedication it takes. A lot of credit goes to Owen and his staff, this track prep. Multi-day shows are tough. I know from experience. One-off shows pretty easy to do. You start making laps 2 or 3, 4, 5 days in a row, it gets tough to give us some. We have an outstanding racetrack tonight, and these late models are fixing to show us all the grooves on this thing that you'll be able to race.
Getting set to bring those late models out as our Sames Ford Pace truck is sitting on the front straightaway here at the Race Ranch. This is the South Texas Shootout. Thank you all for being here. What a crowd. I mean, what a crowd. Hey, give yourselves a huge round of applause right here. You got one hell of a crowd at the South Texas Race Ranch tonight. And all the folks checking in on Race on Texas. Here come these ground-pounding late models. Here is your starting lineup. On the point, the man to beat all weekend, the winner last night, trying to make it a $3,000 weekend out of spring. It is Bo Beckno on the outside. Out of Eider, we were just talking about him. It's Tracy Denby Sr. Row 2 on the outside. Scott, Louisiana, Shane Hebert. Inside in the 717, it's G.W. Egbert. Position number 5, row 3 on the inside, Sweet Lake, Louisiana. It is Wyatt Wilkerson on the outside, out of Seguin, Cody Hardage. Following row, down on the inside. Out of Danbury, it's Ray Allen Kaholnick on the outside. Car 75 out of White House. It's Anthony Boatman. Row 5 it would be. On the inside, out of Lavernia, it's Brandon Brzezowski in the 104. On the outside, Trevor Egbert in the 717T. Matt Fox out of Kerrville. Position number 11. Flanking him on the outside, out of Floresville, it's Ryan McDonald. Position 13 down on the inside, out of Elmendorf. Andrew Hessler on the outside. Kevin Sitton way back in the pack. Rounding out the pack, position 15, it's Eddie Hardage out of Victoria, and shotgun on the field out of Schertz, it's Barry Quaid. Here come your late models. Let's watch Kevin Sitton. He's got a long way to make up.
I'm not sure he's made the call, to be honest with you. Is that him right there, front row?
Oh, yeah, they got him on the outside. They got him further back.
Yeah.
I was wondering why he was further back. I thought he should have been on the outside.
Yeah,
okay,
I
here we go.
Too.
All right.
Yeah.
So we're still working on this lineup here. So it looks like the 15 should be up on the front row. So working right there on Kevin Sitton. So as we called on that starting lineup, Sitton way back in position number 14.
Race control just told me, Rodney, the one of Kevin Sitton, impressive heat race a while ago, did not report to the scales that DQ. That's why he's going to start tailback tonight.
Oh,
Tough
my
break.
goodness.
You know, it happens. It happens. You know, you get caught up in the moment. But I'm going to tell you, he's fixing to put on a show for these race fans tonight.
Yep, here we go. Watch that one car. There he is on the back straightaway as he rides all by himself. So not a happy race car driver right there as he sits at the back of the pack. So that is indeed, as KR mentioned right there, that's going to be the car to watch because he has been probably the second or third best car all weekend here in these All-Star late models. But the question remains, here he is stopping on the front stretch. So here comes our little bit of a questioning happening right here. So the one car comes to a stop right there out of turn 4.
We'll let them. Well, I'll tell you one thing that's intriguing to me, Rodney, is Bo Begno on the pole, Shane Abear, second row inside, Mr. Denby out on the front. I mean, it's stacked, but Shane Abear is here to make some noise. He had a rough night last night. We've been talking about that all night. But what about Bo? He's going for the clean sweep of the weekend. He's going for the money. But I'm going to tell you who I think they've been tweaking and tweaking. Like I wouldn't discount Ray Allen. Ray Allen's got a good deal. And then you got the Egbert guys. You know, I mean, it's just phenomenal. We're going to figure out which one's in which Egbert car before the weekend's over, I think. But if not, we'll do it Sunday. But what a phenomenal group of cars here. These late models are about to put on a show for the rest of us.
Another car to watch here, KR, is that Wilkerson car. That 78 car has been kind of a silent car that's kind of sat there. We've seen flashes where it's been really, really good. And when he's good, he's really good. So we'll have to take a look and see what that blue number 78 does, currently sitting on the inside of row number 3 as we try to hash out what we're going to do here with Kevin Sitton. Still sitting right there at the exit of turn number 4. So they'll pull him around right here as the field continues to motor under caution.
Rodney, interesting text message and Facebook post I got from old buddy K-Mo, Kenny Montgomery. He said, KR, if the 199 of Ryan Harris wins that $5,000 limited race tonight, the first 199 Dos Equis in the bar after the race are on our old buddy K-Mo. Boy,
How about that? How about that? That's a good thing.
Kenny Montgomery does a lot for the sport, man. He makes good music, good guy to be around, but he does a lot, you know, always buying and selling cars, doing a lot of things, but fun. But so race fans, if you want to drink some Dos Equis tonight on Kenny Montgomery's tab, you better be pulling for the 199 of Ryan Harris.
No doubt about that. Hey, race fans here on the property, there's an SUV out in the parking lot, license plate number Paul Sam Mary, PSM 7984. Paul Sam Mary 7984. PSM 7984. Another one of those situations you are blocking a race car. If you could move that vehicle just as soon as possible. SUV out in the parking lot. PSM Paul Sam Mary 7984. Need you to get that moved as soon as possible.
These are always fun to get. My old buddy Dalen Briscoe up there in Paris, Texas. Send us a picture there. Whole group of them's watching tonight. Paris, Texas in the shop. Man, appreciate you guys tuning in to Race on Texas. That's what makes the stream deal so cool for me, Rodney, is people can't always make it out to the racetrack, but they can dang sure turn it on, get their buddies over, and still have a good family experience, a good fan experience from the comfort of their home. But so anyway, Briscoe Wendell's up in Paris, Texas. Thank you guys very much for tuning in. We appreciate it. And Kim Williams, JW Tech guy, his wife, she texted me a while ago. She actually complimented, said, I'm not as terrible as I said I am. But I'm going to take that as a compliment. So, Miss Kim, thank you for the kind words. Thanks for watching, man. So, hopefully we'll get this one lined up, Rodney. I'm ready to see some late models go 30 laps.
Yep, still trying to get this all figured out. Got to give a shout out as well. One of my friends over from Central Texas, my man Rusty Head, the best name in racing, car number 55. You see him in factory stocks, limited modifieds. He is also checking in there on Race on Texas All Access. Thank you, Rusty. Appreciate the great words there, my brother. We are set to go. Lights are out around the speedway. There's Bo Begno up on the point here for 30 laps of action in your all-star late models. Mr. Denby on the outside. Mike Riley in the birdcage. Green flag. And we are off and racing with the late models. Begno once again to the point, and he's got company down on the inside. Here comes Shane Hebert side by side. They go into turn number 3. Hebert down on the bottom. Trouble out of turn number 1 and 2. You got one turned around. And there's your caution flag on what was really going to be a nice race down the front stretch.
Yeah, I guarantee those guys are already jockeying for position. You know, these guys, I don't think they're going to wait 30 laps. I think they're going to go, you know, and I think they're going to try to get there and try to set the pace early. You know, Bo's been tough all weekend long. I think they know that he's going to be, I'm not going to say the class of the field, but he's obviously going to be the guy they're all chasing tonight. So I think if they can get out front, they're going to get there as quick as they can.
So the caution flag right there at turn number 1. That car does come to a stop, so still 30 laps remaining. We're going to try it once again as we go back to our original start here with the All-Star late models here at the South Texas Race Ranch. Still plenty of racing to go. You got $2,000 on the line right here, and you got a couple of grand on the line coming up for the limited modifieds, and then $5,000 to win for the factory stocks. All of that happening before the end of the night here at South Texas Race Ranch on a great weekend of action here in Corpus Christi. Picture perfect weather. Enormous amount of folks in the stands. From what we can only tell from the messages we're getting here in the booth, there's got to be thousands of people checking in on All Access as well.
A lot of people watching at home, Rodney. Phone's been blown up for the last 3 hours, which is great. I love the communicating. You know, I love talking to people. I love being around people, and especially when we're talking racing. But it's fun when people are sending you pictures. There's 15, 20, 30, 40 people in the shop. You see their race car back there getting ready for the 23-3s. They show you the big picture there, and they're watching Race on Texas and enjoying the show. We appreciate everybody for tuning in.
All right, we got them restacked once again. We're going to try it once again. Let's check the whole shot right here and see if Bo Beckno can do it once again. Out of corner number 4, green flag waves, and we are off and racing here at the Race Ranch into turn number 1. They sail it off. You love that view right there. Here we go. Beckno will take him to the back straightaway. It is Shane Hebert on the inside in the second spot. Up on the top side is Denby, but boy, they are a pack of hungry hounds right there behind him as they almost go 3 wide. G.W. Egbert right there. Kevin sitting up on the front side. They figured all of that out. Sitton did go to the scales apparently, and Kevin Sitton now rides in the 4th spot. Egbert rides in 4th. Here's Sitton down on the bottom. Look at all these different lines, KR. This is crazy.
Everybody is fitting in where they fit in. They're going where they need to go. If the race car's not exactly where it needs to be, the driver's correcting the car in the cockpit. You got racing 3 wide all the way around here. I figured this is what we was going to get, and we're seeing the proof in the pudding right now. They're racing all over this place.
Here is your battle for 3rd. It is Hebert. You got 3 wide. Egbert up on the top side. Hebert, some contact there with Sitton. Off they go into turn number 1. They're able to hold on. How about right that? Masterful job right there. Now you got them 4 wide. Cody Hardage up on the top side. Now here comes the number 08 of Ray Allen Kaholnick. Throw a blanket over this right here. Out of corner number 4. These are some of the best wheelmen in the region, and they're all stacked up right there.
3rd to about 7th place, man. What a show they're putting on. 2 and 3 wide all the way around this little quarter mile here. I tell you what, late models are cool, but they're even cooler when they're running 2 and 3 wide around the bull ring.
Man, I got to tell you right here, this is some of the best racing that I have watched all year. And they dive into turn number 1. Race on Texas, you're live in All Access. You got G.W. Egbert leading that pack right there. Cody Hardage down on the inside. Louisiana, Shane Hebert. Up on the top side, Ray Allen Kaholnick way up to the top side. You want to talk about going up to the cushion. That's exactly what Cody Hardage did right there. And he falls right into the loving arms of Sitton. This is amazing. Amazing.
Rodney, what Cody just did, he just showed you how important this win is. He was going to try everything he can. He's going to push the limits to his race car. All these drivers are doing that. Bo's out front, the 32 machine. He's setting the pace, man. He's just clicking them off. And 2nd to about 8th place, man. Who knows where that's going to shake out.
That really is the battle right there. It's Tracy Denby Sr. leading that pack of 2nd place cars, followed by G.W. Egbert, Shane Hebert sitting right behind Ray Allen Kaholnick. You talked about Ray Allen Kaholnick as maybe one of the guys that we hadn't talked about quite as much, maybe a little bit of a sleeper, and he has now made his way into the 4th spot. But the car to watch right now is G.W. Egbert. He has made some major moves, and right now he is knocking on the back door of Mr. Denby right there in car number 15. He's got a little bit of separation in between himself and the car behind him, but here comes Egbert right there. That Egbert car looks like it is rolling on rails.
You know, last night in qualifying, he did not put a good qualifying lap down. Car wasn't good. He has worked on that car all all weekend, and you're seeing the fruits of the labor right now. Running in third spot, striking distance into second. He's going to try to get to second, start trying to reel that 32 machine down.
Late models putting on a show here at the South Texas Shootout at the Race Ranch. The battle right now beginning to materialize right there for the second spot. Out of the second corner they come. Tracy Denby Sr. takes him down into the corner. Race on Texas, we go back up to the top. That is Bo Beckno. He won $1,000 last night, trying to take home $2,000 tonight, trying to sweep the weekend here in the All-Star Late Models at the South Texas Shootout. He continues to lead. He leads by about 25 car lengths as they make their way here around the bull ring at the South Texas Race Ranch. Here comes Denby down to the inside. They're now into the lap traffic. G.W. Egbert riding in the third spot. Here comes Ray Allen Koholnick, Shane Hebert, and the one car of Kevin Sitton. Kevin Sitton now being trailed by the 12 car of Cody Hardage. Now they begin to stretch it out. This is a long race, a very long race.
Yeah, they're starting to kind of get in and just kind of get a groove. You know, you got to worry about tire wear a little bit as we start taking a little slick down, maybe start taking a little rubber down. They got to worry about a little tire wear. Cars are changing a little bit, you know, burning some fuel off. Things are happening a little bit. But I tell you what, that 32 machine, man, kudos to that team so far all weekend long. They have been on a rail. Look at GW passing for second, getting into third.
There he goes right there. A little bit of a stumble right there by Tracy Denby Sr. And G.W. Egbert goes to the second spot. But it's going to be a long road to hoe to get to Bo Beckno. It is about a straightaway advantage right there. But Egbert now rides in the second spot. But here comes the silent, lurking Ray Allen Koholnick riding in the fourth spot as we race towards the halfway point here in the All-Star Late Model Feature Race. Shane Hebert has kind of fallen back a little bit. Kevin Sitton has fallen back a little bit. So those guys, we were expecting a little bit more out of those two guys. But right now, I think the story is, like you talked about, here comes R.A. Koholnick.
Yeah, there's a lot of good shoes in there. I wonder if Hebert... That's Trevor there. That's Trevor, okay. Hebert and Sitton, they got together a little bit early on the race. I wonder if they might have had a little damage in that, you know, a little innocent contact there, kind of maybe hurting the race car a little bit. But I tell you what, this 32 machine of Bo Beckno, what an impressive weekend this kid's putting together.
Unbelievable what he is doing right now. He is waxing the field right here, and this is a loaded field of late models here at the South Texas Race Ranch, and he is just leaving them behind. It is a Sunday drive for him, and he has taken off, but now they're really starting to stack it up back there for the third spot as you got Koholnick right there on the back bumper. Here comes Hebert down to the inside. Here we go. That is a battle for fourth place. You check in live right here on Race on Texas. Shane Hebert down on the bottom. Ray Allen Koholnick up on the top side. He's bringing Kevin Sitton. Three-car battle right there. Cody Hardge. Oh, you got one up on the fence as you have Mr. Hardage up on the fence. Tough shot right there. Eddie Hardage right up on the fence. He took a really hard hit here on the concrete retaining wall.
We got to tell the two stories. Bo Beckno on the 32 absolutely hates to see this caution. G.W. Egbert, the 717, absolutely love to see this caution. He's fixing to get on the back bumper. He's got one car in front of him. I tell you what, we're fixing to see a shootout. That 32's been on the rail all weekend. I'm not going to discredit anything he's done, but I will talk about G.W. Egbert. Worked on that car, like I say, qualifying last night. I guarantee if you talk to him, he was not happy with that. They worked on it. And look at what we got here. You know, he has worked himself up to the second spot. Now he's going to get a restart on the tail of the 32 machine. But what does this do for all these drivers? You know, this has been up on the wheel, man. I know it's slicked off a little bit to last night, maybe not the same amount of speed, but they are wrestling these cars around, man. It's elbows up. Everybody gets a chance to take a deep breath, reevaluate. Now it's go time. If there was any cards holding, I think they're going to show them already. But if they've got one up their sleeve, you're fixing to see them play it out right now.
That's
Rodney.
exactly right. That is that old Kenny Rogers. You got to know when to hold him. You got to know when to fold him. And it is coming up right here for Bo Beckno. And as you mentioned, he did not want to see that caution as he's been able to get away from the pack all weekend. But this is where you got that prowess right there, that veteran race car driver, not just with G.W. Egbert. You got Tracy Denby Sr. right there, Ray Allen, Hebert. I mean, these are all veteran race car drivers. They're now right on the tail of this young hot shoe.
This whole field, man. I mean, Rodney, we can sit there and talk about 10th, 12th place cars capable of winning any night they show up. And I'm going to tell you this, Rodney, if this is any indication of what this All-Star Late Model Series is bringing to South Texas, these guys in South Texas are in for a 2023 season. It is going to be a phenomenal year.
It really is going to be right here, and this is your best example right here. And it really is so cool to see because we've watched it throughout. I mean, the folks checking in on Race on Texas, a lot of you race fans right here at the racetrack. that have been race fans for the last 10, 15 years, you've seen the struggles of the late models and how it's been so hard to try to make these cars and make some sort of series stick here in the South Central Texas area. They thrive up north. I mean, they thrive in Louisiana. They thrive in Alabama, all of these other spots. But here in South Central Texas, it's been so hard. But I can tell you something, Owen Pittman is on to something right here.
Absolutely. I mean, this is I'm going to look at the schedule. I'm not going to lie to you, Rodney. If these guys start venturing up our way and doing some things, we will be looking at. Denby just pulled off the racetrack, huh? Third place runner at the time. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
That's what I love about this sport. Just about the time we think we've got something to talk about and figured it out, 180 all over again, man. Here we go.
And you're exactly right. I mean, sorry to interrupt, but yeah, when this schedule comes out, and I mean, you think about some of these tracks around here. I mean, I know you from up north, but I mean, here you've got this place, you've got Texana, you've got Cotton Bowl Speedway, which is a hidden gem sitting over there in Page. You got Waco. I mean, all of these racetracks, man. These late models, this is something I think that could grow into something really phenomenal.
I do too. I-37, I think that'd be a great venue, a great joint to see a good late model race. But man, I tell you, this is exciting to see late models back in this part of the world. You know, it's been a long time coming. I'm glad to see it come back around.
Texas two-step restart coming up. Lights are out around the speedway. Bo Beckno brings them around. We are set. Green in the air. We are off and rolling. Into turn number 1, side by side. GW Egbert down on the bottom. Ray Allen Kahonik up on the top side. GW trying to work. Here's Kahonik. Big time move up on the top side. Shane Abear down on the inside. Kevin Sitton is right there. Cody Hardage trails the field. They make their way around down into turn number 1. Now they single file. Brandon Brzezowski is right there. The 78 car sitting there as well. And off to the back straightaway we go. And here we go. Here we go. We're stacking them up right now. Ray Allen, you get the call of the race because he is now riding in second spot.
Ray Allen just kind of snuck through the field. You didn't even see it coming. He's just kind of there. Now he's in second. I'm not going to lie to you. He's not losing ground to the 32 machine per se, but I don't know if he's gaining ground. So we're going to have to see what he can do. He does have the advantage. He can move around and see where Bo's running and see if he can figure out a faster line around the racetrack.
Let's take a look and see if he has the magic pill that's going to be the answer that nobody has been able to find out this weekend, and that is how to catch Bo Beckno as he rides up at the front of the pack. He leads by about 20 car lengths. The action happening all right behind him. Here is Ray Allen Kahonik leading the pack out of turn number 2. GW Egbert rides in the second spot, followed by Shane Abear in car number 9, taking a peek down on the bottom. Kevin Sitton to the back straightaway we go, and that battle continues to materialize. Here comes GW coming back down on the bottom. This is your battle for second. Egbert down on the bottom. Oh, so close right there. Boy, I tell you, that is rim riding on the top for Kahonik.
Well, I guarantee it. GW, he didn't like it. Oh, look at Ray Allen. Something happened to this car. The 08 machine of Ray Allen's broke.
Ah, my goodness, right there. The 08 goes away. You hate to see that. GW Egbert will now ride free and clear in the second spot. Shane Abear will now go to third, followed by Kevin Sitton in fourth. And now the fourth place car is Brandon Brzezowski in the 104. Cody Hardage riding along with the 28 car sitting right there behind him. Here they come, continuing to make their way around. But the one thing that there is no question about is the front of the pack. Bo Beckno in car number 32 continues to just walk away from the field. My man Joe Spillman says walking the dog. That's exactly what he's been doing. Showing him 2 at the line that time by. Caution flag, turn number 2. So we start talking about walking the dog, and here we go. Yet another penalty flag.
Rodney, is this going to set us up for a green-white checker?
You know, green-white checkered. The dominance of Bo Beckno matters not right now, because this is when that old monkey wrench we talk about. Here's the monkey wrench that's thrown into the pack.
Yeah, that first 27 laps, forget it.
Like they never happened.
Yeah, it's go time now. I'm going to tell you what, GW Egbert, when Ray Allen got around him, it's like he found another gear. He was searching on the racetrack. He found it. I think he's fixing to throw something at the 32 car. Look who's running in third. Shane Abear's worked his way back up there. Kevin Sitton in the 4th place spot. Man, I tell you, this one's fixing to be good. I'm hoping we go green-white checker because this one's fixing to be good.
Here we go. It has been the 32 car Beckno that has nailed every start and every restart throughout the weekend. Here's Egbert jumping up in front of him. And you got to think about that. We talk about that Beckno, a young racer. That's Egbert. That's a little bit of the mind games right there.
Yeah,
a little bit of the mind games right there.
GW decided he wanted that outside spot, but you're right. He played a little game with him. He knew he wanted it to begin with, but he wanted to go and show him that he was there. Make sure you see it on the big screen then, Phil, too, buddy, because I'm there, but I'm going to make sure you saw that yellow sideboard come by you. So this is fixing. I'm going to tell you, Rodney, I think we're going to have a good start going down here. I think coming to turn 3 on the white flag, it's going to get wild.
Here we go. Bo Beckno brings him around. Texas two-step restart. Shane Hebert on the inside. GW Egbert on the top side. Green, white, checkered coming out right now. Mike Riley throws it in the air. We are green and going into turn number 1. Bo Beckno drags the field down into turn number 1. Bo down to the bottom of the racetrack. Here's Egbert to the back straight. Away we go. Drag race down the back stretch, and here we go. GW Egbert on the top side. You called it. Let's see what Beckno does right here. White flag in the air. One more time around. GW Egbert into turn number 1. Bo Beckno, for the first time all weekend, is not in the lead. Look at the momentum up on the top side. Here we go down into turn number 3. GW Egbert, what does Bo Beckno have right here? Caution flag on the racetrack. My goodness.
Holy cow, Rodney. My good. I knew GW wasn't going to sit there long. He showed it. Bo's driving a great race. You know, for a young fella, KG veteran, moves out there on the racetrack, you know, so whew. I don't know what to think, man. It's hard not to be a racer. I don't know how you do this. I couldn't do this all the time, man. It's hard not to just get involved and want to be a race fan. But here's the thing that's tricky about this now. GW, he showed his hand. The 32 car knows what he's going to do now. So what is GW going to do? He's going to have to figure it out. He's committed to the outside line. He's got a race car. He just proved he's got a race car that'll go there. But now Bo knows that. So that may open the door for the 9 of Shane Hebert.
It might. You're exactly right. And for Hebert, what a save it would be for the weekend that he was hoping to have. Right now he sits on the inside of row number 2. Here we go. We're going to try it one more time. Green, white, checkered, all-star late models. Green flag in the air. Off we go. Bo Beckno takes him into turn number 1. Hebert, great start down on the inside. Shane Hebert is right there out of the corner. Here's Egbert up on the top side again. Much better start this time for Bo Beckno. Trouble. Turn number 2, you got the 5 car spins around. That is McDonald. Ryan McDonald sitting right there at turn number 2. And the caution flag comes out once again. All right, so now they're even. Now they're even.
So now Bo knows what Shane's going to do. He knows what GW is going to do. Now he's got to figure out what he's going to do. Because how are you going to block? If you're in the 32 machine, Rodney, which way are you blocking? You're blocking the 9, you're blocking the 717. What is your move from the driver's seat? You're an experienced racer. You know the drill. What's going through your head? What's your strategy?
I'll tell you what, right now, if I'm Bo Beckno, the main thing that I am thinking right now is I've got to nail my start. I've got to time this thing perfectly. I can't let the car get away from me. I can't spin tires. I can't do anything. I can't. He controls the start. That's the whole part to think about this. He's going to be the one to get him started. Man, but it's a hell of a lot harder than that.
Young career, biggest restart of his career right now.
Here we go.
Out of 4.
Out of corner number 4, Texas two-step restart, green, white, checkered. One more time. We are off and racing Beckno into turn number 1. Up on the top side, here comes Egbert. Egbert on the gas, Hebert down on the bottom. To the back, straight away we go one more time, side by side, the battle for second. Hebert, look at that push. Egbert all the way up to the top of the racetrack. White flag in the air, one more time around here at the race ranch. Great drive off of turn number 4. Here's Bo Beckno, he leads by 4 car lengths onto the back straightaway. He wins $1,000 last night. He dominates tonight. Up on the wall goes Egbert. Checkered flag in the air. $3,000, a flip on the backstretch. 2 cars. It is a mess on the backstretch. $3,000 richer on the front stretch is Bo Beckno, but you have a mess. You've got Egbert into the wall. You had a car end over end on the backstretch. And right now, all the thoughts are on the back straightaway into turn number 3. Word from race control, the car tumbling down the backstretch. Driver is all good. Driver is good on the car that went ass end over elbows. That's the only way to put it. That is the 12 car of Cody Hartage as he tumbles down the back straightaway. Everything's good there for Hartage. What a ride. What a finish. Let's go back and take a look. On Race on Texas, you see the replay. We'll take a look at it one more time. as they made their way around.
By
Out
four,
of corner
Carl.
number 2, it's Egbert, way up to the top of the racetrack. Contact there with the right rear into the retaining wall as he rides that and comes back down across front end, breaking apart. Cody Hardage makes the contact. Nowhere to
flip on
go,
the backstretch.
and that car just goes over. What a ride. What a ride right there for Cody Hardage. He has contact there with GW Egbert. Once again, race fans here on property, PSM, Paul Sam Mary 7984. Paul Sam Mary 7984. That is an SUV out in the parking lot. If you could, we need you to move that as soon as possible. Paul Sam Mary, PSM 7984. So have you caught your breath yet, KR, after that?
I am. It looks like GW is walking out of his car over there, so that's great news. Both drivers okay. Race fans, give both of those great drivers a round of applause, man. A lot of tore-up race cars, a lot of money going to be spent over the winter. Main thing is they were out of that race car, but, man, what a what a finish. I mean, I guess we got to finish. I'm not sure if we got to finish. I don't know if we're going to rack them and go again. I don't know what we're doing here. So, man, that's a hard ride there. GW got in the wall pretty hard there, rode it. When it kicked back down, then Cody had nowhere to go. That was a hard hit. You know, GW sitting there, and then the 12 car hits it and rolls it over. So, main thing is just grateful to see both those guys get out of those cars.
And that was one of those things where we saw it on the Race on Texas replay as that car came off of the fence there of Egbert. I mean, he was trying to control the wheels. I mean, you can see the front suspension just break itself loose. I mean, he had ridden the wall back there. When it comes back down to the ground, they just spread out, and there's nothing he can do right there.
Yeah, he was just along for the ride there. Race fans, Rodney making his way back down to victory lane for a presentation All-Star late model winner. The 32 machine, Mr. Bo Begnog, has been dominant all weekend long, folks. When he gets out of that car, you make sure we let him know how much we appreciate his efforts all weekend long with a great round of applause. Get up, stretch your legs, clap, hoop, and holler, do whatever you do. This young man's got a bright future in these dirt late models, and I'm excited and honored to be here. Race fans, getting out of the car, the 32 of Bo Begnog.
I'll tell you what, as we sit down here in Victory Lane, I think we're definitely going to call it Bo Knows late model racing with this weekend that you have put together. Bo, you had to be when those yellow flags kept coming out. You're thinking, man, come on, let's just finish this thing off.
Yes, sir. I really wasn't sure how good of a lead we had. My dad was signaling me, and I know GW was getting good towards the end, and I was just trying to hold him off.
So, Bo, let's talk about that. I mean, you were able to get away. You nailed every start, every restart, everything. We get down to the end right there. The havoc behind you, did you have any idea what was going on right there?
No, sir. It really helps a lot when you got good people behind you. I got to thank my parents. They mean the world to me, and they allow me to do this. I wouldn't want to spend my weekends any other way.
And, Bo, I'd really like to ask you, I mean, because on the restarts, I mean, you had GW, you had Denby, Brzezowski, you had all these guys behind you. You got veteran guys there. They didn't do anything crazy. I mean, it's good, clean racing right there for you all weekend.
Yes, sir. This is a really good group of cars to race with, and just gaining experience every week.
$3,000 right here on the weekend for this man. Put your hands together. Bo Begno, Bo Knows late models right here this weekend.
I'd like to thank my sponsors. First of all, my mom and dad. I'd like to thank Scoot with Sandy Weld, Doug Begno with Bolted Steel Tank Services. Shout out to John Hobbs with Gunslinger Ammo, Mr. Ron Skinner, Chad Comer, Truck Superstore, Pooter, Lil Robbie, Big Robbie, the whole Starnes family, and Owen for having us out here.
Rodney, what a nice young man you got to visit with down there in Victory Lane. Congratulations to him. He just mentioned Ron Skinner right there on the front straightaway. Mr. Skinner has been taking great photos for many a years, man. Thank you for your dedication to the sport. We all appreciate you for capturing all the memories, and, man, much respect to all you track photographers for what you do. So, folks, who ready for some Jew-Dog Hour Racing Limited Modified 50 laps, $5,000 to win? It's coming up next. Who's ready for it, folks? Rodney, you're back up here in the booth, man. We've been salivating over this one.
Oh,
look
man.
At the front rows of this deal. Look at the top 4, the top 8, the top 10, the top 12, the top 20 in this feature is unreal.
This is amazing what we're about to see, and race fans, you got 2 more races left here tonight in 2022. This is it right here, and as we have had such a great year, not only here but throughout Central Texas. Right here, this is going to be what it's all about. I mean, when you talk about things coming to a head and things coming to a culmination, it's been a remarkable season, but you're about to watch the next, 70, 80 laps. The next 80 laps of action that are coming up are going to be some of the best ever that we've seen in this state.
Yeah, this is what the whole weekend's been building toward. Here's the climax of it. You know, you're fixing to get the payoff here. You know, Stephen Whitaker Jr. starting on the pole, man. He's got a ton of laps around here. USMTS veteran. He's run all kinds of cars all over the country. You know, his nerves aren't shot. He's not worried about who's in front of him, who's behind him. It doesn't matter. Cody Smith's going to be starting second row inside. Got a chance to see Cody a lot over the last 20 years up in the DFW area, man. Guys as good as they come. You're not going to rattle him. That's what's impressive. You got so much talent right here in the top 4 or 5 rows. It's going to be a good one. But Whitaker on the pole is going to be hard to bet against, obviously. But, man, after what we've seen, what Owen's given us to race on tonight, how can you bet against anybody because they can move around and they can pass race cars?
And the other part about this, KR, is, regular Friday, Saturday night shows, 20, 25 laps. Double that. This is 50 laps that we're about to have right now with limited modifieds. I mean, this right here, when you talk about huge races, 50 laps. That's 2 feature races back to back that they're about to try to pull off right here with 22 of the best.
Well, and the thing about it is, there's no guarantee we're going to get a caution. It could be 50 green flag laps.
That's exactly right.
It's a whole different deal. Tire wear becomes important. Fuel burn-off becomes important. Race strategy becomes important. I'll tell you what I'm excited about. The 26 of J.J. Jennings just got the note. We'll be riding along with him to this feature. He's got the in-car. He's been fast all weekend long. He's the one I said earlier he wasn't going to run the bottom. He ran the bottom and was a rocket ship off there. So, man, this ought to be a good one here.
All right, extra money that's coming in tonight in this race. $800 extra in memory of Randy Grigorchik. Great racing name right there. And there are a lot of folks that have done this. KD Graphics, Ace Transmission, Jerry and Mary Earhard, Robert Wyman, Derek Gonzalez, DJ Duncan, Charlie York, Eddie Ross, Joe and Charlotte Johnson, Jeff Nonsko, Rob Sanderson, Rahi Racing, GNR Harvesting, Heffling Racing, or Heffling Family, John Leda, Brandon Brzezowski, I-37 Speedway, GW Hessong, $800 additional to the third place car. That is our racing family right there.
That's awesome, man. You know, it's a great tribute to a great man. A lot of good people helped make this happen. You know, you got an extra $800 to third place. Kane and Natalie Buckmeyer, an extra 100 to 10th, 15th, and a 50 to 20th position. So thanks for all these people. It makes it good when this money starts getting dispersed through the field, man. Everybody needs a little extra money this time of year to get home on and get ready for the next year. But, man, what a race now. $800 extra for third place.
So here we go, getting set for 50 laps of action. The Jude Allgaier Limited Modifieds getting set. Let's get you that starting lineup before they even come out. Starting on the point out of Robstown in car number 38, he has been the man to beat. It is Stevie Whitaker Jr. He will be on the point on the outside. Out of Houston in the 17E, it's Eric Sigilski. Row 2 on the inside, out of Kaufman in the 25C. It'll be Cody Smith on the outside. Out of Hyder in car number 15, it's Tracy Denby Jr. Row 3 on the inside, out of Corpus in car number 879, it's Marcus Miklicek. On the outside in car number 184, also out of Corpus, it is Brian Rye. Position number 7. Down on the inside, out of Corpus, it is Ben Miklicek in car number 13M. On the outside, out of Corpus, in the 115, Chuck Perry. Position number 9, out of San Antonio, car number 99, Texas Sweet Tea, it's Johnny Torres. Position 10, out of China Grove, it's Trent Beaver. Position 11, inside, out of Crosby, it's Ryan Harris. On the outside, Tanner Whitmire out of Taft. Position 13, double, triple duty driver. I lost track. Out of Danbury, it's Ray Allen Kaholnick. On the outside, J.J. Jennings. J.J. Jennings will have the race on Texas in-car camera, as you will see that as we race throughout the evening. Position number 15, out of Corpus Christi, Cody Beto. On the outside, out of Anderson, David Leger Jr. Position 17, out of Myersville, Texas. In car number 63, it's Shane Heffling. On the outside, Garrett Gregory out of Tomball. Position 19, in the BD2, it's Daniel Presting out of Edna. In car number 03, it is G.W. Hessong. Fast time provisional, it is Chris Rye. Champions provisional, and he gets the champions provisional because Marcus Miklicek had already punched his way in. It's Gilbert Pettis III. That's 22 of them right there, KR.
We got a 23 and a 24 place starter too. Don't have the names on those, but they had an auction. They bought in the spots there. So we're going to start 24 car, 50 laps, $5,000 to win, Rodney. I tell you, this one's fixing to be fun right now.
Man, 50 laps of racing on a dirt track. How about that?
I'm going to tell you what's cool about that in-car. You know, JJ's about mid-pack. We're going to see some action when they switch over on the RaceOnTexas.com feed to that in-car. Going to be phenomenal coverage because he's starting about 12th, 13th on the field. So, man, that's going to be a show right there.
So it looks like the other two cars in the pack, it'll be Zane Goff in car number 42 on the outside. So Goff is the 42. And it looks like car number 84 has also made his way into the race. And we are set to go. Lights are going out around the racetrack. Here we go. Limited modifieds. 50 laps of action coming up right here. Into the start zone we go. Lights are out. Here comes Stevie Whitaker bringing them around. It is the South Texas Shootout. Green flag. We are off and racing here at the race ranch. Into turn number 1. Off we go. Sigilski up on the top side. What can he do right there? To the back straightaway we go. The 25 car making his way down to the inside. That's Cody Smith. Cody Smith goes to the runner-up spot. Everybody free and clear. This is going to be the first hurdle. Oh, look at that. Out of the corner. Stevie Whitaker able to hold on. Tracy Denby right there. Casey Smith, Sigilski, Cody Smith, pardon me. Off into the corner they go. Mission accomplished. We got one lap in. To the backstretch we go. We got a pile up there at turn number 1. In between turns 1 and 2, you got Chris Rye that's involved right there in the $4. That was the fast time. You got 5 cars. Let's take a look at the Race on Texas replay. As they go into turn number 1, you got a pile of cars. One car loses a grip. Around he goes, stuck at the infield tire. Nowhere for the rest of the pack to go. They bottleneck, and boom, there you go. To the backstretch we go. Pile-ups happen.
If lap 1 was any indication, Rodney, what we're about to see, man, we are in for a show. Cody Smith made a move coming out of 2. Stephen Whitaker's on top. What I want to talk about Cody there, when he got down here 3 and 4, car the nose wanted to push up a little bit. Avoided contact with the leader, gave up a few spots. You know, that's smart racing in my book. That's respectful, smart racing. He knows he had 49 more laps to get it done. Can't win it on the first lap. He used his head, got it in there, got the caution. We'll see where everybody shakes back up. But, man, what a field of cars. I'm looking at this. This isn't an all-star race. This is an all-star race. It's not called that, but this is an all-star race, man. What a field of talent here tonight.
There's no way around that, and that really is the thing to talk about that we're going to be talking about throughout this race, is you got to bide your time. I mean, you really do have to bide your time and figure out how you're going to run this race. I mean, because this is where a situation, KR, where it goes into, you're not only racing the other 23 drivers, you're racing the racetrack, because this racetrack's going to continue to change. Your car's going to do different stuff, like you said. Tires are going to fall off, and this is the one where when you start talking about fuel falling off, this will happen in 50 laps of racing.
That's right. These guys are on gas, but they'll still have a little burn off. Nothing like methanol, but they will still have some burn off. But you know what's interesting here? This is a USRE limited mod type rule race, so you can run the American Racer KK704 or the IMC, or the Hoosier H500 or the IMC 500. So you got a few tire options to go for. It's going to be interesting to see what tires guys went with, what they decided to do, how they're going to wear throughout the race. You know, got the big blades on the backs. We don't have the roofs on tonight, but I'm telling you, man, Rodney, this is this is one of the stoutest fields, one of the best races I think I'm probably going to see in a long time.
Man, I love this right here. Final car in the field is actually Abel Arredondo in car number 64. One of those Corpus Christi great racers, great family friends of mine right there. Those are folks that have been doing it from Corpus Christi for a long time. They have chased this stuff. CC Speedway, Central Texas Speedway, Thunder Hill, whatever you want to call it. They have done it all, even in the pavement days back at San Antonio. You can probably chase them all the way back to Saratoga Speedway, for crying out loud. I mean, they've been around that long. That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing.
Well, I know San Antonio Speedway. I got to go down there one time and watch races, Riley. That was a neat place. I didn't realize cars could go that fast.
That's crazy. There's nothing like hitting the wall there. I can tell you that firsthand. So we got them all in line once again. Stevie Whitaker with a good hole shot. And here he is sitting at the front of the pack, the 25 of Cody Smith down on the inside. That was really the biggest mover right there. That was a car that, to me, drew a lot of attention with everything that he was doing right there. And once again, we check in on Race on Texas. Just great shots throughout the night. I mean, the aerial shots, the drone shots, in-car camera throughout this race with J.J. Jennings in car number 26. We're going to give you some awesome images throughout this presentation.
And I think, Rodney, if we can put 10, 15, 20 laps together, we're going to be on the back markers there pretty quick, and it's going to make it an interesting deal when you start getting in the lap traffic, when you're already racing 2 or 3 wide for position, and then you got some lap cars coming on. So if this thing goes green for a while, you're going to see all that factor in. But the cool thing is you got so much veteran talent up here in the field, man, that we're about to see a show.
There we go. Lights are out around the racetrack. Texas two-step restart coming up. Doing it one more time. 1 lap complete. Stevie Whitaker brings them out of turn number 4, green flag in the air. We are off and racing once again to Jude Allgaier Limited Modifieds here at the South Texas Shootout into turn number 1. Off we go now. Cody Smith, hole shot, but here comes up to the top side once again. Whitaker right there, 3 of them racing down into the corner. Denby up on the top side. Look at that drive down on the bottom. Cody Smith, a little bit of contact maybe right there with the 38 car Whitaker. Now they go single file down into the corner. They stack it up behind him. He got 1 turn sideways right there in the corner. That's Leger, but he's off and rolling. Nice job right there to keep it going. 1.5 car lengths up at the front of the pack. Stevie Whitaker continuing to lead over Denby in the 15 car. Now they go single file all the way back to about 6th place. And here they come out of corner number 4, down into turn number 1, down on the bottom side of the racetrack. Here we go, 3 wide out of turn number 2. Look at Rye up on the top side, all the way up to the 4th spot.
An unbelievable racing, man. It's all through the field here, right? There's 3 and 4 wide everywhere you look, man. The lead pack's up here. Whitaker's trying to put a little distance at it, get him a little breathing room so he can make the pace down just a little bit. But I'm telling you, they're not breathing in the cars, and I don't think we are up here either.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, the car on the move is Tanner Whitmire. Tanner Whitmire started in the 12th spot, and right now he has made up over half of that as he sits right there in that cluster of cars as we go down the front straightaway. Here's Whitmire going down to the bottom side. We jump back on board with J.J. Jennings on Race on Texas. Here we are onto the back straightaway, making our way down right there. Still a very smooth racetrack. Here's Jennings as he takes us down into turn number 3, dives down on the bottom. You always wonder what's going to be down on the inside of you, powering out of turn number 4. What a ride right there. That is one lap around the racetrack with J.J. Jennings in car number 26.
Unbelievable footage, man. Look at this battle back here from about 7th to about 14th, Rodney. 2 and 3 wide racing back there. They're trying to get up there. They know that this is a long race. They're trying to get themselves in a position to get a podium finish the best they can to salvage the weekend for them.
Marcus Miklicek in the 879 leads a pack of cars that works down the back straightaway, and you got them stacked 2 wide right there as they make their way around, as they dive down into the corner. He's got cars every which way around him. Take a look at this. There's Ray Allen Kahonik right there running tail into that pack. Down the front straightaway they go, down into corner number 1, and they are running inches apart right there. You got them 3 wide, you got them 4 wide as they make their way out of turn number 2. That right there is some crazy racing as we race 50 laps here in the limited modifieds.
Watching Cody Smith, that 25 car, he's working Denby there a little bit. He's trying to get himself in a better position to go fetch the 38 car of Whitaker. But I tell you, man, tough competition, tough field. But I'm just admired with this 7th to about 15th place battle back here. Unreal action tonight.
This right here tells you the quality of driver that we have racing here tonight at the race ranch. These guys are leaning on each other just a little bit. However, we haven't had one caution is all we've had. Battle for the 2nd spot. Up we go. You got Cody Smith down on the inside. Tracy Denby Jr. goes way up to the top side. Up on the cushion. They make their way out of turn number 2. And here they go, sailing down onto the back straightaway. And it continues to be Stevie Whitaker right there. I tell you, Stevie Whitaker is running one really nice pace right there. He's going up to the top of the racetrack, and he is flawless at the moment.
That's right. Stevie's good, man. He's got a lot of laps, a lot of experience. He puts these cars together. He knows everything about this, what this race car's doing, what he can expect from it. But I'm going to tell you, Cody's going to try to start fetching him in little by little, and we're going to have a shootout if we keep this pace up.
Battle for 4th back there. I mentioned that he started 12th. Here he is, Tanner Whitmire, now riding in the 4th spot in car 101. Here he is up on the top side, trying to go to the outside of Rye. Back on board once again here with Jennings in the car number 26. Off we go. We are working out of turn number 4, racing down into turn number 1. Garrett Gregory up on the top side. That shows you how close these cars get together as that in-car camera takes you to the back straightaway. These pictures right here on Race on Texas. Can you believe this? This is 24 strong racing for $2,000 to win here in these limited modifieds. They sail it off into turn number 1, but it continues to be the class of the field at the moment. It is Stevie Whitaker in car number 38 continuing to hang on as he tries to get away from the pack.
Rodney, it's fixing to get interesting. They're starting to catch the tail of the field now, so we're fixing to see some cat and mouse or some chess action happening here. So you can see Cody's gained a little ground here, and we've got a cluster of cars here in front of them. So it's going to be interesting to watch Stevie and Cody mix it up in this lap traffic because they're running 3 wide in front of them.
Yeah, they are, and these guys are racing for position. They're not going to get out of the way. They have no idea. I mean, they're on the receiver, but I mean, what are you going to hear? I mean, if you're racing for position, here's Whitaker way up the track. Goes the $4 car. That is Chris Rye. He'll go up to the top of the racetrack, and that's probably going to draw a caution flag right there. And man, I feel bad for Chris Rye, but I wanted to see them racing in the lap traffic.
Talking race fan here, from a race fan's perspective, I'm with you. I hate to see it for the Rye guy. But I'm telling you, that was fixing to get good. We was fixing to see 2 heavyweights slug it out in lap traffic, but Stevie caught a break there. Like he's going to be good regardless, but like, let's get a chance to cool off, let the tires kind of come back under him, see what's got. But I'm going to tell you, knowing Cody Smith, watching Tracy Denby race for years, Whitmire, these guys, there's no slack behind Stevie. They're already thinking about what they're going to do, how they're going to fire on the restart, where they're going to be. Cody's probably going to go to the bottom, I think, on this restart. He may pick the top, but he's been pretty good on the bottom on the restarts. I kind of think he'll stick there. But, man, there's so much talent in this field. I can't get over that. Like, this is a phenomenal, phenomenal field, man. And we're seeing the action on the racetrack to back it up.
It has been Stevie Whitaker from the drop of the green flag. He is your race leader in car number 38. Cody Smith, a nice ride right there, sticking right with him. Tracy Denby Jr. in car number 15. Behind them, there is Tanner Whitmire in the 101. He started in the 12th spot. He has raced his way all the way up to the 4th spot. The 184 Arai. It's Miklachek in the 879. The car number 199 sitting there in line is Harris. And it's just a who's who of what you have out here. And this is really going to be an interesting restart because, to me, I mean, I really like what I'm seeing there from Stevie. But I got to tell you, that Cody Smith car is running on a rail.
Both of them are. It's going to be a good show. But not to forget the 199 of Ryan Harris. If he pulls this off, our old buddy K-Mo has got the next 199 Dos Equis down at the bar after the races. So he may be the fan pick right now if you're here at the race ranch tonight.
That's right. If you're at the race ranch, put your hat or put your money in the hat of car number 199 as we get them set. Texas two-step restart coming up here with your limited modifieds.
Start 17.
16 laps complete here out of 50. So working towards that halfway point. Stevie Whitaker out by himself, 16 down as they make their way around. Brace yourselves, tighten up those belts like they say on TV, because this right here is the real deal. Here we go. Stevie Whitaker on the gas. Green flag flies, and we are off and racing at the race ranch once again. Into turn number 1, it's Denby down on the bottom side. They race down into the corner. Denby, Cody Smith on the top side. A little bit of a stumble right there. Whitaker back on the gas. Cody Smith up on the top side. Here's Tanner Whitmire working down on the bottom. The 184 of Brian Rye up on the top side. Here comes Marcus Miklachek in the 879. The fan favorite up on the top side is the 199. They barrel off into the corner, but it's Whitaker once again. Whitaker up on the top side, but again, KR to me, so many different grooves. You see 4 different grooves on the racetrack. They're 3 wide into turn 3.
You can run anywhere you want tonight. It's where you want to run. It's where you can run. You have that opportunity. Cody surprised me. He moved to the outside on that restart. He may be thinking long haul. Where's my car at right now? Where's it going to be in the feature? But, man, what a drive these guys are putting on tonight.
Here we go down into the corner. Battle for second place. Tracy Denby down to the bottom. Tracy Denby Jr. will take the second spot as they race down the front straightaway. Cody Smith down on the bottom side, racing into corner number 1. Here's Cody Smith coming back down on the bottom side. Denby working on the top. Let's watch Smith if he can drive it down into the corner. Cody will take it down deep into corner number 3, but it is Denby up on the top side. He's going to hold that spot. Brian Rye running right behind him in car number 184. The field continues to run around. You got him single file, you got him double file, you got him triple file, you got all of that. Hot spot on the racetrack is for second. Stevie Whitaker says, you boys have at it. I'm going to take off from the pack.
If he's seeing that, I could see that. That's the best thing happening for him, Rodney. They are racing hard behind him. That's going to let him get out and get a little more clean air and just get a little distance. And I don't think he's going to roll out of the throttle, but it gives him a little opportunity to protect his tires and work his equipment a little different than the rest of the field.
You got a really good battle happening right there for that second spot as we check back in on Race on Texas a little bit further back, right outside of the top 3. That is Brian Rye right there in the 184. Marcus Miklachek, the 199 car, making his way down on the inside. You got Johnny Torres really getting into this 17 car off of the racetrack. There goes Eric Zagilski. He started second in this race. He now retires, goes down to the infield. So there goes one of the big hitters out of the race as we approach the halfway point here in this 50-lap main event. Unheard of 50-lap races. And I got to tell you, KR, here comes Johnny Torres. Out of nowhere, Johnny Torres has put himself into the 6th spot as he goes to the inside of Marcus Miklachek.
And he had to come out of a B, Rodney. He had to work his way through the B main tonight. And I don't know, maybe that extra laps helped him get more acclimated to this car that he doesn't drive all the time, but Johnny's just catfishing around those Ute tires. Looks like he's passing for 5th as we speak. I mean, a phenomenal run from Mr. Torres tonight.
Yeah, down to the inside right there, Brian Rye. That is your battle for 5th. Halfway home that time by. We got one feature in. 25 down, 25 to go. The action on the racetrack. Hot spot right there behind him. Behind that battle right there with Torres and Rye, you got the 879 of Miklachek, and now he's got an elbow full right there of Ray Allen Koholnik. Koholnik going down to the inside. You're going 3 wide down into the corner right here. We are 26 laps into this race, and you're running 3 wide, slinging them every which way around the racetrack down into the corner. But the one thing that does not change up at the front of the pack, and it's about to get good once again because he's about a straightaway behind of that lap traffic, is going to be Stevie Whitaker. Dominant force tonight.
And I'm going to tell you, Rodney, that's what's going to be tough. If they stay green, this lap traffic that they're getting on is running 2 and 3 wide. They are still racing for position as well. So it's not going to be any give-me's. There's not going to be any get out of the ways. They're going to have to navigate and race with those cars to get through the traffic.
And this tells you what a performance this is right here from Stevie Whitaker. The cars that he's about to lap right now, he's approaching GW Hessong. He's approaching Arredondo. He's got Cody Beto right there. There's Ben Meklicek in the 13M. I mean, there's so many good race cars right there. This is a loaded field of limited modifieds.
Absolutely, top to bottom, it was loaded. You know, Stevie's starting to get into traffic as we speak now, having to move around a little bit. He's got a great race car. He's a great driver. He's probably going to be okay, but I tell you, Cody is licking his chops in that second. He's going to have to see him work a little bit and then hope he can catch a little bit quicker break to get through the traffic.
Oh, man, absolutely. Just past the 30-lap mark right here in this 50-lap feature race. The Jude Allgaier Limited Modifieds here at the South Texas Shootout, the South Texas Race Ranch. Kevin Rogers, Rodney Rodriguez, all of you in the stands. Everybody checking in on All Access. We're watching your leader, Stevie Whitaker, trying to maneuver around traffic. Now going up to the top side. We go aerial once again on All Access with Race on Texas. That is our drone shot as we race down into turn number 1. Aerial shot of what exactly you are dealing with as the leader. Stevie Whitaker trying to get around all of those race cars that are running for position. Here they come out of the corner. One car off of the track. It looks like Jennings in the 26, our camera car, is going to go off of the racetrack. But you've got guys like Hessong that are getting lapped, and it's unbelievable what we're seeing here. Here's Whitaker onto the back straightaway, and we continue to watch. It's Tracy Denby riding in the second spot, but he has a long way to go to catch him.
Yeah, Rodney, it's crazy. You're talking about that.
Smith, sorry about that.
Stevie's in lap traffic of guys that won features 2 weeks ago. You know, think about that for a minute. I mean, it's a tough field of hard, but Cody has closed the gap up a little bit. If he can get through this lap car and can make a run on Stevie approaching 2 more lap cars, I think we're fixing to have a race because it's about go time, buddy. It's about time to lay it all out and get after it.
And that is the one thing that we can talk about throughout the night. We talked about it throughout the weekend. There's no dust. There's no nothing. I mean, there's ruts on the racetrack. I've been on the racetrack. But this racetrack that has been put together has produced this volume of racing is unbelievable that we're seeing this so late into the night.
Phenomenal racing service tonight. Look at here. Stevie's get through the lap traffic, slid up a little bit. Cody closed in a few more car lengths, going down the back straightaway. I tell you what, Rodney, this last 10 laps is fixing to be a barn burner.
We approach that 40-lap mark here in the 50-lap main event. Here is Cody Smith's second-place car way down at the bottom of the racetrack as he tries to dig into that advantage that is being laid down on the racetrack. He is right there. He rides about 10 car lengths behind your race leader, Stevie Whitaker Jr. out of corner number 4. Here they come. Cody Smith, the man on the charge. Watch that driver out of Kaufman as he tries to reel in Stevie Whitaker, the man from right here in Robstown, Texas. It's amazing. 50 laps of action that we've watched. A weekend full of action. 40 some odd laps into this race, and here we go. We are racing 2 car lengths apart as they race down into turn number 1. Whitaker trying to hang on, Cody Smith right there, and this is where it's going to get really good because you don't know what the lap traffic's going to do. You don't know what these cars in front of you are going to do, and oh my goodness, what an epic battle we're about to watch.
Looks like we're coming up to about 12 to go, Rodney. About 12 to go, man. It's fixing to get good here.
50-lap main event for the limited modifieds, and we continue to race with Stevie Whitaker up on the point in car number 38. He continues to lead. Cody Smith, a little contact right there as Whitaker trying to get around some of the lap traffic. Makes a little bit of contact right there with the 14 car. Beaver, and here comes Smith down on the inside. That was a little bit of a hiccup right there that he needed. Here is Cody Smith. He rides 3 car lengths behind. They're going to race down into turn number 3. Cody's trying to find the line. I'll tell you, one slip up, and here we go, and a caution flag comes out.
Rodney, I'm going to breathe for a minute, son. That was a good one. Whitaker got into the lap traffic a little bit. Might have affected the right front a little bit on that car. Who knows? Wasn't hard contact. Cody Smith was able to close the gap, pull up near to him, and then we get a caution, which we're probably going to look at about 10 to go on this restart, man. But what a show we're seeing tonight.
And that really is the thing, to watch these guys work through that lap traffic. There are so many cars on the racetrack, and the thing is, these guys, I mean, it's one thing. A lot of times when you start thinking about lap traffic, you're thinking about guys that are off the pace. Ain't nobody off the pace in this race. I mean, everybody is so fast. It's just that you got the guys up in the front that are just slicing through the field.
Unbelievable talent level here. I know we've talked about it. People at home probably tired of hearing about it. It sounds like a broken record, but that gummit, you know, Stephen Whitaker Jr., Cody Smith, Tracy Denver, Tanner Whitmire. Let me look at this field. Like, is that Johnny Torres up in the fifth spot there?
It is. Johnny Torres out of nowhere. I'll tell you what a drive that he has had tonight. I mean, Johnny Torres, he started back in position number 9. Tanner Whitmire is right there in the top 4. He started in position 12. To watch what these guys have been able to do, it has been, these guys are surgeons. I mean, that's really the only way to put it. It's like a doctor. I mean, you just do miraculous work.
Well, you know, a testament to like Johnny Torres hopped in the car for the weekend. You know, he ain't made laps in this car. Come out here, got him a top 5 right now. And I'm going to lie to you, he's a contender to win this thing. Like, I mean, we're fixing to restack them. We got 10 to go, and it's not going to surprise me at all. I got people texting me like, this could potentially be the Race on Texas race of the year. And I'm going to be honest with you, it'd be a hard argument to say it's not, buddy.
And here they come. Here is how they're going to stack it up. It's Stevie Whitaker up on the point in car number 38. He's been the dominant car, riding in the second spot. Cody Smith, car number 25. Tanner Whitmire is going to go to the outside in the 101. Johnny Torres in car number 99. There is the 199 of Ryan Harris on the outside. That's your beer car right there. That's the one that, if you're a beer drinker, that's the one that you're going for. On the outside, inside of the next row, Brian Ryan, the 184, flanking him on the outside. Ray Allen Kahonic, there he is again. I mean, just silently putting himself in place for a win. I mean, you don't know what's going to happen here in these last laps.
30 laps in the late model feature, 50 laps in this one. Is he in the factory stock race? I mean, I don't know what all he's racing. I mean, he may stay and race the tricycles after the deal. Who knows, man? Yeah. But what a drive by him. Because, you know, I don't care how good a shape you're in, man. This is tough. This is a grind. You got multiple cars to get ready to come out here and perform like these guys are doing, man. Tons of respect for that tonight.
And so much of this, Kevin, the mental part of this. I mean, jumping out of one car into another, they don't drive alike. I mean, it's one thing people say you go fast, turn left. No, it's not that easy, and especially when you jump into different variations of race car.
Well, that's it. He's driving in different kind of cars. You know, there's a whole different mindset when you get each one of them, but 10 to go, Rodney. Just got the official race control. 10 to go. This is going to be good.
Here we go. They come around on the gas. Stevie Whitaker, green flag. We're off and racing at the race range down into turn number 1. Here's Cody Smith down on the bottom. Tanner Whitmire up on the top side. Cody Smith right there, side by side. Let's go to the back straightaway, racing it down into turn number 3. Kaufman, Texas. It is Cody Smith. Robstown, Texas on the top side. Whitaker goes around. We got a pile up. Off they go. Smith not able to hold on. Whitaker goes around. Here's Johnny Torres up against the wall. And they mangle him up out of turn number 4. KR, that could have been much worse than that. We got 2 cars stopped. That could have wiped the field out.
Very well could have, because that was at the front. Johnny Torres got a right front flat out of the deal. Man, what a tough break for him. We're going to turn around and check his replay out here.
Yeah, let's go back and take a look right there. You're seeing it on Race on Texas. Race fans, you can check it out on the big board right there out in turn number 1. Here is that replay. As they make their way on the restart, here we go. It's Whitaker up on the top side, and the car just comes around. A little bit of contact right there with Smith. They go down to the infield, and I thought everyone was clear. Torres makes contact there with the 199. You got Rye involved, and that really could have. That could have wiped everybody out in one shot.
Yeah, it looked like Steven, just the back end of the car just kind of got loose on him, you know, just one of those deals, and a lot of money on the line, 10 to go. I mean, there's a lot of things happening in the head, but, you know, 100% back to what you said earlier, that could have been real bad. That could have tore up a lot of race cars, getting a lot of damage. So, in that aspect, I guess we're fortunate we didn't have any more damage than that. Johnny Torres may not agree with that statement because, obviously, he had a right front flat. But, man, what a race. But that gum. Whew.
And how much of it is, KR, because we're, you know, with tire wear and all that we're talking about, I mean, we're talking about 25, 30-lap feature races. Here we are 40-some-odd laps into this. This is a lot more than what these cars are used to, or tires are used to.
Yeah, you know, it's just a different mindset. You know, I'm not going to say fatigue gets into place, but, you know, we got 40 laps. That's usually 2 features right there, you know, so we've already got 40 in. So you got these things coming in, you know, you got people out there trying to get ready. Cars prepared for 50 laps, and the crew's used to getting them ready for 20. So it's a deal. You can see them. They're trying to get them go single file here on the front straightaway. So get them lined back up and go. But, Rodney, I tell you what, man, this is this has lived up and exceeded the expectation, in my opinion, to this point.
And we still got the factory stocks. You and I are going to need CPR here at the end of this.
Did you see? As long as you don't need mouth-to-mouth, I'm okay.
No, your wife is here. She can save us both. Or she can save you, and we'll find somebody else save me.
Factory stock. Did you not see the field of factory stocks?
Yeah, that right there. I mean, this is only I tell you, this whole weekend, this show that Owen has been able to put on this weekend, and we got to thank all the racers. We got to thank all the fans. I mean, all you great fans that have been here in the stands this weekend. I mean, you have packed the place. You have packed the place, and I can't even begin to wonder how many people are watching at home on TV.
Well, shame on them if they're not, because they're missing a well of a show here. You know, it's I'll be honest with you. The racing action all weekend has exceeded my expectation. I knew it was going to be good, but again, I'm going to tell you, Owen Pittman has outdone himself on this race surface tonight.
I can't wait to go back home and rewatch this whole weekend so I can see everything that we missed. Here we go. Lights are out around the racetrack. We are into single digits left to go. It is now Cody Smith on the point. Green flag. We're off and racing. Limited modifieds. We're topless. Going down into turn number 1 here at the race ranch. Off they go, sailing in. Cody Smith. 2 car lengths to the back straightaway. Tanner Whitmire all the way from 12th. He now rides in the second spot. Side by side, Rye rides right behind him. Up on the top side, car number 199. That is Harris. That is the Dos Equis car. Up on the top side, you might have some free beer coming up, race fans. Go for that number 199. But Cody Smith is a man in charge right now. He's in clean air, KR, and he is just out for a Saturday night ride right now.
Man, cagey veteran. He's going to have to make a mistake or break, but I just don't see him making a mistake. This guy's run a lot of laps all over the country. Super good guy, too, but just extreme amount of talent here. But what about that 199 Ryan Harris? Kind of snuck up through the field in that second place right there. K-Mo's over at rolling quarters right now, I guarantee, to get them beer spots.
And I got to tell you one thing. You got to give a shout-out to Garrett Gregory. He is sitting right there down on the inside as he makes a pass on Ryan. 3 wide out of the corner. There's Ray Allen Kahonik. That 148 car that we're watching right there, he started 18th. Started 18th on the field, and here he is sitting inside the top 5, or he's in position 6. Oh, Ryan, a little bit of contact. Ray Allen getting a little aggressive right there, and there's Garrett Gregory into the back. Oh, big time trouble out of turn 4. There goes Ray Allen Kahonik. May have been a little bit of retaliation right there.
Yeah.
I tell you, that drastic spin here. You can take a look at the replay as they make their way around. There's some contact right there into the back of Rye was Kahonik. There's a contact from Gregory. Here is the Rye right into the car there of Kahonik. That one right there looked hard to hide that one. Hard to hide that one.
Might not be getting Christmas card exchange with them 2 guys after that one. So, you know, it's part of it, man. You know, hard racing, a lot of money, been a long weekend. Like, I think that's what makes our sport great. You got the emotional effect in it, and that's pure emotion, pure hard racing. You know, you hate to see that, both great racers, but it's part of it, man, and they'll rebuild, move on, and we'll go to the next one.
And you got to sit there and watch that. Cody Smith able to get away from the pack as he had about a 5-car length advantage. But that right there coming out of the corner, you check it out once again on the big screen and on Race on Texas. There's that initial contact, Gregory down to the inside. I really don't think that was enough of a push there from the 148 to drive the Rye car up the racetrack there into Kahonik. And it is. I mean, there's just so much emotion that's going into this thing. You've been racing all weekend. You're out here. That adrenaline's going. I mean, it happens. It happens.
It's part of it, you know. Unfortunately, that's the part you hate to see because it was putting a good race together. But I don't know where we're at on the lap count, but we still got a few to go, and I don't think we're done with this one yet there, bud. I don't think we can call a winner yet. I think it's kind of like our election process right now. It may be tomorrow before we can call a winner on this deal.
We are still counting. So we get set to go. We're going to get him back in line once again. We're going to re-rack and restack and try it once again. Cody Smith out on the point. The driver out of Kaufman, Texas, has put himself on the point, and here we go. It's time to go.
Just got it. 43 laps complete. We got 7 to go. 43 down, 7 to go. This may be some of the best 7 laps you're going to see all season everywhere you've been, Rodney. This is going to be a good one. I'm with these folks blowing my phone up right now. This may be Race of the Year contention right here, bud.
And here we are. There is Ryan Harris up on the top side. It is Ryan Harris and Tanner Whitmire. They sit on that second row. Those 2 guys, I'm not sure with everything that's happened out here how they've avoided it all. Showing them on right here as they make their way down. Out on the point, Cody Smith. Tanner Whitmire, Ryan Harris, Ray Allen Kaholnick, Garrett Gregory. That is your first 3 rows. They stack them up behind them. Nobody's really out of this at this point. I mean, because like you said, I don't think we're done with the yellows yet.
Well, I really thought Whitaker had this thing in the bank, then that happened. And you just take all this to, we just had 2 good racers take each other out, the motion and stuff, whatever. I don't think we're going to be able to call a winner until we get down to victory lane. I mean, it's just too close to call at this point.
Lights are out around the speedway. Here we go. Texas 2-step restart. Cody Smith in the center of corners 3 and 4. Green flag in the air. We're off and racing. 7 laps to go here in your limited modifieds 50-lap feature race. Into turn number 1. Off we go. Smith with the whole shot. He leads by about 2 car lengths. They race side by side. Up on the top side, the car number 199 of Ryan Harris. Ray Allen Kaholnick taking a peek down on the bottom. In the middle of the sandwich, here comes Tanner Whitmire. Where did Trent Beaver come from? He comes slicing through the field, and he was momentarily into the top 5. Aerial shot on Race on Texas. Off we go digging once again. They're stacking it up behind him. Cody Smith's on the rail right now. He's just checking out from the pack.
He is on a rail, but second through about 8th place is still up for grabs, man. You're at the 14 car. Mr. Beaver just come out of nowhere. Oh, got 2 cars hooked together, turned around there in turn 4. One into the wall. Oh.
Yeah, you got the 13M there, a Maklachek. You got the 38 car involved there, Stevie Whitaker, and you've got Johnny Torres there in car number 99 as they get mixed up kind of out of turn number 4. And that was just a lot of moving parts in one spot. Let's take a look at the Race on Texas replay. It looks like a little bit of a backup right there from Maklachek. Gets the contact on the backside from Whitaker, and then up and over goes Johnny Torres as that car goes airborne on the front end. And that was just a train wreck right there of stuff happening, a chain reaction of things happening. And here we go to get these final, I guess we're now about 6 or 7 laps to try to get it all completed out. And Cody Smith about ready to get done with this thing, and I'll tell you, that was a surge, the move of the race right there. Trent Beaver in car number 14, that youngster, he came out of nowhere. That driver out of China Grove, he was slicing. He forgot to let off.
Yeah, it looked like he was shot out of a cannon, Rodney. I mean, he just kind of there. He was there, and then all of a sudden he was there, and good racing, But going back to the 148 there, Mr. Gregory, he had to go to the tailback of his B, if you remember, to get back into a qualifying spot. What'd you say, started 18th, now he's up there. Scored in the 4th position, like a phenomenal run by him. But I'll tell you what, I have been impressed with the quality of racing we've seen tonight.
And it'll be a rough ending here at the end of the night for Johnny Torres in car number 99. As we talked about jumping into that race car, he comes in through the B main, but he will go off on the hook here this evening as we race live here at the South Texas Race Ranch in beautiful Corpus Christi, Texas. We welcome in everyone checking in on Race on Texas All Access, all of our great race fans right here in the grandstands. And I'll tell you, to see this place full, for me, as a race fan, I just love seeing packed grandstands. That's what it's all about.
Absolutely, and I know I can speak on Owen Pittman's behalf. Man, he is so thankful and so grateful everybody decided to show up last night tonight to watch this show. Man, a lot of work went into this, and just phenomenal weekend. And I'm glad we got a chance to come down here because this race here was worth the trip, son.
And still got the factory stocks coming up as we'll race 20 of those cars, getting set to go for 30 laps, and that will be the season finale, and that will cap off the South Texas Shootout happening right here. Brand new racing tradition happening in Corpus Christi here to cap off a exciting 2022 race season on the dirt here in South Texas. And I'll tell you, there's no other way to finish it off than what we've been watching here for the last 2 nights. The B mains have been amazing. The heat races last night, to have a full field of late models, you paid out $3,000 in late model money. That right there tells you what this sport is doing. It is growing and continuing to thrive right here in the South Texas area. Lights are out around the racetrack. Here's Cody Smith. He's going to bring them around once again. This field is shrunk down. We started out with 24, and now Cody Smith's going to bring them around. Tanner Whitmire riding on the inside. Green flag in the air. Let's try it one more time. Here we go. Into turn number 1, Cody Smith up on the top side. It is a 199 of Harris. Harris working on the top side. He'll power it off of turn number 2 to the back straightaway we go. Whitmire down on the bottom side. There's Garrett Gregory. Ray Allen Kaholnick is right there. Here we come around. Top shelf driving for your race leader, Cody Smith, in car number 25. As they race into turn number 3, Ray Allen off the pace. Not sure what may have happened right there, but he's back on the gas once again.
Yeah, there was 3 wide for that 3rd, 4th, and 5th spot there. That's going to be an interesting battle coming to the checker, I guarantee.
Here's Gregory down on the bottom. He has powered his way all the way up, as we talked about, all the way from the 18th spot, and now he rides on the podium in position number 3 to the back. Straight away we go. The car number 199 riding in the 2nd spot, Tanner Whitmire. There's so many guys up at the front of the pack that have driven the long way around. Here we go, making their way by. It continues to be Cody Smith out of Kaufman in car number 25, leading the pack into turn number 1, now out of turn number 2. It settles down just a little bit. We go single file. Hot spot on the racetrack is for 4th. As we watch that battle, here is Stevie Whitaker trying to make his way back up through the field. Out of corner number 4, you see the speed shot right there on Race on Texas making their way by. 2 sticks in the air, man. Here we go. You can't breathe yet. There's a lot to go.
You almost just want to set the mics down and enjoy it, because this is going to be a good one coming to the checker.
Here they come. White flag in the air. One more time around for Cody Smith in car number 25. The 199 riding in the 2nd spot of Ryan Harris. To the back straight away we go. Enduring everything. It's been an enduro. Some of the top drivers in the region converging on Corpus Christi. $2,000. 50 laps later, Cody Smith in car number 25 will win it tonight in the topless limited late model or limited modifieds at the South Texas Race Ranch. How about that drive right there? Cody Smith able to make it happen. He endures a lot. It looks like Stevie Whitaker's going to be the guy that's going to get away from the pack. He gets in trouble. We saw the comers and goers. So many guys. You got to talk about the guys that made their way. Garrett Gregory, Tanner Whitmire, that made their way throughout the field. But when it was all said and done, this was the car that started 3rd on the field. The driver out of Kaufman, Texas, Cody Smith, starts 3rd. He's able to get up into 2nd. He lets everything happen, and he did a great job of letting the race come to him. And that is what is so important when you get into these long endurance races, especially 50 laps here in the limited modifieds. The winner is Cody Smith. And we're getting ready to go trackside, as it's going to be my man KR down there with the happy winner, Cody Smith, winning it here tonight at South Texas Speedway.
All right, race fans, the Kaufman, Texas driver, the 25C, Cody Smith, he's getting the equipment off. He's coming out of the car. Let him give a good South Texas welcome. That was a hell of a show he just put on for us. Now, Cody, I told Rodney coming down, I said, let me take this one. This one's going to be fun for me. Folks, I've known this guy for 20-something years. I live 20 minutes from him. I've interviewed you at RPM. I've interviewed you at Rocket, Devil's Bowl. All Cody Smith does is win races. How cool is it to come to South Texas and win a race?
Man, we've came here for 7, 8 years, and seconds, thirds, fourths, but we never won one, and this is awesome, man. This is what we came down here to do. I can't thank Robert Clark for giving me fast hot rod, my dad, and everybody coming and helping all weekend and every weekend at that.
Well, Cody, I know, man, it takes a small army to do all this, and we'll talk about that because a lot of the partners on your car has been texting me. I think Cody's got it. I think Cody's got it, man. Like, what was going through your mind when Stevie, it looked like the car skated on him a little bit. You made a little contact on that. Was it just to keep going to make sure you was going to get your spot back?
We made contact down the back straight away. I got a good run at the bottom. I was waiting for the right moment, and I figured that restart was. We got together on the back straight away. I gave him all the room I could in 3 and 4. We never touched. It seemed like he spun around, and I just kept on going. So,
well, tell us who helps you get up and down the road every week and keep ending up in victory lane, bud.
Oh, Honeycutt, Sand and Gravel, Bel Air, Robert Clark, and everybody else that helps out. I can't thank you enough. I appreciate it.
Well, folks, from personal experience, if you don't follow this guy, watch this guy. If you want to know where he's at every weekend, if you'll look in victory lane, Cody Smith will be there. Congratulations, Cody. Rodney, back up top, buddy.
Nice job right there, Cody Smith, winning it here tonight at the South Texas Race Ranch. Dramatic fashion as they go off, and what an ebb and flow we saw in that race. So many different comers and goers, and the guys, as I mentioned, that came from the back of the pack that were able to make it happen. How about that, guys? All of those limited modifieds right there, they race topless for you. Chamber of Commerce weather here tonight. This is what it's all about. And we still got one race to go, race fans. We still got one race to go. The factory stocks are getting set as they line up over in the chute. They will get set to make their way out for the final race of 2022 here in South Texas. And this is going to be one hell of a race. You thought that one was good? Let's see what the factories do. And I want to tell you, I'm out here up on the top side. And for me, it is really cool, like we keep talking about throughout the night and everybody checking in on Race on Texas. It is really nice to walk out here and see so many race fans in the grandstands right here at the South Texas Race Ranch. Corpus Christi is the place to be this weekend. Race fans, make a lot of noise. You guys are the people that have made this race what it has become, with all of the great cars and stars that have made their way here to Corpus, and the factory stocks getting set to come out for 30 laps of action. And when it's all said and done, guys, don't run off. You guys that are here in the stands, don't leave. Then come on down. Riptide's going to be ripping it up down there over in the bar. Hang around for a little bit, say hey. Let's celebrate this thing, guys. This has been a great weekend of action happening right here at the South Texas Race Ranch. 30 laps of action coming up for the factory stocks. This will be your starting lineup. And this is by passing points on the point. This is the young man, the Robstown Rocket, car number 741. That's Cameron Starry. Starting on the outside of row number 1 out of San Antonio, it'll be Franco Krulik in car number 41. Row 2 on the inside in car number 30. Also out of Corpus, it is my man Memphis Virial on the outside of row number 2 out of College Station. That is the Revved Up Sports Show Race on Texas Weekly Driver of the Year. It's Jared Maupin. Starting position number 5 inside of the following row out of Cuero. It is Cody Tesh on the outside out of Cut and Shoot. It is Dalton Faulkner. Position number 7 inside of row number 4. Triton Temple out of Corpus on the outside. Car number 94 out of San Antonio, it's Alan Torres. Following row on the inside. Position number 9. It is Cody Leonard out of Sinton on the outside out of Winona. It is Jason Tyner. Position 11. Inside of the following row, row number 5, out of Huffman, it's Dylan Nolasco on the outside, Brian Rye out of Corpus Christi. Position 13, Lucky 13, Nathan Rahi. On the outside, out of Corpus, is Chuck Perry. Position 15, Ryan Carlucci, car number 34. On the outside, out of Coops, Texas, it is Randy Lovell. Position 17, out of Victoria in the 02, Shannon Maher. On the outside, out of Orange Grove, it's Eric Ramos in the 21R. Final row, final 2 cars into the show. Car number 38 out of Kingsville is Josh Sewell. On the outside out of Victoria, my lady, Michaela Trimble. In-car camera, I'll tell you what, Race on Texas has really hooked us up this evening. You can check it out on the big board. You can check it out at home. How about this, KR? We'll be riding along with Jared Maupin on the outside of row number 2.
Man, he's going to put on a show for us. There it is right there. You can look at the infield board, Rodney. That's going to be a great view. This is fixing to be another great race. I mean, talking to Cody and Victor, I've known Cody a long time. That was a cool interview to get to do. I've done it a lot with him, but, like, he was excited to win it. And an interesting tidbit, he was on the American Racer, KK704. So it's the tire game, I think, played a little bit of factor in this race tonight.
Absolutely, and, of course, that's an ongoing story when it comes to the factory stocks. We talked about that last week on the Revved Up Sports Show with our man Joe Spillman. I'm sure he's checking in somewhere. In a hot tub.
He's in a hot tub somewhere. Joe Spillman is in a hot tub somewhere.
Hot tub with a dog or something. Something in his hand, I'm sure. Here they come around, as we had said, for 30 laps of action with the factory stocks to put a bow on 2022. And it goes without saying, we do wish everybody a happy holiday season. I mean, what a better way. I mean, what a better way. There's a pre-Christmas present right here. Come to the Race Ranch.
Man, this weekend, 2 weeks later, we get to open presents. The very next day, we get to go to Tulsa, to the Tulsa Shootout, and the whole ball starts rolling again, buddy.
Here we go. Lights are out around the racetrack. Final race of the night. Green flag is in the air. And we are off and racing into turn number 1. Cameron Starry down on the bottom side. O'Krulik up on the top side. To the back straightaway we go. They're trying to work single file, but they stay double stacked to the back stretch. We got 4, 5 wide over there. 5 wide, KR, down into the corner. Cody Leonard down on the bottom. Cody Tesh in the middle of all of that. They stay 4 wide out of the corner. Triton Temple in the middle of all that. My goodness, Alan Torres just riding on the top side. What a feeling that has to be. You're sitting up against the fence, and you got 4 of them on the inside.
What a lap, number 1, Rodney. What a great display of driving there, man. They're still going to mix it. This is going to be the theme of this 30 laps. This pace will not slow down. I predicted we're going to see this for 30 laps.
And here we go, going into the second spot. Memphis Villarreal in car number 30. That's a man, dirt track ace. The guy wins on asphalt. The guy wins on dirt. Here he is riding in the second spot. Dalton Faulkner right there. Now we go 3 wide down into the corner momentarily. It's Faulkner way down on the inside. Okrulik up on the top side. In the middle of that is Villarreal. They stay all nice and straight. Our camera car sitting right there. I can't wait to go on board with the car number 91. I think we just did right there. That 91 car of Maupin. You're riding right there as he sits in the meat of the sandwich in the top 5. And here he is chasing Dalton Faulkner in car number 27.
Man, you talk about some hitters in this one too, Rodney. We've been talking about it all weekend. We're going to talk about tonight. Cameron Starr on the pole, though, setting a good pace. But, man, he's got him clicking. I tell you what, that Villarreal kid is impressive. I got to meet him last year. That is an impressive young man, Dalton Faulkner. You know where he's at every weekend. He's at the front. This is going to be a shootout here to get this $2,000-$3,000. I don't even know what we're racing for. It doesn't matter. We've got a show going, bud.
They came into this race tonight. It's $5,000 to win. They came in. It was Cameron Starry, Franco Krulik, and Memphis Villarreal. All 3 of them, 125.5 passing points. That's how they put themselves at the front of the pack. Here's Villarreal going to the top side. Dalton Faulkner, he races down on the bottom side there with the 741 of Cameron Starry. They race down into turn number 1. Villarreal, the only one in that trio of those top 3 cars that is doing something, trying to flank it out on the outside. Let's see if he can make it work. He opens up the inside. Now he looks down at his left quarter panel, and there is Dalton Faulkner out of Cut and Shoot, Texas, working down on the bottom. What do you say about Faulkner? Doesn't matter where he goes. That dude's going to be at the front of the pack.
He is, and it looks like Villarreal, I don't know if he's got a shock went out on the right rear or what, but he's got some serious lean, and that's where the smoke's coming from. It looks like that body's rubbing that right rear tire. Not sure it's going to make another 20-25 laps, but something definitely has happened on the right rear of that car. You can see it. It smokes when it rolls over there a little bit, but you can definitely see that body is laying on top of that tire.
Yeah, he definitely is right there, but he continues to work up on the top shelf as they race out of turn number 2. It's not slowing him down at the moment. Here he goes. They race side by side down into corner number 3. Michaela Trimble right there in their windshield view, but it's Starry down on the bottom. Dalton Faulkner right behind him. Villarreal up on the top side. There you see that smoke, but Villarreal to the front of the pack, and there he goes. Memphis Villarreal. Let's see if he can go free and clear onto the back straightaway. Oh, Chuck Barber, or pardon me, the 115 on the wall right there. Chuck Perry big time into the fence right here on the front stretch.
That was a hard hit. That right front wheel tacoed something terrible. He got into that wall a ton. Hopefully everything good. Looks like he's okay over there, so that's the main thing. But, I tell you, man, what a race we got at top 3. But they're racing all over the field. You know, that's what I love about these cars. These cars here, week in, week out, put on a great quality show. We're seeing it tonight. I'm going to say it. I may say it another time. I can't say enough about the effort of Owen Pittman on this track prep. This track prep has been phenomenal. We have been able to race from the wall to the infield and everywhere in between, and you just can't you're seeing the product of it. Great drivers on a great racetrack, and this is the product.
This really is the thing. There has been nothing that we have watched for the last couple of days that we've been here. I mean, obviously the track's going to rut up a little bit. I mean, but you don't see anything. You don't see cars bouncing around. I mean, you don't see dust. You see nothing. The track prep, really, that is the thing. And let's talk about that, KR, because I know I've talked to a lot of race promoters and track operators. Depending where you are in Texas or Louisiana, wherever it may be, dirt is different. Dirt is not dirt. It ain't just dirt.
You know, Rocket, we had the old black gumbo kind of stuff. I move a couple hours east of there. I get to Arklatex, we got the red clay. You know, and it's got a little sand base to it. Down here, you got something that we don't have up there. You got a bunch of water around you. You got a lot of moisture. You got humidity. So, man, things affect it in so many different ways, and it's just phenomenal what these guys do. I give a lot of credit to these track prep guys because it's a thankless job. It's a lot of work. And ultimately, a lot of the weekend depends on their efforts, you know. And so, and I'm going to say this, and I'm going to go on record and say this. This place needs to be full in 2023, but especially at the South Texas Shootout. Destination City, great racetrack, great cars. I think you're going to see more and more guys put this on the calendar and maybe miss another race or two because they're going to come down here because of what Owen is giving them. And I'm telling you, from the fan experience right now, we've walked around this place. They got big screens everywhere. They got super friendly staff, great food, affordable pricing. Like they're checking every box when it comes to fan fulfillment, driver appreciation. They're checking every box, and man, I can't say enough good things about South Texas Race Ranch.
And it really is for folks that haven't been here in a while. I mean, I actually went out driving today a little bit. I went out for lunch and doing whatever. I went driving around Corpus Christi. This thing is right off of SPID. I mean, you're sitting right there off of 358. There's so many different things to do. The hotels here are unbelievable. There's lots of things to do. I mean, this really is. I mean, this is a great place for an event like this. This really could become a marquee event, I think, in my opinion.
I think it's already there. I think we just got to let everybody else know more about it. And it's 75 degrees in December, buddy.
Well, next year it'll probably be in the 30s, but that's Texas weather. Here we go. We're going to try it one more time. Back on the gas. Texas two-step restart. Cameron Starry brings him around. Green flag in the air. Great hole shot right there. Let's watch the progression right there of Villarreal. As KR mentioned, it looks like something may be happening right there on the right side. Suspension on the backside, but he's back on the gas. And when you're pulling that 27 car, you're doing something right. You got the tailpiece coming off right there of our camera car of Moppin. He rides in the 4 spot. He continues to motor along right there. You're riding live with him on Race on Texas. Into turn number 1 we go. And that's a bird's eye view of what the leaders are doing. The 4 spot and the caution flag waves as we have trouble on the backstretch. Well, heck.
It's going to be good. If we can ever get strung out here, I think we're going to be good. Didn't look like we had much rear tire smoke off the 30 machine on that deal, so I don't know. Maybe I misjudged that, but it does look like he's got a little body rub on that car. But what about the 74 car, Cameron Starry, man? Like, he's a young fella, but he's got a lot of laps, so he's more veteran than his age on his driver's license, but, like, he's got some legitimate talent. Dalton Faulkner, he's a 3, 5, 10,000 to win guy all the time. Wins a lot of races. Memphis, that young man in 30 car, I think his only downfall is not enough people know about him, and they should. The kid's uber talented. And I'm going to say this. I was walking back on the deal. I'm not so sure that Corpus Christi and South Texas racing may not be Race City, USA, bud. Like, this is phenomenal down here.
I've said it for a long time. I've said it, and I know it pardon my French, it pisses off my San Antonio friends, pisses off my Houston friends. It makes a lot of people angry when I say that Corpus Christi really is, when it comes to Texas, and we can spread that out, this really is the place. I mean, go back and look at this. Look at the legends. I mean, it's so cool calling races tonight. I mean, you talk about these names that we talk about. I mean, it's like you go back 5 different grandparents ago. I mean, it's crazy. Here we go. We're going to try it one more time. Cameron Starry locked and loaded. Green and going. We're flying once again with the factory stocks here at the South Texas Race Ranch. Into turn number 1 we go. Up on the top side, Villarreal. Here it comes Dalton Faulkner down on the bottom. To the back straightaway we go. They race side by side. They're stacked 3 wide behind them. Up on the top side, it's Jared Moppin. They dive into turn number 1. Krulik down in the bottom. Look at that. 4 wide out of the corner, but they continue to hang on. Down the front straightaway we go. Racing up on the top side, Cody Leonard in car number 12. He's the closest one to the wall. He's the one on the mark. Now they go single file, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's Starry, Villarreal, Faulkner, and Maupin side by side, 4 wide as they race back there for 5th.
Man, the action back here from about 6th on back to about 12th is incredible. We got 3 wide coming to the flag stand. These guys are on the gas. They've been watching these other races. Just because you're running 6th, 8th, 10th right now, that doesn't mean what the outcome's going to be. You can still get a shot to get up there. We got the 94 cars turned around the middle of 1 and 2. We'll see if that caution weighs or if we can get it started back up.
Looks like that'll be the Alan Torres car as he sits down there in the corner. And that will draw the caution. The car that I'm really watching right here started 10th in this race is Jason Tyner, that driver in the 1T out of Wynona. And here he is sitting in the 5th spot, so he's made up half of where he started. And he's sitting there once again. But I tell you, man, that we're once again into a little bit longer race than what they're accustomed to. I mean, it's usually a 20-lap race. 10 laps is a long time on this quarter-mile bull ring.
You're exactly right, Rodney. And, back to what you were talking about when we got to that deal, I think that's one thing that's cool about down here is I've met grandpa's dads, grandsons. I've met grandsons' kids racing out here. It is cool that a lot of the last names aren't changing over the last 60, 80 years. And what's even cooler is they're all winning. I talk about the Abbeys a lot when I'm on this thing. There's all them brothers, and they're all good. Like, you would think one of them wouldn't be good, but they're all good. And it's just kind of crazy watching all this racing going on here, talking about Stevie and his boy out there getting started doing well. But you look through this field, and you see that a lot. And I'm with you on this deal. I do think this is a destination event. I hope that the great race fans in Corpus Christi understand what kind of jewel they have here, because this is a phenomenal facility. They have, in my opinion, one of the top 5 promoters in the United States, not Texas, in the United States. His ingenuity, his creativity, his work ethic, he is doing everything he can to give this place what it needs. And I'm super excited about it, and I just hope I haven't done bad enough that they let us come back next year, buddy.
Yeah, you and me both. I definitely hope that we get to come back, and that really is the whole thing, where you have to have a guy like Owen Pittman and his staff. I mean, it's a tireless staff. I mean, so many people that he has here, and you watch throughout the weekend. I mean, we've sat back. You and I were sitting in the bar just kind of looking stupid, and you got so many people doing their jobs, and I mean, it's like that's so important, and you can talk about that. I mean, because you got to have the right people in place to run a place like this.
Your people are what make this work. You know what I mean? Like, we learned that a long time ago. You got the right people in the right place when they're doing what they're supposed to do. It just makes it where you can go out and chase more, do more, and everybody gets on board. But I tell you what, Owen's created down here. He's got a winning atmosphere. People want to be on a winning program. Like, that's just human nature. They want to be involved in a winning team. And this place down here is super cool. You know, the bar, they got a coffee snow cone rig here tonight. Like, they got everything. They got a great fan base. You know, I met some of the nicest people I've ever met this weekend down here that are in here in the stands. So, man, kudos to everything happening down here at Corpus Christi.
Here we go, single file racing. We try it once again. Green flag displayed. We're doing it one more time. Cameron Starry into turn number 1. Memphis Villarreal right behind him, going way down to the bottom of the racetrack. It is Dalton Faulkner to the back straightaway. Here we go, drag race down the backstretch. Good power right there in the 30 car. Now 3 wide. Franco Krulik right there in the middle of that sandwich. Here's Cody Leonard way down on the bottom side of the racetrack, all the way up to the top. It is Tyner in the 1T as they race down the front straightaway. Now diving into turn number 1. The leader takes him down the backstretch. Now it's getting awful racy there for that second spot. Watching Dalton Faulkner. What is he going to do right there? Maupin holding on to the 4th spot. Here's Faulkner going down to the bottom. I got to tell you, I like what Cameron Starry's doing. You see him working down at the bottom, then he shoots straight up to the top of the racetrack.
Yeah, it looks like the groove's moving around a little bit out there, and Cameron, being a young guy but kind of a cagey veteran when it comes to these laps, he's moved around, found out he's a little bit good, better up on the top side, but you know, Memphis got a little bit of smoke again, but we got us a car crash down in 3 and 4 here, bud.
You got a pile up right there. That's Rahi in the 25 as he goes around, and it looks like the 30. I'll wait until I say that. Looks like the Carlucci car, maybe the 34 car. Yeah, looks like Ryan Carlucci in the 34 along with Rahi in car 25. As they go around right there, it's kind of one of those cautions breed cautions type of things that we're watching right here. But had to check the lap count because I still don't think we're to the meat of this thing yet. But we continue to watch Cameron Starry working up at the front of the pack in car number 741. He has led from the drop of the green flag here in this factory stock main event. $5K on the line. $5,000. That's a lot.
We got 12 laps down, buddy.
12 down. So working towards that halfway point. Working towards that halfway point. They're just getting started.
They just get little nerves out of the system. You know what I mean? They're gonna get after it. But hey, man, after the races are over, I want to invite everybody downstairs. Riptide, I believe, is the name of the band.
That's right.
3-piece band, phenomenal. Listened to them last night, much earlier tonight. So I expect that place to be hopping and crawling with people. Man, we'll be down there for a little while visiting with people and just enjoying some great live music. But that's what I'm talking about when I talk about what Owen Pittman brings to this business: live music. $1 Dos Equis, great food, great pricing, great facility, great racing service, Megatron in the infield. Like tell me something that he didn't do this weekend. You can't, but he put the time, the effort, and the race fans know that. That's why they showed up. They're going to support the guy because of what he's doing, and that fires me up from the promoter's hat, seeing that the effort he's put in is translating to putting butts in seats, man, because that's really what we want to do. We want to fill these places up and have a good show.
Yeah, it really is all about the fan experience. I mean, and the streaming part as well. I mean, a great partnership there with Race On Texas and what Race On does. I mean, there's a lot of great streamers. I mean, we can talk about Racing America. We can talk about Flow Sports. I mean, so many. That has radically changed the sport that we grew up in to where now it's, you want people at the racetrack. And I'm excited that we look out tonight and there's so many people that are here. But the thing is, you don't have to be here. But it's good to see a lot of people here. That is what it's all about, having fans in the stands.
Well, that's the main thing. It's a lot of work goes into this. So, that's the reward to get people out here having a good time. people all over the South region are sitting down here visiting and talking, enjoying the $6 for 6 Dos Equis in a bucket. Like, I mean, where else are you going to get that? It's awesome.
Not at the HEB, I can tell you that for sure. All right, we are getting set to go as we have them all in line. Getting set for a restart coming up. Here they come making their way around. Green flag is up in the air, and we are racing once again here at the South Texas Race Ranch. Into turn number 1. Off we go. Cameron Starry in car number 741. Faulkner way down on the bottom. Villarreal on the top side. 12 laps complete. They're working lap number 13. Villarreal working really nice up on the top side. Right behind him. That is the 91 car of Moppet. Sorry, lost my train of thought there for a second. 5th place battle. Here's Cody Leonard going down to the inside. Tyner in the 1T. That is a hot spot on the racetrack. Man, I love what I'm watching there. Villarreal up on the top side. Shock problem or not, he is rim riding up there on the top side.
Whatever he's got causing the smoke is not causing any performance issues at this point. The young man's up there on the wheel. But I'm telling you, you look back 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, boy, they are getting after it. They're trying to get up there to get in the hunt because we're just now getting to that halfway point. So they're wanting to get up there and get in the money, bud.
This is when it's getting to be about go time. Here's Cody Leonard going down to the inside. That is your battle for the 5th spot. Leonard down on the bottom. Cody Tyner up on the top side. Halfway home right here as we race past the start-finish line. Look at that cluster of cars as they race down into turn number 1. Now onto the back straightaway. That is your battle for 5th. Leonard followed by Tyner. O'Krulik is right there. Dylan Nolasco, the 154 down on the inside of Brian Rye. And flanking him up on the top side is Cody Tesh. That is a blanket race right there. Here they go going down into the corner, and that is some great side-by-side action that we're watching.
Absolutely great race in there. Memphis has got a little more tire smoke. You're starting to see that smoke a little heavier. Let's hope he can hang on because I think we got a great finish here. But, man, I'm impressed with Cody Leonard, Jason Tyre. Look at that pack cars, Dylan Nolasco. Those guys are mixing it up back there in the pack.
Here we go on to the back straightaway. They continue to race. $2,000 on the line right here. And it is Joshua Sewell down at the bottom of corner number 4. And the caution flag waves once again. So Sewell goes around. And Sewell was one of those guys we watched him punch that ticket in that final B main. We got some comers and goers right here. And again, we go back to Tyner. Tyner started 10th, and he is sitting right there flirting with these leaders. And I continue, the one thing that you pointed out there, KR, I'm curious to see what that is there with Villarreal, but it's not hurting him at all.
Maybe my right rear should have smoked more when I raced. I don't know, because it sure would have made me faster, I guess. But, Jared Moffin's back there, Dalton Faulkner, I think a lot of them guys, it's a chess game, man. There's 30 laps. They're moving around. They're just kind of they're not losing ground. They're not gaining ground. But I think they're sitting there plotting in their mind what they're going to do, because my gut tells me with about 5 to 8 to go, we're going to have that last caution. I really think we're going to see one more caution on that deal, and I really think that's going to put this race in kind of a whole new. It's kind of like the NASCAR deal. You race all year, but then you get to the chase, you get to that final race, and it's all out. Let's go. The Ross Chastain, let's ride the wall kind of deal. So I think we're setting ourselves up for a hell of a finish here on this one.
Single file restart coming up right now. They go nose to tail into turn number 3. We are past that halfway point. Here they come around. Cameron Starry brings them down. Green flag up in the air for Mike Riley into birdcage, and we go into turn number 1. Off we go. Let's watch what happens in the second spot. Way down to the bottom is Faulkner. Way up on the top side is Memphis Villarreal, but here we go into the corner. It is Maupin sitting in the 4th spot. Cody Leonard right there. Oh, my God. Tyner trying to hang on. He's got O'Krulik right there down the bottom side as they race down into the corner. And here we go, a bird's eye view up from the top side. Our drone cam on Race on Texas out of corner number 2 to the back straightaway we go. You're chasing the leaders as they race their way down into turn number 3. And KR, they are tightening this thing up as we get down to the end of it.
Man, and you can see from that drone shot going down the back straightaway just how close they are to the wall. It looks like they're 6 inches off the wall. They're on every piece of real estate this racetrack will do. We got them wadded up down here in 1 and 2, Rodney. Wait a second.
Yeah, got a couple of them turned around right there.
Hold on, that's our leader.
That's our
first
leader
in second place.
Let's go back and take a look right there. That is Villarreal and Cameron Starry. As those two come together, we were all sitting there watching the drone shot, and your leaders in turns 1 and 2. Well, there's your drastic change that we talked about.
Yeah. driver of the 74, he's out of the car. He raised his hand in displeasure, so I didn't see exactly what happened there. I was watching the drone footage and sitting there watching the battle about mid-pack. So unfortunate break for both those young guys, man, just hard racing, a lot of money on the line. A lot of emotions, man. We've already talked about earlier in the limited mod feature and seeing it again here. But I'll tell you what, Dalton Faulkner just got one hand to him on a golden platter right there. But sometimes it pays to be in that third hole,
And that's going to be the hard part right there when you put Faulkner up at the front of the pack to try to get around that guy. That's going to be the thing, and I love the restarts. We've watched him. He goes down to the bottom of the racetrack, and as the run goes on, he continues to work himself up. Curious thing right here is going to be the call from race control because we don't have a Race on Texas replay of what happened right there, and unfortunately we all missed it. So I'm going to be curious to see what happens here with Villarreal. He's obviously going back wanting his spot back.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how they call this one. I think the 74, he got out of the car, so he's probably done for the night, But what about the 12 car, Cody Leonard? Where did he come from? Like, he's just kind of a silent assassin, if you will. Come from that 9th spot, he's up to 3rd, just kind of picking them off one at a time. That kid's a great racer. We had RPM a few years back. I believe he had a Longhorn modified chassis. He come up there and run a USRA Open show with us. He made me a believer that night. He had some front end problems and stuff. He was up there racing with Clyde Dunn and Max Eddie Thomas, a lot of our local guys that are just super fast. Nice kid. Made a believer of me. That kid can drive just about anything you put him in. And that's what I go back to this part of the world down here. It don't seem like it matters what you put a lot of these guys in. They're good wherever they go and whatever they're in.
Yeah, and no doubt about it there with Cody Leonard. I mean, one of our local racers here from the Gulf Coast or from the Texas coast. Great family. I mean, his mom, his dad, his sister. I mean, that's good people right there, and he just drives it. Very humble young man. I've had him on the radio show a couple of times, and he just kind of talks about the race car, talks about the people that take care of him, and what else can you ask for in one of the young racers? And a lot of the young guys around here. I mean, we got veteran race car drivers racing out here, but our young talent around here, when you get guys that really get it, I think that's what's important because a lot of the youngsters these days, they really don't get it.
Well, what I think it's a testament to mom and dad. You know what I mean? You got a lot of respect for young racers down here, and it's a lot of fun to watch it. So. All right, well, this guy from Race Control, the 741 Cameron Start, he will fall tailback, ladies and gentlemen. He did get out of his car on the racetrack. Big no-no. The only way you need to get out there if you're on fire or if you were disqualified from the event. Looks like he may be taking it to the pits. But, yeah, once you get out of the race car, Rodney, it's kind of a done deal at that point, bud.
Yeah, right there. That's where we talked about that emotion. Sometimes you just kind of let it sizzle, let it kind of burn itself out. He goes off the racetrack. Villarreal goes to the back of the pack. So both of those, this race has just taken a crazy turn. Dalton Faulkner on the point in car number 27. Riding in second, Jared Maupin with that left quarter panel sticking straight up in the air. Riding in second, followed by Cody Leonard. 4th place car is the 1T of Tyner. And Dylan Alasko out of nowhere. There he is. So Alasko started all the way back in the 11th spot, and here he is running in position number 5.
Just got the official word. 6 laps to go, bud. 6 laps to go. All bets are off now. It's fixing to get exciting. We got 6 to go, bud.
Oh, my God. Here we go. The final 6 laps of 2022. It is a South Texas Shootout at the South Texas Race Ranch. Green flag in the air. We're off and racing with the factory stocks. 2 car lengths into turn number 1. It is the man out of Cut and Shoot, Texas. We are riding on board once again. Race on Texas. You are riding with the 4th place car. That is 2nd place car. Pardon me. That is Jared Maupin. Maupin down to the inside. Let's take a look and see what he's going to do right there. Out of corner number 4. Here we go down to the inside. Here comes Cody Leonard. You talked about him. Cody Leonard, silent assassin. Call him whatever you want to call him. I call him a man on the move right there as he goes down to the inside.
What about that 41 Dylan Alasko racing up there for 4th position? Going to make the pass. Looks like, well, I don't know, Jason Tyner coming back in there. Hard racing, man. Look at the, geez. 3 and 4 wide coming off turn 4.
4 laps to go that time by. It continues to be your race leader up at the front of the pack. Dalton Faulkner now cruising off as the action happening right behind him. Second place car is Jared Maupin. Here's Cody Leonard and the gaggle of race cars behind him. The 1T up on the top side is Tyner coming down to the inside. Here they come racing around. Cody Leonard right there, 3 laps to go that time by. You got Sewell slow on the backside. Hopefully he can get off the racetrack. Here they go cruising on down. Couple of laps to go this time by. Looks like the hot spot is going to be the battle for the second spot, KR.
Yeah, that second, third, fourth, fifth place finish, that's where you're going to be watching right here because this one's fixing to get Western. I tell you, got 2 to go, a lot of money on the line through the field. I'm telling you, it's fixing to get Western.
Here we go on to the back straightaway. It is Dalton Faulkner. He leads by half a straightaway. Side-by-side battle for second. Cody Leonard down to the inside. Mopping up to the top side. Rye behind him. White flag in the air. One more time around. Final lap of 2022 here at the South Texas Race Ranch. And the second place is definitely up for grabs. Here we go to the back straightaway. Faulkner's going to cruise into turn number 3. He's free and clear. He's got nobody contending him. However, that battle for second is hot and heavy. Checkered flag. Dalton Faulkner wins. Here's Cody Leonard down to the inside. It'll be Leonard, Maupin, and Rye with Tyner to round out the top 5.
What a finish, bud. What a finish. Coming from 9th place to get sagging Cody Leonard. Man, what a race. Phenomenal race in action there.
How about that ride right there from Dalton Faulkner? As you get right towards the end of the race, you get Villarreal tied up with Starry. Both of those campaigners go by the wayside. They go Starry off the racetrack. You go Villarreal to the back of the pack, and when it's all said and done, it's the man that had been quietly, and when you talk about Dalton Faulkner quietly winning a race, that's something that you don't see very often, because this driver right here out of Cut and Shoot, Texas is one of the best in the factory stocks, but he's able to get it done here this evening. And he does it in dramatic fashion, able to get away from the pack. The action was happening behind him as he had a photo finish right there with Cody Leonard. Able to make his way up to the second spot. And that is how it all wraps up. Out of the car, there he is, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together. It is Dalton Faulkner, your winner here tonight at the South Texas Race Ranch. We are heading down trackside with KR Kevin Rogers.
All right, back in victory lane. Final time of 2022. The pride of Cut and Shoot in Texas, Dalton Faulkner. Man, that was a wild one, bud.
Man, that was a handful, really. I don't even know what to say right now. The good Lord was looking at me on that one. Damn, I can't even speak right now. I apologize. But, man, something happened between Memphis and Cameron Starry over there. So, man, like I said, the good Lord just looking out for me tonight.
Well, it looks like you put yourself in a pretty good spot. You know, sometimes third, fourth's not a bad place to be in when you got that much competition. And we've been talking all weekend, 1st to 24th, the talent pool is so tough. These cars are so equal, man. Like, what's going through your mind on that last restart? You're out front, Cody Leonard's coming. They're all coming. What's going through your mind that last 7-8 laps try to put this thing to bed?
If you want me to be honest, I got a little emotional for a minute. But, man, it ain't been a very good year at all. It's echoing. I can't talk to myself right now, but man, it's been a long year. We ain't had very many wins, ain't had much good luck, but man, just to be leading the race at the end, I'm not going to turn it down one bit because, like I said, it's been a rough year. It's pretty good to take one at the end of the year.
Well, who all helped you on this road? And we'll close out the 2022 season, and you picked up the last factory stock feature of the season, so that's got to help you go into 2023. But tell us who helps you on this hot rod.
Man, there's a handful of people that help me on this thing. Mr. Knowles, he helps me a lot. He builds my motors. He's built them for years. I couldn't do it without him. I got John Lita. He comes, helps me. Dylan, we run around together. One of my buddies had to work, Clayton Stein. He's helped me all the last 2 years. I couldn't be here without him. My mom, my dad, my wife, all the fans, my daughter. Man, everyone that supports me. I'm trying to thank everybody right now. Mr. Brian Cook, Baja Motorsports, John Lita Farms, Wicked Ridge Garage, Ronnie's Auto Sales, let me look around, LCC Trucking, 5-Star Septic, Mr. Don Wildy, Club 20, Neil Kemp, he gives me a lot of help, the Propane Man. Man, I put a lot of effort in this car too, so that's what it takes.
Race fans, one more big round of applause for your final feature winner of 2022, Mr. Dalton Faulkner. Rodney, I'm going to send it up top and take us home, bud.
All right, KR, what a job right there from Dalton Faulkner as he wins it here tonight. Hey, what a season here at the South Texas Race Ranch, and we cap it off with the biggest event of the year. Thank you, everyone, for being a part of the program here this weekend. We thank each and every one of you spending your hard-earned dollar here with us. Don't need to run off yet. Come on down to the bar, hang out for a little bit, sit for a bit, say, hey, Riptide's about to be tearing it up down there. We're going to have a great time, and we look forward to an amazing 2023 that'll be happening right here in the great race town of Corpus Christi, Texas. On behalf of Kevin Rogers, Owen Pittman, and the entire staff of the South Texas Race Ranch, and everyone checking in on Race on Texas, my name is Rodney Rodriguez. We look forward to seeing you back in 2023. God bless you all, and let's go racing coming up next year right here at the Race Ranch.
Welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
No middleman, no markups, no problem.